Oh, all right. Hello. Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Hello. Yep. Looks like you can. Yep. All right. Yeah. Welcome back to another live stream of this game. This is actually, I think, take 4 or take 5 of me trying to do this stream. Uh, Landon says I got Montana State DLC. Oh, nice. Awesome. I have that, but I still have not explored the state of Montana. I know. For some reason I just never got to explore that state. Wow, how do we have 5 viewers already? That's weird. We got 5 viewers already. Well, Landon, what is this profile of yours on Steam? That's silly. Look at that. It's Windows XP in the background. Anyway, so the last time I live streamed this game was on New Year's, and I was driving like a crazy person. Yes, I did that on purpose. Driving like crazy, speeding like crazy. Because you know how people on New Year's they get too crazy out there, you know. But yeah. I damaged my truck too much. Yeah. So, yeah, my personal truck. Yep. So, in this stream, I'm going to try and buy a new one. Buy a new truck. Um, I bought my first truck over a year ago. I believe it was November the 1st, 2022. So I think it's time to buy a second truck. Plus, I already upgraded my garage. Yeah. To 2 extra slots. So that means I can buy 2 more trucks if I want to. Yeah, if you upgrade your garage, it costs $180,000. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have a lot of money in this game. So. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna try and do. I have not decided what truck I want to buy. I'll have to look and see which one I really want. That's what I did when I bought my first truck. It was on stream. I think I spent like an hour and a half trying to decide which one I really want. So, yeah. Up. Hey, Five Tayer, how you doing? For those of you that play this game, the Christmas Winterland event is supposed to end today, but they actually extended it. They extended both the Cruising Kansas and Christmas Winterland events until February 5th. Yeah, they extended both events. So, for those of you that play this game, you have until February the 5th if you haven't done this yet. I don't know, some people probably have not even started either one of these. But I already did these two. I got it done early. So yeah. Wow, we got 6 people watching. That's unbelievable to me. But anyway, oh, Five Tayer says you haven't finished the Kansas event yet. Oh, okay. the sunflower state, as they would call it. But yeah, I'm going to try and buy a second truck today. And yeah. So, this is... I said earlier that this is like take 4, take 5 of me trying to do this live stream. So the plan was for me to go live 2 nights ago, but I got kind of tired. So I took like a 2-hour nap, and then I woke up and it was already like late at night. So I decided, alright, I'll do it on Saturday. Yesterday. I was having problems. With the software that I was using to go live, which is GeForce Experience. Because I didn't have this problem the last time I live streamed this game. I didn't have any problems. So, and it's not the internet connection. It's not my internet. You know, because, you know, if the internet gets disconnected, then you can't do anything. You know, you gotta have internet. So, it's not the internet. It's the software that I was using. So I went live like 3 or 4 times, and then the stream just stopped on its own all 4 times. So I restarted my computer. That's the first thing I did, and it happened again. So the second thing I did was I updated GeForce Experience, and it happened again. Yeah, it happened again. And then I did a test stream. I think that was the third. That was like take 3 or take 4. I did a test stream, and that was like 17 minutes. So after that, I'm like, okay, well, maybe the stream is... maybe it's finally working well. Then I went live again, and it stopped on its own again, the stream. It's like, I don't get this. I don't know what the issue is. I feel like sometimes the software just doesn't want to work. If you know what I mean. It doesn't want to work right. And I guess that was one of the days that it just doesn't want to work well. Oh well. Oh, hey, Animal Time Shorts, welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, kitty cutie, how you doing? Am I talking about the deleted streams last night? Yeah. Oh wait, you actually tuned into all those? Or maybe, well, I assume you got the notifications. Yeah. Yep, I was having some issues with the streams, the software that I was using. Oh well. Well, so far the stream is going well, right? I hope. Even though I haven't played this game yet. Oh, okay. Well, at least the notifications work, so that's good to know. Yep. Yeah, there's no need to keep those streams, those failed streams. Well, it's great to see you back. Yep. How was my day? It was alright. Just stayed home, basically. That's kind of what I do on the weekends when I'm not working. Just stay home. I know I haven't really been uploading much. Well, sort of, but I do have a channel update video coming out on either tomorrow or Tuesday. Channel update. Another channel update video to give you guys what's to come for the first few months of this year. Yeah. Animal Time Short says stream pic quality is 120p. Wait, don't you mean 144p? Wait, is it? It's funny because I have the chat on my phone and the stream is 144p for me, but I'm not changing it to HD. I'm only looking at the chat. That's it. As long as the stream is not buffering like it was yesterday. It was buffering so much. You always eat candy? Yeah, sometimes I eat a lot of candy. Especially recently. Well, especially the last week of last year, right? Christmas candy. Into the new year. Oh, it was you. Okay. Why does your PC set it to 144p? I have no idea. You know, there were some days where the same thing happened to me, where you click on a video and it's on 144p for no reason. It's weird. Maybe it's your internet connection. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I'm surprised you guys are here. I didn't thought anyone would tune in, to be honest. Because it's almost 9 o'clock already for me. Well, hope you guys are having a great new year so far. I can't believe it. January's already half over. Almost. That's why I'm like, well, I better do that channel update video soon, you know? Oh, hey, William. How you doing? He says, what's up, Eric? It's been like almost 2 weeks, but I hope you've been doing well here. Okay, yeah, it has been. I think it's been like, yeah, it's been like New Year's, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, well, great to see you back. Oh, Kitty Cutie's eating Nerds candy. You know what? I was actually eating some Nerds candy the other day. Yep. I haven't had, I haven't had Nerds in a while. I used to eat that a lot when I was a kid. It's really good. The flavor, yep. So yeah, guys, channel update video will be coming out tomorrow or Tuesday, one of those 2 days. I should have the channel update video ready to be published. It'll be me talking about the first few months of this year, what you guys will be seeing, because I kind of already planned things out for each month. Yeah. Yep, this year is kind of off to a fast start already, for me at least. Yeah. Can't believe it. Oh, I'm glad the stream is working well so far. Let's hope it stays like that once I start playing the game. Oh, yeah. Alright. Oh, it's sour candy. Interesting. I've never had sour candy Nerds. I've had some sour candies, but not nerds. Your mouse glitched again when you launched American Truck Simulator? Oh. Up, I see that you are playing it. Is it working? Is your mouse working now? Or does it only do that when it starts up the game? Your mouse just glitches? That's weird. But yeah, for those of you that played this game, the Kansas event and the Christmas Winterland event have been extended. That's right. You have until February the 5th. Because the Christmas Reflections event was supposed to end today, I believe. Yeah. But luckily, I've already done those. I've already completed those 2 events. Oh, you're restarting your PC? Alright. Yeah, sometimes you need to do that. It's probably for the best. Alright, I guess we're ready to go. Oh. Okay. Yep, that's right, William. My last stream was about 2 weeks ago. That was New Year's. Yep, that was New Year's. And that was the last time I live streamed this game. Yeah, 2 weeks have just flown by so fast. But anyway, alright, let's hope the stream goes well the whole way. I think it will, because so far it's working well. It's been, what, like 20 minutes already since I started? Alright. Oh, Animal Time Short says it's set back to 155p. I think you mean 144, but no, it's buffering for you. Is the stream buffering for anyone else? I hope not. I see that you got back into the game. Yep. It could be just your PC. Because that, normally it would set at, I don't know, 720p or maybe even 1080p. Yeah. Alright guys, I think that's pretty much all I gotta say before I start playing here. Oh, you're so bored, kitty? Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Hmm. Yep. I'm surprised I got... Well, earlier I had like 6 people watching. That's crazy. Hope y'all enjoyed my year-end review video of 2023. Yep, I think it was good. Yeah. Me talking about every month what happened on this month, you know. I think it went well. It just took a lot of time to make and upload, you know. I think it was worth it though. And here we are. Another year. Yep. Is there a multiplayer for Truck Simulator? Are you talking about like online mode? There is online. You can do online in this game. You're playing Roblox? Alright. I can't remember the last time I actually played Roblox. It's been many, many months. William says, forgot to ask, how did it go that you watched the Dashy games, Mario 3D World, going so far? Oh, I watched all of them. Yep. Well, the Nintendo Switch version. The only thing I haven't watched of him is when he did Bowser's Fury. I haven't watched that one yet. But I think that was a live stream. He live streamed himself doing Bowser's Fury. Just like I did. Yep. I'll probably get back into that sometime. I don't know when. One of these days. So yeah, guys, this is episode number 66. Jeez. Route 66. Yep. There's actually no Route 66 in this game, unfortunately. I thought there would be, but I looked on the map. I can't find it on the map. I can't find Route 66. I guess it's like the most famous road in the country. Yep. So yeah, anyway. Buffering? See, it's not buffering for me, because I have it on my phone, even though it's on 144p. But it's not buffering for me. Oh, it's you. Your Wi-Fi went out. Oh. I guess that explains it. William says, I'm glad to hear. I meant to ask, like, how did it go? Was it good? The Bowser's Fury? Yeah, it went good. Wait, I think you tuned into that stream for a little bit. But I didn't beat Bowser's Fury. Your internet. Oh no. Was I entertaining? Oh, are you talking about Dashy games? Yes, it was entertaining, for sure. It's funny. It was funny. Yeah, he's probably like my favorite gamer YouTube channel. I don't really watch many gamers, but he's like the number one I watch. Mainly for the Super Mario stuff. Yeah, I started watching him like in 2016. So, yeah, I've been around for many years now, watching him. Your Wi-Fi is okay. Okay, kitty. Yeah. Maybe that's the name of your Wi-Fi. Okay. Animal Time Short says, sorry man, I have to leave. It's way too bad with your internet right now. Aw, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Well, thank you for stopping by, though. It was nice to see you. Haven't seen you in quite some time, so hope you're doing well. And yeah. Alright. So yeah, I'm going to try and buy a second truck tonight. I haven't decided which one, but you'll see once I purchase one. And then after that, I'll start driving it around and see how I like it. I know there's used trucks. That's like a new thing that they added to this game. You can buy used trucks, but yeah, for me, there's just no need to buy a used one because I still have quite a lot of money in this game. But my second profile, yes, I have a second profile. That's really for a friend. It's really for my friends. And that one has like $100,000. So I think my friends should buy a used truck. Or maybe we can just take a loan from the bank, which I haven't done yet either. I've never done that. Taking a loan from the bank in this game. But that might happen in the spring sometime. Yeah, whenever I get some friends together. William says no, the Super Mario 3D World, when Dashy really did something funny when he was raged and shout he gets. Oh, which one? Which level was that? Because I did watch those episodes, even though that was like a month ago. So, you know, the old Dashie was shouting a lot more. I'm sure you know that. You know. Anyway, the every episode he played. Yeah, I watched them all. Yeah. Are you talking about the new ones or the old ones? Because I've seen quite a lot of them. The old ones, he didn't have face cam yet. That was like 2014, 2015. And then he added face cam, and that's kind of when I started watching him. I think the first thing I watched was, I think it was the Super Mario or the Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, or it was the Mario and Sonic Rio 2016 Olympic Games. I think that was one of the first two videos I saw of him. And yep, that was over 7 years ago. It's crazy, man. Well, guys, I'm glad you guys are here. Hope y'all are doing well. And let me just say this. I'm sure the weather is really cold for a lot of you guys. um, since I live in South Louisiana, I'm actually getting a freeze warning, a hard freeze warning in a few days. So I'll probably do another weather video and upload that as soon as I can. Yeah, freezing weather video. Oh boy. That'll be something. I didn't thought we would get a freeze warning because last year we had the hottest summer ever. Yep, it was crazy, ridiculous. And now we're getting a freeze warning. We had a freezing Christmas in 2022. William says the new Switch version, Dashie has face cam. When he sometimes gets raged, and how funny this was. Like, were you laughing? Oh, of course I was laughing, dude. Yeah. I've always, I watch this guy a lot sometimes. It's kind of addicting. Yep. Yeah, it is funny. But I mainly just watch his Super Mario stuff. Like if he's playing a game, if he's playing a game that I've never heard of, then I don't watch that, you know. But yep, there's so many games nowadays. It's like impossible to play them all, you know. Alright guys, I guess I'm ready to play this game now. Surprisingly, the stream is staying healthy, I guess. So, I bought this game during the winter sale, the Steam winter sale. I have not played this yet, but I'm thinking later this year I'll do some videos and streams of this game, Euro Truck Simulator 2. I played the first one, but that was like a long time ago. I think that was before the second one existed. Yeah. Yeah, they don't have the first one on Steam, but they have the second one. But yeah, I decided to buy it because why not? It was on sale at the time. Dashi has 11 episodes for doing Super Mario 3D World, the Switch version. What do you think about that Dashi's thumbnail of this game? Oh, the video thumbnails? Yeah. Yeah, they're funny too. Yeah, he always has silly thumbnails. Tuh. Tuh. And these two, 18 Wheels of Steel, American Long Haul, and Holland, that this is basically the old version of American Truck Simulator. I grew up playing those games on the old computer. Yes. It's the computer with the pool table. Yeah, that one. Yep. We still have that computer, but no one uses it anymore because there's not much on it. Plus, it's over 14 years old. It's a Windows 7 computer. But I didn't have Steam at the time, so I was playing these two games on Wild Tangent Games. Yeah, that's the name of the app or the website that I got these games at the time. But this is also a SCS software game. They're really good. And this one I grew up playing as well, Bus Driver. It's basically the old version of Bus Simulator. I've never played Bus Simulator, but this was the one. This was another one that I played a lot growing up. And one more that I grew up playing a lot. This is also an SCS software. This is not a driving game, but it's a hunting game. Hunting Unlimited 2010. So these games that I'm mentioning were also on Wild Tangent Games. This is back. That's what I was using to play these games before I got Steam. I got Steam in 2019. Yep. And that's where I first played American Truck Simulator, and then my first episode of that game was 2 years later, I believe October 30th, 2021. And here we are. Here we are, 66 episodes. It's crazy, right? And less than a month, this game will hit its 8th anniversary. I believe February 2nd. This game came out February 2nd, 2016, so we're approaching 8 years since this game came out. And I will do something special on that day. I'm thinking to do the longest drive possible, or maybe the longest delivery possible. Why not, right? It's been a while since I've done a long drive, so I feel like that'll be fun to do on that day. William says he even did an epic thumbnail with a background this game of Mario 3D World. Yep. Yes, he did. So I assume Dashi Games is your favorite gamer too, William? I assume it is. Yeah, he's popular. Yeah, he is still popular. All these years, he's still popular. But yeah, if I had to pick one gamer to watch, it would be him. Because I don't watch many gamers, YouTubers. Yeah, and there's a lot of them, especially nowadays. Yep. Alright guys, sorry for the long update. Mainly because you guys are here. Yeah, so it's great. It's always great to chat with you guys. And yeah, no face cam. No face cam. Because I'm gonna start listening to videos while I play this game. Yep. If you read the title, it's called Listening to Football Podcast. American football, not soccer. Yeah, if you're a football fan, American football fan, we got a lot of news this past week. A lot of football news this past week, you know. And, yeah, I'm going to listen to some of that while I'm playing this game. I made a playlist, so I'm probably not going to play all the videos. And hopefully, I'm sure most of it is not copyrighted, because, you know, I'm not showing the picture, I'm showing just audio, that's it. It's just the audio playing. So it's not too bad. And yeah, I don't know if any of you guys watch my NFL playoff prediction video. It's actually got over 100 views, surprisingly. Yeah. William says, have a good luck playing that one, bro. You take care. All right, thank you, William. And yeah, I'm sure, and hopefully the stream as well. Hopefully when I start playing this game, the stream won't stop on its own. That would suck if that happens, doing all this talking for nothing, you know? Oh well. You know what, if that really happens, I'm not even upset. I'm not that upset. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna start listening to these football news videos while I play this game, so that's why there's no face cam. Plus, I'm gonna mute my mic once I start playing the videos. But if you still have any questions, you can ask in the chat, and then I'll type my response to you. Sometimes you'll have to be a little patient to wait for my response, especially while I'm driving in the game. I know I can easily just pause the video or pause the game and type my response, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So yeah, sometimes you're gonna have to be a little patient waiting for my response. But yeah, I remember it was almost a whole year ago. Well, that's almost 10 months ago. I did the same thing. I was listening to baseball videos, so now I'm doing football videos for this. Alright, this stream will be about maybe 3 hours, hopefully. I don't want it to be too long, because I do have work tomorrow, yes. Even though tomorrow is a holiday. I wonder if I have to work in the freezing weather coming up. I don't know. I shall see and find out. But yeah, I'll try and do a weather video of the freezing weather. All right. Oh gosh. Alright guys, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. I think I've been live for an hour already. I can't believe it. Just talking. William says, alright, might have to go. It was good to be talking with you, so you have a good time, and I'll see you soon. Alright, man. Thank you for stopping by. And yeah, we'll talk again soon. Tuh. Tuh. Alright guys, I think that's all I gotta say. So, alright. Sorry for the delay, but it wouldn't be this long if you know, if I didn't thought anyone would tune in, to be honest. But sometimes you never know. You never know. It's like that. Sometimes when I go live, I won't get many people, but then sometimes I do get quite a bit of people. You just never know. So yeah, this stream will probably be another, I don't know, 3 hours. Yeah. Maybe I'll do another one sometime later this week. It depends. But yeah, the plan was for me to go live yesterday, but I had issues with the software, and then eventually I didn't feel like going live. Yeah. But I can now. I guess I can now, so. Alright guys, I'm going to start playing the football talking videos while I start playing this game. Well, I'm going to try and buy a truck first, so that's what I'm going to be doing. So until then guys, I'm going to mute my mic and listen to the football news. If you have anything to say in the chat, let me know and I'll try and type my response as soon as I can. Alright? But yeah, look, it says excellent connection the entire time. That's great. But anyway, I have made this playlist of these football videos. Yeah, this past week we had a lot of news of both college football and pro football, so I put them in order. So yeah. Alright guys, that's it. Let's hope the stream and the sound stays well like this once I get to the game. Alright guys, I want to thank y'all for tuning in, and you'll see what truck I'll buy, my second truck. It'll be a different one. It won't be the same one as my other one. I want to try and buy a completely different one. But I haven't decided yet, so I shall see. Alright, guys. So I'm playing videos from the Rich Eisen show, the Dan Patrick show, ESPN shows, stuff like that. So they should not be copyrighted because I'm not showing the video, just the audio. Alright. Alright, let's begin.
Aaron Rodgers spoke today to the New York media. And this press conference, a little different feel to it than, the feel good. Remember when his Achilles was intact and everybody thought they had a chance to actually make the playoffs this year? And he said something dismaying, to be straight up with you, about whatever's going on in that building that isn't about winning. Listen to this soundbite.
Anything in this building that we're doing individually or collectively that has nothing to do with real winning needs to be assessed. Everything that we do has to have a purpose too. When you step in the building, there's intentionality with everything that you do. And it's not a half the time thing, it's not a sometimes thing, it's not a most of the time thing, it's an every time thing. If you want to be a winning organization and to put yourself in position to win championships and be competitive, everything that you do matters. And the bull that has nothing to do with winning needs to get out of the building.
I'm wondering what he's referring to right there. I think what he might be referring to, if I had a guess, was, remember Zach Wilson got out that he was considering not accepting the starting role again, which him entering a concussion protocol that lasted a month, even though, as I pointed out, I think that lasted a month because they were doing him a solid because they'd already, my guess is they already told him he can leave and they want to make sure he's healthy when leaving.
Right.
That's the least you can do is to make sure that he can find the job quickly that you're allowing him to go find, and I'm sure he's happy to go find elsewhere. But that came out of the building, and I think that pissed Rodgers off, and I don't blame him. I don't know what else he might else be referring to. And I just, because I always shoot straight here, his appearances on Pat's show don't strike me as have anything to do with winning, except winning whatever culture wars he cares to wage on ESPN's air. That has nothing to do with winning for the Jets, and he might sit there and think whatever he's saying on Pat's show that's outside of the realm of football about the Epstein list and Jimmy Kimmel and all that stuff. Did he address that today too? Somebody asked him about that?
Someone asked him about it. He said he's going to talk about it. Tune into the show tomorrow.
Well, I mean, that strikes me as having nothing to do with winning, but I bet you I'm sure he's thrilled that I'm ascribing thoughts in his head into this microphone. I'm sure he thinks that has nothing to do with preventing winning. He's just being himself and his dude. But he honestly, there's a large part of the Jets fan base that just doesn't want to hear that stuff, and it's like I'm more interested in hearing from Aaron Rodgers. Hey, man, you've been part of championship teams and championship cultures that clearly the Packers have, because everything that Gutekunst has been doing, pressing buttons, they're in the playoffs again with a kid that looks to be just as ready to roll as Rodgers did when he first took the gig from Favre. And just like Favre when he took the gig from the Magic Man. So if there's any of that secret sauce that Rodgers knows about from inside a building about what it takes to have a winning culture that he feels the Jets don't have, I'm all ears. But the Epstein list, I don't care. That has nothing to do with my affiliations or my thoughts or whatever, because that sounds like that has zero to do with winning too. And all it is it's now he's being asked a question in a press conference like this about that. And he's like, tune into something that has nothing to do with winning on ESPN.
Yeah, he's talking about the BS. He brought the BS to New York.
Well, again, he didn't show up with I'm going to go there and have my Achilles blow up in day 5. Now, if the moves that Joe Douglas didn't make because they didn't want to inflame Rodgers, or they thought Rodgers was coming back. A lot of people made fun of the fact that the Jets players voted him the most inspirational player. Again, we're not in the building. We don't see what he's doing. Again, he was like being the Sherpa to Mekhi Becton before his Achilles blew up. So he has his teammates at hello, and they have him as well, having their back. That's clear. They wouldn't have voted him most inspirational if they didn't feel that way about him, which is great for next year. And I love Robert Saleh saying, yeah, the coordinators are staying the same as long as they don't get a head coaching job. I'm assuming he's meaning his defensive coordinator, not to be disrespectful. But, you know, everything has been made to make sure they're going to win with him next year. All season long, as I've watched Flacco light it up and Carson Wentz. I mean, I was wrong. I was like, don't sign Carson Wentz and don't sign Flacco. What an idiot. Honestly, I'm raising my hand. So I'm all ears about what Rodgers has to say about winning cultures in that building, because he's been part of them for a long-ass time, and he's been the leader in those environments. The leader and championship quarterback. That's what I want out of him. But if he doesn't think that what he's saying outside of the realm of football elsewhere is he's saying about you got to be that way all the time. If he doesn't think that that's not damaging him with other members of the fan base,
that's insane.
It's not. It doesn't compute.
What is it a technicality because he's at home when he's doing those conversations?
But he just said that it's all the time. It's everywhere. And I understand he kept saying in the building, and knowing him, every word out of his mouth is chosen carefully.
Because he's home doing those interviews?
I guess so.
It doesn't matter?
I don't know, because I don't know if any of that stuff has anything to do with winning for the Jets. It has stuff to do with winning about stuff that he wants to say in his mind and what he feels in winning, elsewhere. But I'm talking about winning football. And if he's saying if it has nothing to do with winning football, I don't want to hear about it, then he should hear what's coming out of his mouth. Because I'm putting every egg in his number 8 basket next year, man.
You should trade him. As a fan, you should want him gone.
Please, nah.
It's nothing but toxic, dude.
Okay. Except it's not. They just voted a most inspirational player. It's not toxic to his teammates. It's not. He's saying something is going on in that building, and again, he may have nothing to do with it, but if he's saying it has nothing to do with winning, hey, to a lot of fans, what you're saying elsewhere has nothing to do with winning. Football. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Of the national championship game last night. It's Washington, it's Michigan, both undefeated and only one would bring home all the marbles. Jim Harbaugh getting J.J. McCarthy ready for the action. But opening drive, Jeff, this was a game you absolutely love.
Line of scrimmage domination. Right. Doesn't get touched. Let's just take it 40.
He ran into his own guy.
Were the DBs in sand? Like, what happened? Running back just running past them, Fox.
I'm not going to enjoy this highlight. I can tell.
Yes,
Well, you're going to hate this one too then. How about cutting the other way, Jeffrey?
we go to the left one time, Don. The next time we go to the right, you still can't stop us. Real football's being played.
Donovan Edwards with both touchdowns. He hadn't scored since November 11th. Michigan looked like they were going to put this game away, but then right before halftime.
Oh, this is great reflexes and eyes. He sees this guy, gets pass interfered with, then rotates back and finds the runner across the middle field. And it's good.
Jalen McMillan for the touchdown, so it's 17-10 in a game that Michigan was dominating. Then that's the first play of the second half.
I enjoy that. You see that number 2 DB? Woodson-esque. I appreciate a turnover anytime I see one.
Will
Johnson
Johnson
did not enjoy that. Not nearly as much.
We add injury to himself. Penix limping off, but he'd stay in the game. It's still a 7-point game in the fourth quarter, and then here's the one big pass play they would make on the whole night.
Outstanding. You hit the big tight end in the middle of the field, misjudged the jump, and it felt like this was feeling like when the game ended last night.
Yeah, Colston Loveland. If that one didn't end it, this one certainly did. Finishing off the drive, Blake Corum breaking tackles, Jeffrey.
Tackle, Greeny, tackle. Only one dude touched him. That's what they did to domination up front.
Harbaugh knows he's got it up by 2 scores. Desperation time, 4th and 13.
Oh, this is where it's fun to be a DB. You know they got to throw it. You know you're going to get one. And then you just run down the sideline running 4-3 like Cat Williams. They're not going to get him.
That's Mike Sainris still. They do actually get him
Just
at
like
the 8. Michigan would take it in for the score, but it's all over. Oh, the Gatorade bath, and the Harbaughs are celebrating. There's Brother John. Here's Papa Jack. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody.
The Michigan Wolverines are champions of the college football world, and afterwards, their coach talking about the championship season.
It couldn't have gone better. It went exactly how we wanted it to go, to win every game. The off the field issues, we're innocent, and we stood strong and tall because we knew we were innocent. To have completed them all, win the big games, win the Big Ten championship, win the Rose Bowl, win the national championship, it just feels good. You just want to pull it down, you know. It's glorious. It's a glorious feeling.
What did we? No one knows. No one knows. No one knows what that means. But don't ruin it. It's a good moment. He's excited. And let's go to Booger. Booger, unless you can explain to me what it means to pull it down, let's dive into the biggest takeaway. Why? Nobody knows. Okay. But let's not rain on his parade. Harbaugh finally gets the championship. He was this close in the NFL as a player and as a coach, and here he is finally bringing the title back to his alma mater. So a great moment clearly for him and the family last night. Let's start with the game itself, because there are so many storylines here. Booger, what was the single biggest reason Michigan dominated the national championship game last night?
Well, as much as I would love to make Jeff Saturday smile and say the offensive line because they were dominant, over 300 yards rushing, Jeff, how about that? I mean, a simple, dominant performance. Greeny, it was the defense. The defense. I go back to when the Seattle Seahawks played the Denver Broncos, and there was a thought process that great offense could really beat great defense. And we talked about it all week long, only to find out that great defense was still dominant in the Seattle Seahawks. And we saw it again last night, Greeny. Great defense from the Michigan Wolverines dominated Michael Penix and the three wide receivers that everybody said couldn't be stopped. You got to give a big shout out to Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator of the Wolverines. They were absolutely dominant, and they took apart one of the best offenses in America, and they did it with simulated pressures. They did it at the line of scrimmage. They did it a multitude of ways. The biggest difference in the game, Greeny, was the Michigan defense.
I agree. You know, candidly, Dominique, Jesse Minter is not a name that everyone in America knows, but those who know college football know he might have been the most important person. The Michigan turnaround, and there'll be plenty to be said about it from those who are skeptical, but frankly, it may be as much as anything comes from him. He has turned that defense around, and they were brilliant last night.
So we were showing the game on 11 different ways last night. So I watched the all 22 copy, and the sophistication of the defense that they were doing. They were passing guys off. They had simulated pressures, as we pointed out. These are, I think Rex pointed out yesterday, these were NFL level defenses. And there were a couple times where college kids made mistakes and cut guys loose. But overall, you're asking a guy in Penix and an offense in those receivers, they have to adjust to that. And that's not something they see very often. They don't see defenses that are this sophisticated and players that are this smart and well coached in the course of a game.
Graziano, you were making that point this morning that Washington just looked completely thrown.
I mean, right, the difference in Michael Penix last week versus this week is a guy who was just not comfortable back there. They did not look like that they were okay with what was going on up front in terms of the Michigan pass rush, and I think that affected. You saw him miss throws. You know, I thought it was a significant difference, and they were getting beat up front. I was thinking about Jeff Saturday while I was watching this game, and that's not great. It's not
both things can be true, right? I mean, yes, the defense dominated, but it also can be true that Michigan's offensive line just pushed them around.
Oh, there's no doubt. Listen, when you think about complete dominance, Michigan's offensive line, I think they were pissed off they didn't get the Joe Moore Award again. And Washington get it. They wanted to show you what was. And let me tell you what scheme can't fix. When you're getting hit in the mouth and there's nobody there, and you'll see players. I mean, watch the running back basically runs to the wrong hole, figures it out, goes outside, and still goes untouched for 40 yards. These are the type of plays. And listen, we call this like a Velcro night. It's like when the defense has Velcro on their chest and they cannot get off a block. They did not touch the Michigan runners all night. I think they averaged over 6 yards a carry.
We never asked J.J. McCarthy to do much. You didn't have to do very much for Michigan.
It's the best kind of game plan.
I'm saying in part because at no point was the Washington offense putting that type of pressure back on the Michigan. So it's a full team win, but I think the defense was the more surprising part. We expected Michigan to be able to run the ball.
And I know you know this. You're talking about Michigan defense and NFL concepts. This is an NFL guy, Minter, who comes from the Baltimore Ravens. The previous D coordinator there was Mike McDonald, who came from the Ravens, now back with the Ravens, coordinating their defense and getting head coach interviews in this cycle. So something really changed with Michigan a couple years ago when they started to bring in these NFL coaches on defense.
And let me say this part about the defense. When you saw Penix start to miss the wide opens, right? And the reason that is because in your head, the process has to speed up. That's where you see the difference between a pro and a college athlete, right? Is that even when they are open, they're not open because your mind's going so fast, you can't just do the normal stuff right.
Booger, go.
Well, and then also, guys, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't say this. Do not let last night be a referendum on Michael Penix Jr. because he's still a really good quarterback, and I think he's still going to play in the National Football League. He just went up against the juggernaut last night. His offensive line couldn't block. And for a quarterback, I don't care if it's Michael Penix or Joe Montana, when you're getting pressured, it doesn't matter. You're going to play that type of game. So I don't want anyone to take last night and say Michael Penix can't play in the NFL. Just go back a week. He threw for 430 yards against Texas, and he was damn near perfect. So I know that might be a sentiment coming out of the game last night. I think the bigger sentiment should be that the Michigan Wolverines, regardless of everything they went through, the head coach was suspended for the first 3 games for alleged recruiting violations. Doesn't matter. They go 3-0. At the end of the season, the head coach was suspended himself for, the conference suspended him for 3 more games, and they still went 3-0. 15-0. I look at this season. This is a dominant season. There is no staying on it. They were the best team in college football. They still might not be like 2019 LSU, but not many teams are. So we should look at this as a great season for the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, and Booger, I can't remember where he went to college. Okay, no, but let's be serious, because there will be people waking up this morning who will ask that question, who don't follow the sport week in, week out the way you do, sitting there with Nagandi on ABC every Saturday night, who just heard about all these things, Harbaugh suspended, cheating scandal, all that kind of stuff. And they'll wake up this morning asking the question of an expert like yourself. Should we look at this title differently? Should we treat it as though something happened last night that was not right for the sport? What is the answer to those people, Booger?
The answer is no, Greeny, because, again, the recruiting violations, they haven't been proven yet. That's number one. Number two, as far as the sign stealing, like, guys, you can make a big deal about it if you want to. We've been stealing signs in football for years, and you can say that nobody's gone to the level that Michigan did if they did do it. And I may see that point to you, but at the end of the day, once they brought these alleged sign stealing things to light, they still beat Penn State, Ohio State, Iowa, Alabama, and Washington for the championship. So I think they left no doubt, regardless of what you want to say about any issues, they were the best team in college football. People thought they couldn't beat Alabama. They dominated Alabama up front, especially on the defensive line. And so, Greeny, well, we can say it a bunch of different ways. They were the best offensive line in football, regardless of the Joe Moore Award. They were a team of destiny. Think about this, Greeny. They got into the playoff 3 years ago. They lost to Georgia. They got back in. They got blown out by TCU. They come in this year, and they continue to bang their head against the wall, and they finally break through. This is not a championship just for this season. This is a 3-year culmination of Jim Harbaugh bringing Michigan back to prominence and perseverance by a lot of seniors that said they weren't going to leave. They were going to come back, and I talked to them on the field last night. It's the most focused team I've ever been around. The only thing that mattered to these guys was the championship, and that was conveyed to me by the players and by every coach that I talked to.
Boog brought his A game this morning. Got me hyped up. I love it, Boog.
There's a lot in that. And then we also have to get to Jim Harbaugh's future, which Mr. Graziano has a lot to say about, because the ultimate Michigan man has now accomplished his mission. The celebration was on for Michigan as that pick sealed it for their defense. The 4th team in the last 25 years to go undefeated and never allow 25 points in any of their games. Of those 4 teams, as you see on your screen, no one had a better scoring margin than Michigan did this year. But all the questions after for Jim Harbaugh were about his future. Here's what he said.
I just want to enjoy this. And I hope you give me that, Can a guy have that? Does it always have to be, what's next? What's the future?
Unfortunately, it does. I mean, that is the reality of the business that we have chosen, because the NFL is waiting for him. That's right, the reality of the situation. For those just waking up with us that maybe don't spend a lot of time in this world, Jim Harbaugh in the last few weeks hired a very well-known NFL agent named Don Yee, who has represented, among others, Tom Brady. And that has led so many to assume and we always know it's dangerous to assume that he is going to make the jump to the NFL.
I think there's a sense around this situation of if not now, then when, right? Like a mission accomplished at Michigan, and a coach that was extremely successful in a short stint as an NFL head coach with the 49ers, probably wants another crack at it, right? So there are some interesting openings, right? The Chargers with Justin Herbert, I think that's an interesting opening for a lot of high-profile coaching candidates. The Raiders, he has some history there. He began his coaching career with the Raiders. So the fact that those two jobs are open, the fact that he hired the agent, the fact that they just won the national title in a year where a lot of other stuff was swirling around, I think there's a lot pointing to the very strong possibility that if the right opportunity is there, Jim Harbaugh jumps back to the NFL this offseason.
He's flirted with it in different ways the last couple of years and not made the jump. As to your point, he's never been as hot a property as he is right this particular moment.
And I think the landscape of college football has changed, and it becomes a lot less like coaching than it is in the NFL, where there's a lot of recruiting, there's portal recruiting, there's offseason recruiting, and I think that football coaches, they want to be football coaches. And the best possible thing you can do as a football coach is win a Super Bowl. And he got really close, and I think this is the time to make that leap. And as much as you want to tie him to or as much as people want to tie him to the Raiders because of the Don Yee connection, if Tom Brady is not suiting back up, I think it's a lot more attractive to go to Los Angeles with the Chargers.
There's the Chargers. There's the Raiders. There are other openings.
Yeah.
The Falcons
Absolutely.
are an opening. And look, Harbaugh might be their quarterback. He would be their best option at quarterback. What is your sense of this? Do you believe he will be in the NFL next year?
Absolutely, I think he should be. Listen, you think about this. He went to San Francisco. They had 8 losing seasons. He gets to San Francisco. They have 3 title conference games in 3. The dude knows how to coach.
Oh, for sure.
Think whatever you want about him. The dude knows how to coach and build a staff and an organization the correct way. I think it's a no-brainer for him.
Booger, I'm asking a question to which I already know the answer. What do you think he's going to do?
Well, Greeny, I came on the show yesterday thinking that he was going to stay, but talking to people yesterday, Greeny, I think I'm going to change my mind on one condition. And Graz, help me out with this. The last time he was in San Francisco, Trent Baalke was the GM with him, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, right. And I think if he comes back this time, I think one of the key factors is going to be he's going to want control, or he's going to want to pick, quote unquote, the GM, somebody that can be in lockstep with him. And so, yes, I think he hired Don Yee, the agent. Yes, I think he's putting all the steps in place to come back to the NFL, but he's got to get the power, guys. If he doesn't get total power or the general manager that he wants, guys, I don't think he's going to wind up coming back, because why would he leave Michigan, where he's brought them back to prominence?
Yeah.
He's won a championship. By all reports, he's got a contract on the desk for 10 years and $125, $130 million. Why would he leave that, where he is the man in Michigan and runs everything, to come back to the NFL and be told what to do by some general manager that he doesn't want to work with? So I think the key, Greeny and guys, will be what team is going to give him complete control? Is there a team out there, guys, that is going to give him or willing to give him complete control of their organization?
Well, so I think the key thing here is what I mentioned, if the right opportunity presents itself, right? So a lot goes into that. There are general manager openings as well with the Raiders and the Chargers. So you could be in a position where I'm not sitting here saying Jim Harbaugh needs total control, but you could have a situation where the coach and the GM are almost like a package deal. Kyle Shanahan goes to San Francisco and kind of picks John Lynch to be the GM. So you could see a similar situation to that. And if that's the case, if he has someone in mind or a list of people in mind, then maybe that does help the situation.
I've got a name for you. I've got a name for you. Mike Greenberg. In Carolina. That's my guy. Mike Greenberg is getting the GM job in Carolina. I was besieged yesterday with texts. I got blogs calling me up. Are you leaving ESPN? Because Mike Greenberg is on the short list of GM candidates in Carolina.
Such a class.
He just happens to have the same name as me. No, but it actually did happen. That's my guy. You get that job, Mike. You represent the name.
Let me assistant GM for the Buccaneers, just in case anybody.
That's right. It's a different Mike Greenberg.
Let me say this to Boog's point as well, and to what Graz is saying. Even in Atlanta, Arthur Blank goes on yesterday and talks about that he and Rich McKay are going to basically, who's the president of the team, that's not finding out who is the general manager, are going to pick the next coach. Right. So like when you have these, that basically is signaling, if we get the right guy, when they come in, we're going to do whatever because it should go in that order. And you saw Shanahan do that with John Lynch. You're seeing that type of marriage together where you're bringing the coach in who knows what he wants, and he's going to have a personnel guy to do it his way. It's vital, but I don't think it's just vital for Jim Harbaugh. Harbaugh, I think it's going to be vital for a lot of the candidates taking these jobs.
There's one other piece of this that it should be mentioned because it belongs in the conversation somewhere. And I've known Jim for 30 years. He's an offbeat person, to say the very least. So I don't know how he's thinking about this part of it. But the reality is the NCAA is a-coming, right? I mean, and I don't know how much he's worried about that, and I don't know how quickly that is going to get adjudicated.
12 years.
But there is that might be. He might be able to coach another year at Michigan and have it do nothing. But the reality is there is that belief that that's coming as well, and that certainly has contributed to people thinking that he would get out.
I mean, he still strikes me as an NFL guy. He's always seemed like that. This always seemed like to me he wanted to accomplish a mission and get out. The one thing I wanted to touch on is his ability to develop quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The most important position in football, and that's the thing that we all are looking for is good quarterbacks.
Booger McFarland of the Mothership, the football analyst. He is there covering college football on site last night for the national title game with Michigan and Washington. Booger, thanks for joining us. Your takeaway from this game is what?
Michigan was clearly the better football team. It was a line of scrimmage game last night. And, there was a Super Bowl, I can't remember which one it was, a few years ago when Seattle played Denver. And everybody started to think that, man, maybe, just maybe, really good offense had started to take over. And you could dominate a game with really good offense. And what happened? We saw the Seattle Seahawks dominate the Broncos. And I get the game was in New York. The weather was less than ideal. But really good defense dominated that game. And we came into this game, Dan, saying that, man, how is Michigan going to deal with Michael Penix and his accuracy and these three wide receivers, all of who are going to play in the NFL? Last night was another subtle reminder that really good defense beats really good offense. And it was a professional defense. Jim Harbaugh made a change a few years ago when he went away from Don Brown, the longtime Michigan defensive coordinator, and he got into this Baltimore Ravens trio of defense. It was Mike Macdonald. Mike Macdonald went back to Baltimore. He got Jesse Minter, but it was essentially the same system. And he did it to beat Ohio State. Well, lo and behold, Ohio State was very similar to Washington. Great quarterback, great athletes, three wide receivers, and really good defense dominated the game last night. And Michigan rushed for 300 yards, and they dominated the trenches. But the single biggest key in the game last night was Michigan's defense, and not what they did this year, but the change that Harbaugh made several years ago, going from Don Brown to this Baltimore Ravens style of defense. And that style is the number one defense in pro football, and it's the number one defense in college football.
Look at these quarterbacks going forward. Michael Penix Jr. and J.J. McCarthy.
Going forward, I think you have to factor in a lot of things. Number one, age. Penix is 23. He's got a history of injuries, 2 ACLs, shoulder surgery, a dislocated shoulder. J.J. McCarthy has been really inconsistent. He doesn't wow you with the numbers, but he is athletic. He can move, and we see that that's where the game is going these days. I think the number one attribute a quarterback must have, Dan, is the ability to be accurate and throw the football where you need it to be. Michael Penix does that as good as anybody that's going to be in this coming draft. But the knocks against him are what I stated earlier with the age and the injuries. J.J. McCarthy, I'm not really sure he's consistent enough. Last night, he didn't show us anything to change that. He only made 2 or 3 throws that you would deem game-changing throws or throws that you will remember last night. So going forward, I still would rather have Michael Penix Jr. I don't know if he'll be a top 15 or top 20 pick. Hell, I don't know if he'll be a first-round pick. But I do know the one thing he does better than anybody else is throw the football accurately. And let's not take last night as a referendum on Michael Penix. He was under immense pressure last night. And it wouldn't have mattered if it was Joe Montana or Patrick Mahomes last night. I think Washington would have had the same fate because of the pressure and the defense that he faced last night.
Yeah, I thought Michigan did a wonderful job of disguising where that pressure was coming from. And I thought that, Penix couldn't get comfortable. He had a couple of, wide open receivers, a couple of moments there where I thought that they could maybe make it a little bit more of an interesting game. Jim Harbaugh. If you're Jim Harbaugh, what would you do? Let's say you have opportunities in the NFL, but what would you do if you're Jim Harbaugh?
I think I have to explore those opportunities a little deeper and ask the questions. Like the reason Jim Harbaugh, I think, is fascinated with the NFL is because he has unfinished business there. But let's go backwards to the last time he was in the National Football League. He was with the 49ers. Trent Baalke was the GM. I don't think the relationship was great with Baalke, and so they kind of butted heads a lot. And so now you fast forward and bring us to the present day. If he does get back in the NFL, then I think it's got to be the right situation, meaning he's got to have total control. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean he's the head coach and GM. It simply means he's the head coach, and the guy that is his GM is either somebody he picks or somebody that is on the same page as him, kind of like Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. Like those guys work together. They were hired at the same time. Their contracts are concurrent. So you know that they are in this thing together and they see football the same way. Well, can Jim Harbaugh find a situation, whether it's the Chargers, the Raiders, the Falcons, the Panthers, can he find a situation that a billionaire owner, and you'll get this better than I do, a billionaire owner is ready to cede control of his entire organization to Jim Harbaugh and said GM. I don't know if there's a situation like that. Would the Spanos family do it? I don't know. They seem to really want to be hands-on. Would Tepper do it? I don't know. He seems to be really hands-on. So, like, if you think about the openings, is there anybody that's going to give him total control? Because I believe that's what he wants. And if he doesn't get total control, I think he's going back to Michigan.
Does Harbaugh's rah-rah style still work in the NFL?
Harbaugh is a leader of men. That works in any company, whether it's the NFL, whether it's television, whether it's Bank of America. When you understand how to lead and galvanize people, then it works. It doesn't matter the style in which you do it in. What matters is, can you relate and can you connect with your employees? That is the essential thing that matters. And yeah, it was different back then. Like that NFL is different than the NFL now. But guess what? Did you watch the Michigan football team last night? Those are basically young NFL players. Like it's a lot of seniors and juniors on that team. And so you're talking about really not but 3 or 4 years removed from the median age in the National Football League now. So I would be guessed to say that the average age of every team right now is probably 26, 27. Well, the team he was coaching last night, the average age was probably 21. Like those, it's a senior-laden team. So he got those guys to run through a wall. Not only did he do that, he got a lot of those guys to come back and play another year rather than going to the National Football League. And so to answer your question directly, I think his style still works because he is a great leader of men, and that works in any company.
Talking to Booger McFarland of the Mothership. He was at the national title game with Michigan and Washington. If you ran the Bears, you would do what?
I would keep Justin Fields. I would pick up the fifth-year option. And so I would continue to take a look at him year 4, year 5. So I have 2 more years to look at him. I would tell him this. I would say, I want you to succeed. We're going to pick up your 5th-year option. We're not going to extend you long-term just yet. We're going to surround you with every weapon that we can. And we're going to build this football team in the mindset that you are the quarterback going forward. I need you to go out and prove me right. And when you do, not if, but when you do, then we will discuss the long-term deal. I can't give you 5 years and $250 million now, though, because I need to see more. And fortunately for me, I have an avenue in which I can go down that is kind of an olive branch. So I'll extend the olive branch, which is the 5th-year option. I'm not going to cut you. I'm not going to trade you, but I'm going to extend the olive branch. Are you willing to play on the 5th-year option while I build this team around you and continue to progress? If he's willing to do that, then that's the route I go. If he says that I just can't do it, then I'm going to move on. And so I think it has to be a partnership, not a dictatorship, meaning I have to go to Justin Fields and his representatives, and we have to be in this together, because I don't want him coming in the locker room for the next 2 years, unhappy, worried about his contract. Like, we need to be on the same page. So that's how I would approach it.
If you ran the Patriots?
If I ran the Patriots, I would really simply say this. Like, sometimes we all wear our welcome out at some point. Andy Reid, great coach. It was time for him to leave Philadelphia. He's had a ton of success in Kansas City. doesn't mean you're a bad coach. And I would just simply say this to Bill. Like, we've done a lot of good things together, but I would like to try on a new pair of shoes. Like, there's this new thing that came out called the iPhone. Like, I want to go away from the flip phone and go to the iPhone. Nothing against the flip phone. It did me well, but I want to go to this new invention called the iPhone, and I'm willing to allow you to move on. And I think if you're Bill, there would be opportunities out there. And I would do that sooner than later. So Bill can have his choice of all the opportunities that are open. So I would do this week. So before Friday, I would have a conversation with Bill and simply say this: I'm going to move on. I'm willing to do whatever it is that I can to help you in your next situation. Is that a trade? Is that just a full-on out release? I don't want to fire you. Do you want me to fire you? Whatever Bill wants me to do to help him as we move forward, I would do, because I respect him that much. I wouldn't say, hey, I'm firing Bill. I would just say we decided to mutually part and move ways so we can try different things. But I do think it's time, because everybody needs to change the scenery at some point. I mean, hell, Dan, you've upgraded your facility at some point. Like, you've gotten the doc, even though you've been doing this for a long time, we all need to kind of upgrade and renovate every now and then.
Good to talk to you, Booger. Safe travels. Thanks for joining us, as always.
Always, man. Always enjoy talking to you. It's a very pleasant conversation.
That's Booger McFarland, ESPN NFL college football analyst, and won a couple of Super Bowls. He's very good.
I got almost 100 texts last night, as if I played the game. But, you know, and I think it's just because I wear my school on my sleeve and what it means to me. I'm getting emotional right now, seriously, because
I get it.
Honestly, I'm thinking of the, I guess, 1985 version of me that decided to apply early to the University of Michigan and got in. And I found out, you know, in mid-December, I'm in. And I'm going to go to Ann Arbor, Michigan in 1986 from New York City and Staten Island, New York. And I remember going to the basement of my house, where the collective, where we could all watch, all four of us, my brother and my mom and dad and me, the color TV in the house. And I remember turning on the Fiesta Bowl just to see what this Michigan football thing's all about. It was the first Michigan football game I watched from start to finish, against Tom Osborne's Nebraska Cornhuskers, and Bo Schembechler's Wolverines won the game. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, okay, so Michigan is really, I knew they were really good in football, and got used to them winning bowl games. Until I then started going to school. And I realized that ain't happening all the time, you know? But I remember going to school there and sensing, going to the big house for the first time, how big this was, being amongst 100,000 people singing the same fight song. And again, I understand everybody has their own college experiences, and so hopefully what I'm saying, you know, speaks to you as well. If you've had, you know, a college experience with a big time football program, and there's many across this football loving nation of ours. I just remember feeling the collective for the first time, and going to the games and seeing what it meant, and feeling what it meant to root for this team, and then to connect your psyche, your id, your belief system to a football program. I know it sounds strange, but it's the truth. And I just remember walking down the campus, State Street, right by the ticket office one day. And I've told this story before, but I'll just say it again. Out hopped two guys from the car, one in which made the car get up higher than what it was when it was parked. Jumbo Elliott was one, and the other was Jim Harbaugh. And I remember being starstruck to see the quarterback of the Michigan football program right in front of me. There he is. There he is, the guy who is our quarterback in my first season of loving Michigan football.
I remember that feeling too, man.
Right?
Seeing Donovan McNabb drive by it in his car. I was like, there he is.
There he is.
Like, you didn't think it was real, that they are actually a student like you.
Like you.
Right. Yeah.
And I remember seeing that. And the fact that that guy is now the coach of the national champion Michigan Wolverines. I'm serious. I'm getting emotional because I remember being on campus watching homecoming and seeing alumni return. And I honestly thought for the first time to myself, you know, it's pretty cool that they come back to campus, that it means so much when they're later in life. Other part of me was like, why does it mean so much to these old guys? You know, I'm a 18, 19-year-old kid on a college campus. And now I'm one of those guys. That's the beauty of sports. I'm going deep, guys. It's the beauty of sports is that your emotions that you put so much into. For a game, I understand it's just a game. When it's at the end of the day, it is just a game. But you put so much into it and so much heart and soul into it. But sports sometimes is the marking of time. You remember where you were and who you were with for big moments.
No doubt.
You remember what it meant to you, and you try to instill it in others. Others find it obnoxious, or in the case of us at Michigan, arrogant. And on that front, just you wait. But in all seriousness, that's what I'm thinking of today. That's what I'm thinking of. And everybody I met on campus who I still have contact with or relationships with, or who I've met because, you know, I walk down streets or I see somebody, you know, in Michigan gear abroad and you say, go blue. That's what this is about. And the fact that Jim Harbaugh is the one to bring it home, for me personally, and for everyone who was on campus then, and for everybody who watched him go through his professional playing career, from getting barked at by Ditka like Bo Schembechler was a wallflower, to being Captain Comeback in Indianapolis to the point where his name is in the Ring of Honor, despite having, when you talk about marking of time, a cup of coffee there. That playing career, you know, where he played also for the Chargers, and that may also be his future too. Bringing that program to the prominence you hope. And then for him to build what he has built after the first several years there seemed to be a wheel-spinning venture for him. You know, the punt that went awry so Michigan State can have its day in the big house, and that poor kid who went to school there is now a meme for the rest of his life. That's gone, as far as I'm concerned. The struggles against Urban, they existed. That's gone. Everything. All the struggles. The proverbial, no one can take it away from you, and there will be some. But Harbaugh has accomplished the mission when he came back to Michigan. I cannot believe I woke up today a national champion in football. And the guy who did it is the guy who I was awestruck by when I was a freshman in college. At 18 years old. I cannot believe it. As a 54-year-old man, he's now 60. Michigan has over 1,000 wins in its lifetime now. Marking of time. And I'll never forget this year. And what Michigan's able to accomplish with a quarterback who is in Harbaugh's mold and making. Harbaugh being the spirit animal for J.J. McCarthy, and Blake Corum blowing his knee out and losing an opportunity to a Heisman Trophy and an opportunity to take Michigan to a national championship game last year. Michigan falling short there. That's gone. Falling short, way short against Georgia. That's gone. All that's there is that national championship flag that will be flying above the big house forevermore. And Jim Harbaugh's the one who brought it back. And for that, I am eternally grateful. This is truly the greatest sports experience I've had in my life. And I'm a diehard Yankee fan. And that's how crazy life is. I grew up in Staten Island, New York. I never thought I'd set foot in the state of Michigan in my entire life. Never.
What was it that made you want to go there? You never.
Actually, it was The Big Chill, was the movie that came out in the early 80s about Michigan graduates all coming back together for the death of a funeral of one of their classmates, who was played by Kevin Costner and got cut out of the movie, by the way. And, you know, there was a big Motown soundtrack to it, and Michigan became a hot school because of it. My parents saw the Today Show one day. Jane Pauley and Bryant Gumbel were on the Today Show. One of them was at Michigan. One of them was at, I think, Brown or Princeton, an Ivy League. And my mom was like, so there's an Ivy League school potentially in the state of Michigan. And somebody down the street went there. So I went to a symposium just to say, okay, Mom, Dad, I'll do what you want for this one moment. And I fell in love with the people who were there. They felt natural. And I went to the school. A foot of snow fell. I walked in the big house on a tour, fell in love with the place. It was over. Never thought I would set foot in there. Never thought I would know a thing about the culture of the great state of Michigan and the people from it. And now here I am, a 54-year-old dude, wanting to know if I can go find enough time to go back for a parade on my campus and be one of those alums that the young kids look at and go,
Wait, you should do that.
I'm honestly thinking about it.
So
I know
fun.
but I'm like, again, for the radio audience, I'm tearing up right now because it's the marking of time. And that's how much this means to me. And how you never know how life will turn and take you to places where stuff will mean so much. And that's what this means to me. And go blue to everybody out there for whom it means that much too as well. And there's millions of us. Millions. Because 97, we had to split the championship with Nebraska, that team that I watched Michigan beat in the first game I ever watched from start to finish, about the maize and blue. And, Charles Woodson came on the show and said, hey, if this team wins the national championship, they're better than us. And who's got it better than them? Nobody. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. We were just on with Taylor Lewan, and both of us learned at the same time that the Titans have fired Mike Vrabel. And his first blush thought was mine. What a mistake. What a mistake. Now then, we don't know. Obviously, first blush responses wind up to be poorly aged takes. That's what the freezing cold takes site is all about. Because maybe the new person comes in and stays there for the next 15, 20 years, and the Titans win multiple championships with Will Levis, who apparently said this week that Vrabel told him, get back to me in a couple days to talk about your future. Let me work some stuff out.
Yeah, yesterday Titans were doing the locker clean out, and Will was asked about his meeting with Vrabel, and he was like, you know what? He told me to get back to him in a couple days after some stuff shakes out.
Amy Adams Strunk, the owner of the Titans, earlier today I spoke with Mike Vrabel and told him about my decision to make a change. I appreciate and then there's the appreciate the contributions and wishing the family well. ESPN reporting it and Ian Rappaport reporting it, and then this thing comes out. And NFL Network sending me his resume. 10 seasons of NFL coaching, 3-time Super Bowl champ, Pro Bowl selection, 48 years old. He's just 48. A young man. 3 seasons in the NCAA, Coach of the Year in 2021. This was his 6th season. Now they had, 4 winning seasons and back-to-back losing seasons, and then that's it? You win Coach of the Year back-to-back losing seasons, and that's it? Tannehill gets hurt last year. This year, obviously, running it back with Tannehill. And you hit the coach. I'll tell you what this means to me is whatever the conversation between Kraft and Belichick is going to have to happen fast. And if you are Bob Kraft and you see this guy is now available for you to hire as head coach, and you've already given him a red jacket this year. Remember on his bye week, he got into the Patriots Hall of Fame.
Yes, sir.
And if you feel that you and Belichick need to come to some sort of gerrymandered arrangement to keep him there, and this is a 48-year-old Patriot legend, Coach of the Year, who has the same mentality that Patriot fans will love because he's from the he's the fruit of the Bill vine. And I understand O'Brien gave him his first gig in professional football, but we all know. Does that speed up what's going on with Kraft and Belichick? Because if Bill didn't want to be there based on the construct, you'd be happy to keep Bill in his job, or you're kind of bending over backwards to keep Bill there, and this guy is sitting out there. Is that going to be factored into the Kraft thinking all of a sudden? Because this morning, you wake up and you're thinking, when are Belichick and Kraft going to meet? Now the backdrop is Mike Vrabel's free for you to go hire. You want him like today, Chris.
I do. I wanted him weeks ago. So let's go. Come home, Mike. Come home. That's what you did, the gym, 9 years ago.
I spoke it into existence. But you also tried to get the top pick in the draft, and that didn't work.
Yeah, I was close.
Your memos aren't as strong as mine, I guess.
Not as strong. Not as well worded. Well crafted.
I can't believe the Titans did this.
That's
That's a real deal NFL head coach with a pedigree from playing. So he walks into the locker room with having the guys at hello.
He's the best off the tree, Rich. Of Belichick.
Well, again,
he's not even part of the tree.
Well,
really.
he's part of the tree, not in terms of being a coach, in terms of being a player.
He's a roots.
And obviously his playing career will help inform him as a head coach. Wow. So that just happened. Hour 2 coming up. And so, I guess wait in line. If you're the Raiders, you don't say, okay, now we got to get Vrabel in here. The Chargers, Carolina, everybody with a head.
Yeah, he's going to get interviews everywhere.
Right. And so will Jim Harbaugh.
Yep.
And so would Belichick if he's free, by the way.
Yeah.
This coaching carousel just spun it off of its axis and that's what Schefter was saying. That's what Ian Rappaport was saying. That's what Breer's been saying. Pelissero. There's always one or two you don't expect. Well, that one just hit. I mean, there was sense that something could be up, but after a while, you'd sit there and go, you got to keep Mike Vrabel, right? He was his Coach of the Year 2 years ago, right? Well, the answer to that is no. They're raising it down to the ground. I mean, they hired Rand Carthon as their new general manager. Well, he's going to choose a coach of his liking and the owner's liking. And off we go. Start from scratch with Will Levis. Because Derrick Henry basically said goodbye to the fans. He gone. D-Hop showed up for 1 year. He's going to be gone. They're going to raise that thing down to the ground and try and build it back up. And Vrabel's like, okay, then get me out of here? Did he get himself fired?
Maybe.
I don't know. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Welcome to the program. It's hour 1 on this Tuesday. Dan and the Danettes, Dan Patrick Show. Congratulations to the Michigan Wolverines, national champs. If I would have said at the start of the year, the national championship team is going to have its coach suspended for 6 games during the regular season, 2 different incidents, 2 separate incidents, and you'd go, wait, he's going to not coach for 6 games. They're still going to win the national championship? Yeah. And he'll be an object of desire for NFL teams as well. Yeah. That happened right in front of our very eyes. The Michigan Wolverines, they dominated Washington last night, or at least it felt like they did. Every time I thought Washington might have an answer, a counterpunch, they did not deliver. They didn't have those big plays. It was a matchup that we knew what was supposed to happen or could happen. Washington was going to have big plays, had to have big plays. They didn't. Michigan was just going to run the football, and they did. Washington knew it, couldn't do anything about it. Michigan rushes for 303 yards. That's the most in a national title game. Most rushing yards in a BCS bowl game since Georgia rushed for over 300 yards. That was 2017 when they beat Oklahoma. And in that game, I think it was Sony Michel and Nick Chubb, as they both rushed for over 100 yards. Blake Corum rushed for 134 last night, and Donovan Edwards as well. So they got 4 touchdowns out of their running game. And it was no secret. Michigan's offensive line was that good. I think Michigan's defense was underrated. I thought they put a lot of pressure on Michael Penix Jr., and I didn't think Washington's offensive line, which is one of the better offensive lines in the country, was ready for that. There was always one guy, there was always one person, didn't know where he was coming from. He was putting pressure on Michael Penix Jr. But that being said, you know, if you look at the final score, I don't think that's a true indication of this game. You know, starting the fourth quarter, it felt like Washington was 1 or 2 plays away from maybe putting a little bit of pressure on J.J. McCarthy. And I said this yesterday, he's not going to throw the football. He might be the greatest quarterback in Michigan history, but they don't rely on him. They relied on him last year to throw the football, not this year. And I thought that over under 15 passes for J.J. McCarthy. He ended up with 18 passes, 140 yards. He had a couple of plays, important plays, but it was the running game and that defense putting pressure on Michael Penix Jr. And in case you're wondering, Jim Harbaugh, right away, meeting with the media after the game, had this to say about his innocence.
This was not a season where everything went the way you wanted it to. There was the off-the-field issues, which we all know about. Can you talk about the satisfaction having overcome those as well to get to this point? Does it make it even sweeter?
Can I? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it couldn't have gone better. It went exactly how we wanted it to go, to win every game. The off-the-field issues, we're innocent. And we stood strong and tall because we knew we were innocent. And I just like to point that out. And these guys are innocent. And yeah, overcome that. It wasn't that hard because we knew we were innocent. So yeah, that's really what I want to say. It went exactly how we wanted it to go. It went exactly how we wanted it to go.
Okay. So this season went as scripted then. Gets suspended a couple of times. Even your quarterback came out and said, look, we started stealing signs because Ohio State was doing that. Okay. We waited for Jim Harbaugh to stand up and say, hey, this is why we're innocent. And then when he realized that somebody was doing something and somebody was getting information, then he was going to stand down and take his punishment here. But through it all, they were a great team. Both sides of the ball, they were a great team. I don't think they trailed at halftime this year in any game. I don't think they trailed more than a few minutes in their entire season. They were a great team this year. But if you look back 3 years ago, this was during COVID. Michigan was 2-4. And all of a sudden, Jim, if you want to stay, you're going to have to take a pay cut. And he did. And then we wondered, boy, this next season, what's going to happen? But it almost energized him. Like, okay, here's the chip on his shoulder, and give credit to Harbaugh because he finally got a team that was in the true image of himself and the other teams that he's had in his coaching career. And you saw that last night. You saw that the last couple of years. I mean, you go back, I'm shocked that they got upset by TCU last year, but they're back and they win the national title, and rightfully so. They were a great football team. Washington, we waited for something from Michael Penix Jr. It was just never there. But I give credit to Michigan because it just felt like Michigan was going to put pressure on him. He just didn't know where that pressure was coming from. What really stood out with the Jim Harbaugh, that response we just had with the reporter's question, he starts out his answer by saying, can I? Like he's asking for permission from somebody from Michigan, I'm guessing, hey, we don't want to ask any of those questions here. Well, those questions are going to persist. It's like the Astros, that story had more validity and had legs because they won. If they don't win, then the story may go away a lot quicker. Michigan winning, it won't go away. It'll still be there. And they're still under investigation. 3 years from now, we could be talking about this, and Jim Harbaugh could be, coaching in the NFC, wild card round. I mean, USC took years for that to play out. And Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, Jim might not even be there. Probably won't be there in 3 years by the time they get around to, hearing this. All right, 877-3DP-SHOW. Operator Tyler standing by. Email address, dp@danpatrick.com. Twitter handle at DP Show. So Michigan is a winner. First time they've won the national title since 1997. Andy Staples will join us. We'll get his thoughts on Jim Harbaugh's future, because we wondered yesterday, at least I thought it didn't matter what the outcome was going to be, that I think Jim's going to the NFL. And I think the Raiders are going to make a push for Jim. I think Carolina and Washington may be fighting each other for Bill Belichick. The Chargers opening is out there, and here's another thing. We were talking about these coaching vacancies or, guys getting fired. You had a couple of guys, Ron Rivera, Arthur Smith getting fired yesterday. If you didn't get fired yesterday, are you safe today? At what point, Belichick, out of respect, they were not going to fire him yesterday. At the end of the week, maybe we'll have some kind of PR statement there that we've decided to part ways and say nice things, verbal bouquets on both sides. But Mike Vrabel, safe. Matt Eberflus in Chicago, safe. If you made it through Monday, and then you go to work and you just, hey, we're getting ready for the draft and we're getting ready for free agency, we're getting ready for all these things, and all of a sudden you're just waiting. You're waiting for Shirley, who is the receptionist for the owner, to go, oh, yes, Shirley? Yes, ownership would like to see you. Yes, Paulie.
Are you looking for little tells? Like if you're Matt Eberflus, you pull up, you're like, it usually says reserved for Matt Eberflus, but it says reserved for head coach of Chicago Bears. Yeah. Or you swipe your card, you're like, bloop.
Yep.
Oh, bloop is good.
Yep, still goes through.
It brings in a box of donuts today. Like, hey, everybody, how we doing?
Hey, what?
Yeah, just thought I'd do something nice. End of the season, bring in some donuts. I know you guys love these, so.
TireRack.com, the first hour brought to you by those great folks, the official tire expert and retailer of the Dan Patrick Show. Go to TireRack.com/Dan. Try the easy-to-use tire decision guide. Full lineup of Firestone tires. And TireRack.com is the way tire buying should be. All righty, Seton. But it is weird that Harbaugh's asking permission, because it felt like going into that press conference, there was some kind of game plan of let's not make this about the suspensions. Let's make it about the kids. They won the title. And that's where Jim goes, can I? But, he said, we're innocent a couple times, and this is the way, basically that this is the way the season was meant to be. It was scripted this way. Yes, Eden.
It is odd how they keep fluctuating between we're innocent and, well, everybody was doing it too. It's kind of odd. It's like Michigan has morphed. Well, everybody was doing it, so that means we're innocent, into one thing or something. I don't really understand what it is.
Yeah. I wanted Harbaugh, if he's innocent, to stand up and prove that he was innocent, or do the best he could to prove he was innocent. That was all I wanted. If you're innocent, great. If it's somebody went rogue on your staff, okay, then great. Point that out. But did you benefit from this? And that's why I've said this before. In 3 years from now, do they vacate the title? Do they vacate the title because they're going to forfeit those games? If you did cheat, what games did you cheat in? Can we give you victories there? I mean, I don't, with the NCAA, you never know. And that's why I wondered, what's the best story? Michigan winning keeps this alive. Michigan winning, now does Jim leave? More likely to leave. If Washington won, it was a great story for the Pac-12. They say goodbye to the Pac-12 in, not the most fitting way because it crumbles. But to win that Pac-12 title in this year, that would have been awesome. And Washington was a fun team to see. I hated to see Michael Penix not play at a high level. But you know what? If you watch the Texas game plan, they ran the football against Washington. And I'm thinking, if Texas can do that, wow, Michigan is going to have a field day. And that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Pauline.
Just with the NCAA, when it was 2004, 2005, when USC had their national title season, it took 6.5 years until they were stripped of their national title. Yeah. There was an appeal process. There was everything. It was 6.5 years after said infractions that they were stripped of that title.
Jim might be on to his second job after Michigan.
He'll be back at Michigan.
I'm going to come in and I'm going to clean up that mess.
My mess.
Wait, you created the mess. All right, but I'm coming in. Bringing in my new assistant coach, Connor Stallions. Was he at the game last night? Does he get a championship ring? Just wonder. All right, poll question, Seton.
Well, we could start with the game last night. Mine as well, right?
Okay.
Last night's game was more of a blank than the score suggests. Last night's game was more of a blank than the score suggests.
Right.
Was last night more of a blowout, or was the game closer than it appeared? Because I can't really figure out which it was. It was kind of both simultaneously.
Yeah, you were struggling during the game to kind of define it. You're like, is this a blowout? Or is this, the first quarter felt like a blowout.
It feels like Washington is 2 plays away from being right back in the game while also being completely manhandled the entire time.
Yes.
It was like, I couldn't figure out, it feels like Michigan is absolutely destroying them, but if this isn't a phantom holding call, they're right back in this game.
I just thought 17-10, Washington getting the ball starting second half, and then there were just a couple of plays. But you're right, it teetered on being like 45-13, or it teetered on maybe it was going to be, 33-30, something like that. By the way, Dylan, who's part of our gambling podcast, did give the 5.5 and won that bet. He also took the under, and he won that bet as well, if you follow the Dan Patrick Takes a Gamble. Paulie, how would you fill in the blank?
I would say the word I was thinking, that game felt like more of a game than it was.
Okay.
Because if you bailed out or you said wow, Michigan's got this. Like you said, at the start of the fourth quarter, they had a couple drives that holding call when Adunze had that catch, maybe 11 minutes left.
Yeah.
It was, and Herbstreit's pretty objective, and he goes, man, that's a quick holding call.
You can't call that.
It was quick.
Because Herbie even was pointing out the number of times Michigan was holding. Like he's saying they're holding. And then I just thought that was more of I'm going to throw you to the ground. Maybe it's a quick hook, but if you play that out, he gets that catch, maybe they tie up the game there. Michigan was the better team. Absolutely. I thought Washington was sort of just hanging on the periphery. And but the final score won't indicate that. Yes, Todd.
I thought it was more of a whooping with someone whose name is not Blake Corum runs for a 46 and 41-yard touchdown early like that. Maybe it's an optical illusion because those were huge plays, but it just looked like an embarrassment.
Yeah, but Edwards filled in for him last year and was really good. And I mean that hole that he ran through, I'm like, oh my God. It was one of those where you go, you gotta. I mean, come on. If not, you're going to give. I said at the time I'm watching, they're going to rush for 250 yards. I underestimated. They went for 303. Marvin, what do you think the game was?
I think it was closer. This wasn't Notre Dame, Alabama or anything. This was one of those.
Too soon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But this was one of those, all right. Oh, they almost had that one.
Seton, what about you?
If I had to pick one, I would say it was a much closer game than the score says. Washington was right in that. Penix gets a couple more completions. couple less. I think that nerves on Washington clearly played a big role in the game because their offensive line was getting worked and they kept jumping, which is obviously a sign of nerves. I thought that was a big part of it, but I think the game was a lot closer. I think Washington was right in it right up until, late into the fourth.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Monday.
All right, Christopher.
On a Tuesday.
Oh, I stepped on it.
Hey.
What do you got over there, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Everybody good?
Yes.
What up, man? Rich, the Harbaughs are going to face off again in the NFL playoffs in the next 2 years.
Okay, that's an overreaction. Get out of here, man.
What do you mean?
What do you think? It's going to be Ravens-Chargers? Is that what you're saying?
Ravens Falcons,
okay.
Ravens Bears, Ravens Commanders.
Dude. Well, Ravens in the playoffs. If it's Ravens Bears, Ravens Commanders, you're talking a Super Bowl. You said NFL playoffs, so it's more likely. It's more likely that if Jim does take the gig in with the Vegas or the Chargers.
There you go.
But I mean, if you're talking about another Har Bowl again in 2 years, I mean, obviously, who's got it better than them? Still won't do it. Okay.
That's not my thing.
All right.
2 years.
I'll still call it an overreaction because wherever Jim goes, he's going to have to. It's going to take some time to instill his program, I would think.
What if he goes to the Chargers?
Yeah, if
and
he goes
has
to the
Herbert.
That's ready made.
I think that if he goes to the Chargers, then this is more likely than not. But at this point in time, we don't even know if he's going to the NFL. So how dare you?
And we know Kellen Moore's going to be the Chargers coach.
I'm not there yet. Yeah, right. That ain't happening, pal. You keep saying that.
I just want to be right.
What else, Chris?
All right, so I had this one written last night, but now I have to change the phrasing. Now that we know Mike Vrabel's future with the Titans, the Patriots should do whatever it takes to go get him as head coach.
I don't think that's an overreaction. And I feel this way about Belichick, that he's the greatest of all time, and there is no better in-game, preparing for a game guy in terms of experience and in terms of acumen. But if you got a 48-year-old man right there, I mean, seriously, you can get Vrabel in there and have another 20-year run.
Absolutely.
So I don't know how to handle this. This is, I mean, even Bill Burr was saying he didn't like the question. I know you love Belichick, but would you take Vrabel over Bill? And he basically said, after trying to answer for 90 seconds, saying, I don't like the question. Yeah. Because Belichick is Belichick, and it's disrespectful to talk in this manner. But my job as a host who has takes, am I a taker? Am I
not really.
an opinionator?
Not really. I mean,
I don't think that's an overreaction. The guy's got a red jacket, man.
Yeah.
He would have you guys at hello.
I mean, I've been talking about him all year.
And you could set up the front office in the manner that I think you're happy to set it up.
Yeah. And,
right.
if Gerard Mayo wants to stay and keep building up his resume, or he can go elsewhere. Right. Yeah, of course.
What else, Chris?
Rich, did you see, we like to look at social media for clues about players and situations. How about jersey numbers? With Garrett Wilson changing his number from 17 to 5, this is a sign the Jets
are going
after Devontae Adams.
All right, whatever. Dude, are you really going in this direction here? For real?
Everyone's talking about it.
Okay. All right. Why did he say he's changing it to 5?
Apparently he wore 5 at Ohio State.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That program just doesn't, it doesn't factor in my thinking.
Understood. He wore 5 at Ohio State.
I'm going to get to that part of my celebrations soon rather than later.
Guys, let's focus.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, if Rodgers has one more year left in him, I mean, you got to go for Devontae Adams, but why would the Raiders cough him up?
Well, you could get picks back and
whatever.
A deep wide receiver
Get
draft.
out of
you know
here.
what I mean? I don't know.
No, Garrett Wilson just wants to probably get back to, if you will, who he is and go for. I think this is an overreaction. So you're going to tell whoever's taking the job in Vegas, we need to make Aaron Rodgers happy.
Or we're getting,
we're getting enough draft capital for our best offensive player. So welcome to Las Vegas. You don't have Devontae Adams anymore. even though he's under contract for a long time around here.
Devontae Adams, 31 years
out
old.
of here.
31.
That is not the way to hire a new head coach.
You're probably right.
Next up. That's an overreaction.
You're going to love this one.
Okay.
The quarterback facing the most pressure heading into the 2023 postseason, Lamar Jackson.
That's a major falsity. That's false. What pressure is this guy feeling? What's
Being
he
a
feeling?
two-time MVP with more MVPs than
what?
playoff wins.
He's got a ton of road ahead of him. See, pressure, and I don't think this guy's felt the pressure a day in his life.
Maybe that's the problem.
It's not a problem. Get out of here. I mean, if you want to go under the pressure cooker, it's the guy to my right.
No, first of all, they're the number one team heading into the playoffs,
No.
right?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, so if you're the best team heading into the playoffs,
Speak, TJ.
which I don't believe he's under pressure, but if we're going to play this game, then yeah, wouldn't the MVP who's playing for the best team feel the most pressure to win the Super Bowl?
Josh Allen? You want to go Josh Allen to just because he won't stare the obvious in the face?
You want to flip this on me for some reason.
I don't want to flip it on you. I'm flipping it on Dak Prescott.
Well, as a representative
They
of that,
have
you're
the
flipping it on
2
me.
seed. They have the best
number 1 seed.
Excuse
and
me,
the MVP, Rich.
Give me the best a better setup in terms of roster and seeding that the Cowboys have had in Dak's era. Period. End of story.
Ooh.
They haven't. This is it. It's all set up. You had a
It's all
nice.
set up.
You've
We can't
reported.
beat the Niners,
You've reported as eligible for the usual Dallas Dak Prescott pressure conversation. That's and Irv keeps talking about the curse of Jimmy Johnson is gone.
Sure, fine.
But I don't think Lamar's felt pressure a day in his life. What else, Chris?
Thank you guys for falling into my trap of playing that game.
Thank you.
Michael Penix played himself out of the first round with his performance.
I don't know
last
about that. His performance. He faced a stout National Football League style of defense last night, and he took the hits, man, and they kept coming and kept coming. He had me scared last night. I'm not lying. I mean, I believe in the Michigan defense and the Michigan, fortitude, but he was flinging it around, and he was surviving and advancing damn near every snap. And he was pre-snap processing his head off. I was impressed with him last night, actually. I just, I don't have first-round grades in front of me, et cetera, but I'll push back on that as an overreaction. He might wind up being a first-round pick, and many people might not have him graded that high going into that game either.
That's true. That's true.
What else, Chris?
All
You
right,
got one more?
All right, last one. What the hell was Stephen A. doing in the box with Jordan and Jeter? Like, what was that?
What do you mean?
What was that?
He's Stephen A. Smith. I wouldn't be surprised. Why would that surprise you?
Because this guy thinks he's on the level with Jeter and Jordan, and even Travis Scott. Like, what was that?
By the way, was that not his box? I don't know.
He's there. I see SD Portman.
You didn't even wonder whose box. It could have been. It could have been Jordan's box because
It was
jump man.
Jordan. It was Jordan's
We
box.
sure?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he hang with those guys?
I mean, come on.
Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, I would push back. That was an
He's
overreaction.
not Jordan and Jeter.
In his world, he is, though. In this world,
you think? By the way, you don't think Jordan and Jeter would want to hang with him? Come on.
I found that a little surprising.
I
Am I
don't
the
know.
only one?
I believe you probably.
I think you are. How about him being so surprised that we're pushing back together?
Wow, I thought you guys would be with me on that.
No, I'm not.
I
wanted to be in that suite.
Yeah, me too.
You guys
I
want to be
would have been if I were there.
Brockman and TJ.
You could have been. You didn't want to go.
I have a couple pairs.
You know?
All right, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Some kicks.
I was like, what? I was like, what is he
That was
doing there?
great.
What is he doing there?
He probably went in more than one box knowing Stephen A.
Maybe.
Visited.
Because he thinks everyone wants to see him?
How about, by the way, another part of Harbaugh's
I was
amazingness?
kind of baffled.
How about Michigan being the first ever jump man team to win a national championship in college football?
Yeah, 2016, they were the first college football team that came on board.
And again, I mean, what a brilliant move that is.
Yep. Also, when when the number 4 hit him in that video we just watched, and he put the 4 together because that was his number, like that. When he talked about the tattoo, that was all pretty cool.
Well, and by the way, maybe Stephen A. got in that suite because it was Tiger's ticket, and then Tiger ditched.
Interesting.
And
respond,
Jordan's like,
hey,
I got an extra one.
Nice.
Although I'm sure Stephen A. had a credential and he could go wherever he damn well pleased last night.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Look at you.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Was you down there sleeping, dog? Did it wake you up in between?
Dominique's here for the meeting this week.
Dominique got 12 bags. He got a Back to the Future vest on. He got I mean, he got in case he fell in the river. Want to make sure they find him. The greatest championship game in history was played last night. O-line dominance was shown to be the #1 factor in football.
Absolutely love. Line of scrimmage domination. Right. Doesn't get touched. Doesn't take it 40. He ran into his own guy. Were the DBs in sand? Like what happened? Running back just running past the Fox.
I'm going to enjoy this highlight. I can tell.
Stop. Well, you're going to hate this one too then. How about cutting the other way, Jeffrey? We go to the left one time, Don. The next time we go to the right. You still can't stop us. Real football's being played.
It just feels good. You just want to pull it down, you know? It's glorious. It's a glorious feeling.
What did we... No one knows. No one knows. No one knows what that means. But don't ruin it. It's a good moment. He's excited.
Does anybody think the title is tainted at all?
Yeah, the only way it'll be tainted is they come back and they're like, they find all these video recordings and
they find stuff
in Harbaugh's office.
15-0. I look at this season. This is a dominant season. There is no stain on it. They were the best team in college football. They still might not be like 2019 LSU, but not many teams are. So we should look at this as a great season for the Michigan Wolverines.
Yeah, and Booger, I can't remember where he went to college.
Do you think if this was a 12-team format instead of a 4-team format, we have a different champion?
Kirby Smart's holding that trophy today, or whenever they play that game.
3 weeks from now, whatever.
Whenever the date is. Might be in two months, whenever they finish the season. But yeah, he would have been hoisting it. And I'm an Alabama fan, so that hurts.
That could be a good thought to do with Paul.
You got to ask Paul if Georgia would have won the national championship. There were 12 teams in.
Well, maybe you jump in and do that.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, Jeff Saturday has a question for you.
Yeah, I want to hit him on it because he knows it's true.
Oh, he'll love that.
Yeah.
Jeff Saturday has a question for you. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Well, for my 2 SEC men, here's my question. If Georgia was in that 4, who's hoisting the trophy last night?
Michigan. I have said all along I thought Georgia was the best team in the country, but after last night, I changed my mind. And listen, hey, I say this to Georgia: if you wanted to be the champion, beat Alabama. Quit losing to them, and ultimately, the best team is the national champion.
Booger, can you believe this? This is a moment unlike anything I've ever heard.
SEC traitor.
They're going to lose their minds in the southeastern part of the country. Paul Feinbaum just said Michigan was better than Georgia. Booger, do you agree?
You know what, Greeny? I think I'm going to pass. I'm not going to answer the question because I'm going to let Michigan have their morning this morning. Jim Harbaugh deserves to have his morning. I do know this. There's a team that's only lost once in the last 2.5, 3 years, and I guarantee you they would love a shot at the Michigan Wolverines.
Michigan has only lost twice. I mean, for the record,
That's the politics.
Michigan has lost twice.
Boogs knows.
And
Boogs
Georgia's lost once. Booger, but you know what? Booger wants to make sure that he's welcome in all the restaurants and every place he's got down there.
Exactly right.
Paul, this is going to be.
Paul, you're out. You might as well move up here to New York
Seriously.
with Greeny, bro.
You know what you need to do?
Move the show.
Next thing you know, you're going to be just like Jeff, drinking oat milk lattes with me, which he does. By the way, I'm calling him out right now. Jeff Saturday. He may not be like a liberal elite, but he drinks coffee like one. He is drinking oat milk lattes up here this morning. Are you or are you not?
That is fact. That is
exactly
true.
right.
Do all that tough guy talking. But my man was stirring stevia into his oatmeal. Stirring stevia into it. Yeah,
It's getting personal up here. It's getting personal.
So here, let's do this. Let's do the
They're
Eagles.
1-5 in the last 6 games.
Correct. They went from 10-1 to 11-5.
That's brutal, dude.
11-6.
I got fired for that. Not really fired, but
Had you started 10-1.
The Eagles feel like a team that could be Bill Belichick away from a championship.
They were
right now,
a fumble away from a championship last year.
But then they lost their 2 guys, and it looks like a disorganized, discombobulated mess right now. And if there's one thing that no matter how bad the Patriots have been, they have not looked like a disorganized, discombobulated mess. He does not live in a discombobulated world. I like it. Belichick to the Eagles. Let's make it happen.
Belichick's got 3 losing seasons out of the last 4, right? Nick Sirianni was in the Super Bowl, as you mentioned, 11 months ago. I think this is a little. I don't know that we should necessarily be letting like Hembo's fan leanings like design our segments of our shows. I think this is a little bit too far to say that Nick Sirianni should be in trouble. If I were the Eagles, I would certainly give him.
Hate fun. We all agree that it's a little too far, but sometimes it's fun to go a little too far.
We're just fun. Weren't the Eagles just fun like not long ago?
Yeah, they're not now. We just made them fun.
Ago they were fun. They're not
we
fun.
Just made them again. We just made them fun.
They stink on ice right now.
Do you want me to stand on the table?
No, but I would like you to shave your head.
Me too.
I think Pete was more effective because of his baldness.
Oh, I'm bald, baby.
Was that
I'm just not that bald.
No, it was already.
Yeah,
was I
Pete.
following you?
Welcome to PTI, boys and girls. In today's episode, the Titans fire Mike Vrabel. John Morant's out for the season, and Jeff Saturday joins us for 5 good minutes. But we begin today with Michigan scoring 34 points, surprising people who thought Washington had the greater offense, and winning the national championship convincingly, 34-13. Michigan held Washington down. They rendered quarterback Michael Penix Jr. ineffective. Michigan dominated both the offensive and defensive lines. Wilbon, what did you make of the Michigan win?
It's a Michigan win. That's how Michigan's supposed to win the game. And this is Bo Schembechler football. You run the ball, you go for 170 or whatever it is in the first quarter. Power football. Washington's front seven could not handle Michigan in any way, shape, and form. Yes, Washington has the more spectacular offense, but by the way, Michigan's defense got after Penix enough that it hurt him early in the game, and he was off. And I don't know how much the pressure made him off, but that's Michigan football. That's Big Ten football. Is it as good year in, year out as SEC football? Sadly, as a Big Ten alum, I got to say no. But right now, this year, that's what Michigan's supposed to do. I don't want to see Michigan throwing the ball all around the yard. I realize Tom Brady is the most famous Michigan alum. Fine. That last night was Michigan football.
Yeah. This is far easier of a win than I ever imagined. They ran all over Washington. They had 303 rushing yards on 38 carries. That's 8 yards a carry. In a championship game against an unbeaten team, how did Washington get in this position? That looked like USC's defense. And on the other side, when Washington tried to run, 46 yards in 20 carries. Michigan totally stuffed them. And Penix missed wide open people. He missed touchdowns out there. He threw for 255 yards, Mike, on 51 attempts. That's only 5 yards per attempt, and he had 2 interceptions. He was so much better than that all year. He threw for 430 yards against Texas. I wonder if that affects his draft stock in any way. I'm just overwhelmed with how much better Michigan last night, not every night, how much better Michigan was last night. I thought they made one mistake, Mike. I didn't understand why they ran on 4th down with 7 minutes to go in the first half. I didn't get it. I said to the television set, I said, no, punt it, pin them, make them go 90 yards, because when they got the touchdown after 50 yards, they were in the game. They were back in the game.
Washington somehow stayed in that game, so it was only a 7-point game even in the fourth quarter. So they stayed in it, but Michigan wore them down. By then, it is like the proverbial prize fight where you've hit somebody, body blows the whole game, the whole fight. They're hanging their heads by late in the fourth quarter, and they couldn't keep up. I feel bad for Penix, who was great all season, as you say, and wasn't last night. But congratulations. congratulations to Michigan. See, I said something nice again. That just, so soft.
You're an angel
such a soft
today,
touch
Wilbon.
today.
A total angel. Everyone loves you.
After the game, Jim Harbaugh said, quote, "Someday when they throw dirt over the top of me, if somebody who was eulogizing me would simply say he was a Michigan man, that would mean everything," close quote. It's clear what the title means to Harbaugh, Tony. What does it mean for him?
Okay, well, if you found him to be an attractive hire 24 hours ago, he's a much more attractive hire right now. Because here is his resume. Okay, he is national college champion, and in the NFL, he coached in the Super Bowl. Who wouldn't want that? Now, maybe you don't want his personality. I understand that. But his resume is basically impeccable. He is no longer has to be tied to Michigan if he chooses not to be. If he wants to stay, he can stay. They're not going to get rid of him, even though they might feel a little bit awkward when he said, as he did last night, that we were innocent of all the sign stealing stuff. Because the school made him miss 3 games, and the Big Ten made him miss 3 more games, and that kid Stallions left the team. But I digress on that. Jim Harbaugh, if he chooses to be, is totally open for business today.
And he should be. Why not? He's been great at both levels. He's been great in the pros, where he got to the championship game, conference title game 3 times, and a Super Bowl once in 4 years. And why wouldn't he be open for business? Let me go back to Michigan in general and why it means so much to Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh knows the entire history of the University of Michigan football program. He played there. He got to a Rose Bowl there. And he played for, Tony, as somebody who's a neighbor of the state of Michigan all my life. To me, Bo Schembechler, who's been to Michigan a number of times, Bo Schembechler is the greatest figure in the history of Michigan sports. All of it. I know people have won championships, the Isaiah Thomases, and I don't know if Al Kaline won one, but people have won championships in Michigan. They're not bigger than Bo Schembechler, and he never won, Tony. Michigan hadn't won an outright championship since 1948, and Jim Harbaugh wins this thing. Is he going to be bigger in lore ever than Bo Schembechler? I don't know, Mike. But he's earned it.
Mike, I am completely taken when the Harbaughs stand up there and they go, who's got it better than us? Nobody. And today, that is true 100% of Jim Harbaugh.
Tony, Vrabel can do it. It seems like he's a favorite of the Kraft family. Seems like whatever reading you do, that has come up. And not just now that he's free, this has been coming up for weeks. So if Vrabel wants to do that, fine. There are going to be other jobs open out there. I mean, Atlanta's already open. Washington's already open. There could be openings elsewhere, and you don't know what relationships club executives have with a coach who's been around for a while as a player and a coach. So I'm not going to sit here and try to guess where Vrabel's going, but it sounds like New England is someplace he very well could wind up.
Yeah, I mean, Vrabel makes sense if the job is open. Is the job open? Has Bill Belichick left New England? Did something happen in the last 20 minutes that I am unaware of? No, the answer is no. Nothing matters until there is resolution with Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots. And every single day we can do this story and talk about coaching, and it'll always lead over to Belichick. There's a report today that Josh McDaniels is considering coming back as offensive coordinator. He was very good at that, far better than he was as a head coach. And it is said that Bill Belichick really likes Josh McDaniels. So if you're Robert Kraft, do you want to sign on for that one more time, even without Tom Brady? I don't know. I was a little surprised, Mike, that Tennessee fired Vrabel. I mean, they looked really good beating Jacksonville, knocking them out of the playoffs. Derrick Henry said he was shocked. They were out of the playoffs again. Said he was shocked. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I mean, I was surprised. Jeff Saturday in a beautiful tie. That is a great tie. Let me start with this.
You.
The Cleveland Browns are at Houston early on Saturday. Some might call that the Deshaun Watson Bowl. Veteran Joe Flacco quarterbacks one team. Rookie C.J. Stroud quarterbacks the other. How much do you think experience matters in a game like this?
Well, first of all, Happy New Year to you fellas. I hadn't seen y'all since the New Year. Glad to all be back. Excited to be back. And I will tell you, I think a lot of people are going to, be confused by the answer, a little bit shocked, I guess is a better word. I don't think experience makes that much difference. Now, Does that mean I think Houston's going to walk in and beat the Browns? I do not. But here's why. I think the Browns can run some tight man coverage on the back end of their defense. I think that's where C.J. Stroud has shown a little bit of deficiency to a degree, right? That hasn't been his best performances. So I think it's much more in the X's and O's of how teams can set up against it. Also, you got to deal with Garrett, that defense at home, all of those things that happen for Myles Garrett and that defense going to Houston. Those guys got to play. Like, they got to establish the run at Houston. They got to do a lot of different things, but it ain't about experience. It's about what that talent does. I think either team, those guys can go out and play, but don't just label it experience. It's going to be how those teams perform.
Heavy trails Ja Morant. The Grizzlies star will have season-ending surgery to repair a tear in his right shoulder. Suffered the injury during a training session on Saturday. Morant was suspended for the first 25 games of the season for showing off a gun during an Instagram Live video. Without him, the Grizzlies went 6-19, but they've been 6-3 since his return, with Morant averaging 25 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists per game. In contrast, the Pacers got positive information on their star, Tyrese Halliburton, who left last night's win over the Celtics with a hamstring injury. Today's MRI revealed a grade 1 strain, and he will be reevaluated in 2 weeks.
Love Halliburton. Glad he's not seriously injured. Tony, Ja Morant's absence could benefit the Lakers and Warriors more than anybody, because Memphis is not going to be a factor. And that's going to open up at least a play-in spot, maybe a playoff spot. And the Warriors and Lakers, man, they are struggling to find any sunlight, any.
You know what, Mike? There are people out there like Zion Williamson and Mike Trout who are great individual talents, but you think to yourself, maybe they're star-crossed. Maybe they are. I think that about Ja Morant. I think maybe great window of opportunity is shrinking just a little bit. Maybe. Yeah. Let's go to the big finish. Soccer great Franz Beckenbauer passed away at 78. How will you remember his career?
One of only 3 men to ever win a World Cup as a player and coach. And he won with the Cosmos 3 times with Pelé, Tony. I know you watched a lot of those games.
I did.
The Bucks lost to the Jazz at home. Their 4th loss in 5 games. Cause for concern in Milwaukee?
Yes, because Antetokounmpo is very, very upset. They've got a rookie coach, and that seat is getting really hot. Ole Miss star running back Quinshon Judkins committed to Ohio State. Is that significant?
Not necessarily. It's a kid transferring in every day. Running backs go here, go there. Who knows what it's going to be? It's just daily activity now. The Jaguars fired defensive coordinator Mike Caldwell and multiple assistants. What does that mean?
Means you can't lose 4 out of the last 5 or whatever they lost and get knocked out of the playoffs. Somebody's got to go, and the head coach doesn't want it to be him. Last one, the Oilers won 7 straight. They're at you Blackhawks. How you feeling about this?
That's probably a 7-2 loss, something like that. The Blackhawks are bad without Bedard. Bedard's why we pay attention, and he ain't there for at least a week.
We're out of time. We will try and do better the next time. I am Tony Kornheiser.
I'm Mike Wilbon. Same time tomorrow, Knuckleheads. You can get the PTI podcast on the ESPN app or Apple Podcasts for Blackhawks, Tony. It's going to be a rough road.
When I left campus in 1990, Bo Schembechler retired, and my first year or two as an alum, while following the team after leaving campus, the person who got me understanding that I was going to love the team just as much as an alum as I would as a student on campus is kind enough to join us right now. Honestly, this is the guy who made me just keep loving football for the University of Michigan right away, and here I am now celebrating a national championship with him from ESPN College Game Day. Super Bowl MVP Desmond Howard also back here on the Rich Eisen Show. How are you, Des?
Rich, it's hard to put into words. I just landed. I had my twins with me out in Houston, and it's incredible, brother. It's just incredible, and it's incredible for beyond them winning a championship, because the journey to get to the championship was such an unconventional one. It was such a a tumultuous journey, so to speak, and to see this group be as resilient and as steadfast and as focused on the mission as they were from week one to the championship game is just amazing to see. I mean, it's just so much I can say about this group. But Rich, I remember speaking to Mike Hart early in the season when this whole thing was swirling around about the NCAA wanting to suspend Harbaugh because of what amounted to the someone there at NCAA's feelings being hurt, and they wanted to bump up the whatever the infraction was from a level 2. They wanted to bump it up to a level 1 and suspend him for 4 games. And those kids, once the suspension was agreed upon as a 3-game suspension, they came out with the T-shirts that said "Free Harbaugh." And I asked Mike Hart, you know, what's the temperature there? Like, what's the mood of the team? He said, these kids, they understand the mission, Desmond.
What do you think that meant?
That their whole mantra was, we want to get to the national championship and win it all this year. We know we have the team to do it. We got all the pieces in place, and we have the work ethic. We've put in the work during the off season. You know, we got this bitter taste in our mouth from what happened in the TCU game in that semifinal, but we are vowed to never let that happen again. So we're going to get there, but this time we're going to win it all. And I think that was their mindset, their mentality, and even more so, Rich, what made this group special. And you know, I've heard this from like Herb Street and from other people who has been around them because they've called Michigan games. Just the unity of this group and the genuine love they actually have for one another. So, Rich, it's almost like a lethal combination when you have a group that have so much love for one another. They don't have any selfishness. It's just togetherness. And then on top of that, you have this added element of they feel like they're being, not only that they're being disrespected, but more so their coach is constantly being disrespected. And that just galvanizes that group. And it, you know, and the product is what you've seen in the 2023 season and this 2024 national championship game that we just saw last night on January 8th.
Well, and before we get to the team, Desmond, I mean, you've mentioned multiple times about the suspensions and you know, what the team was able to place aside and focus on the mission. And I'm sure people hear you talking, and I'm sure they've watched you on ESPN be the voice of Michigan nonstop amongst, you know, frequent stories and a lot of drip. And the sense is, again, is all of this adversity was self-created, Desmond. I mean, honestly, that's what I keep hearing. You know, there was even a tweet that I had texted to me last night that Michigan in the second half would have to do what they did all season long, which was overcome self-inflicted wounds. You know, and so how do you respond to that? What do you say to people saying all this adversity was all them creating it themselves, Des?
Well, I would say that I think that that's an exaggeration because the punishments were exaggerated. That's why I would say that. Mm-hmm. If you punish every program or every coach in college football the way that the NCAA chose to punish Coach Harbaugh at the beginning of the season, like I said, don't forget, let's go back. It's something that happened during COVID that they said amounted to maybe a level 2 infraction, which is like a slap on the wrist. But because they didn't like the way he cooperated or whatever happened there, they wanted to turn it from a misdemeanor now to a felony. Now, the deed didn't change. Whatever happened, that deemed it a level 2 infraction, didn't change. But since they felt as though that they have the authority, because they didn't like what was said or however it transpired when they communicated with Coach Harbaugh, then they took it upon themselves to knock it up to a level 1 infraction and wanted to impose 4 games on him. So if they don't understand that, then I can't have conversation with them. The second part is the commissioner of the Big Ten. He chose to leapfrog the NCAA investigation and punish him from what I was told from all these reports that came out because Coach Harbaugh's opponents told him he should. The other teams, the head coaches from other teams, they say it was a big Zoom meeting, and the coach was like, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you punished Michigan? What's going on? And they made it seem like he caved to that type of pressure from a Zoom meeting with coaches and a separate Zoom meeting with athletic directors. But Rich, all he had to tell them was something to the effect of, if this was your program or if something happens to you in your program in the future, do you want me to let the NCAA investigation play itself out and we have proper due process? Or would you want me to just bypass the NCAA investigation and punish you the way I deem fit because I want to punish you? You know what I mean? Do you want me to treat you under the same circumstances the way you're telling me you want me to treat Coach Harbaugh? So that's why when they say those things, you have to understand that the punishment did not fit what was going on at the time. 2 different entities chose to do things to an extreme level because they felt as though they could do it.
Desmond Howard, Heisman Trophy winner, ESPN College Game Day analyst, Super Bowl MVP. Amy Traskey's in the back. She wants me to say, former Raider, right here on the Rich Eisen show. So we haven't really spoken about J.J. McCarthy a lot. I had Blake Corum on before. He's 27-1 in his Michigan career, Des. I mean, truly remarkable. And I understand wins as a quarterback stat is kind of potentially skewed, but the kid's a winner. And I'm wondering what you think his prospects are, Des. What do you think?
Well, Rich, I think that J.J. McCarthy is a special kid. I believe he's very talented, and you look at quarterbacks and you want to look at their statistics, and he's not going to have the statistics that will blow you away, especially compared to some of his peers, because it's just not Michigan's style of football. But like you said, Rich, he's a winner, and he's being groomed by a winner in Coach Harbaugh, a guy who knows how to coach the quarterback position. And to me, you want a guy who's going to be selfless, who wants to do whatever it takes to help the team win, even if it's sacrificing his own stats. He couldn't have been comfortable not throwing the ball a whole half against Penn State, even if he was a little banged up. I mean, you can just give him some easy throws. And but because of the circumstances of the situation, he's the type of guy who's selfless. He wants to do what's in the best interest of the team. And he's very intentional. He's mature and extremely intentional on how he goes about his craft, which I think once GMs and pro personnel people start to dig into, who he is as a person, I think it's going to impress them, because there's a lot of substance there with J.J. McCarthy that I think is going to appeal to a lot of NFL teams.
All right, couple minutes left with you, Desmond Howard, here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's just assume Jim is going to go chase that Lombardi Trophy, as we all expect, right? What do you think? Is it a Sharon Moore gig? What do you think? Is that who you think?
I think that he had the best audition. I've been doing this for almost 2 decades, Rich, and I can't think of a situation or a circumstance that was as difficult as the one that Sharon Moore found himself in when the plane landed in Happy Valley, and then they just got word that Coach Harbaugh was not going to coach in the biggest game of the year at that point, and that he was going to have to coach them. That's a lot to take in less than 24 hours and know, okay, I got to coach this team. And he did an extraordinary job. And not only that, the next week against Maryland with a banged up J.J. McCarthy, he did another great job. And of course, here he is against Ohio State, coaching against one of the highest paid coaches in all of college football, and went out there and coached like he's a 10-year vet. Didn't coach scared. He coached to win, as opposed to some coaches coach not to lose, and outcoached Ryan Day in Ann Arbor that day.
All right, last one for you. We're going to play a little game here, Desmond. Guess who said this quote? You ready? Guess who said this quote? Quote, on offering congratulations to Michigan. I don't know if I've ever been more wrong about anything in my entire life. This is truly remarkable. I don't want to be wrong about something. You never want to be wrong. But if you're going to be epically wrong, I think Jim Harbaugh has silenced all those who doubted him. Some of us looked at him like he was old-fashioned, and we thought this wouldn't work in today's college football. But I forgot something. I forgot what a great coach he is, end quote. Who said that, Desmond Howard? Who said that? You want to guess?
Man.
It's somebody who you've spoken with on live television quite a bit lately. His name is Paul Feinbaum.
Feinbaum said that?
Yes. This is making the rounds.
I'm hoping I have to see the audio. I can't go by print. I got to see the audio.
This is what I've seen.
I got to hear the audio.
You've got to hear it.
See it.
This is what's making I shouldn't say something that's just seen on social media and then sent around by all my Michigan buddies, but this apparently is the case, Des.
No, Rich, I know if you brought it up, then it's good.
I don't know.
It's done.
I guess I shouldn't say that, but if this is true, right, you need to see it. Is what you say. You need to see it and hear it in order to believe it. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, listen, I'll tell you this. After the Alabama game,
yes,
he did start to go back a little bit on the comments that he made about Harbaugh, because, I mean, it was impressive. I mean, he actually said, if I'm not mistaken, that he outcoached Nick Saban on the biggest stage, which was huge for Paul Feinbaum to say that. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Paul. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's built himself a nice following with this big radio show in the SEC and that part of the country. But it's just that sometimes he seems to go so overboard when he talks about Michigan or when he talked about Harbaugh. It was like, personally, I just couldn't take him seriously because he never used that type of hyperbole with any other program or any other coach. But I have a lot of respect for Paul. I think he knows what he's doing. He knows how to get clicks, and he's been doing this for quite some time. And for him to say that, I think he's big enough that he can admit when he's been dead wrong. So, yeah, maybe he did say that, because he did say that Harbaugh outcoached Nick Saban in the Rose Bowl.
Des, I do not take our friendship for granted. The fact that your plane gets delayed and you're flying and you're working, and it does sound like you were doing some cheering last night. And for you to get off the plane and immediately first thing you do when you get home is you put that Skinny M hat on and you zoom into this show to chop it up with me, and I get a chance to chat with you on this special day. I do not take it for granted, Desmond.
No, man. Come on. You my guy, Rich. I love you, bro.
Right back
Anytime
at
you
you.
need me, I'm here for you. And it's always an honor to do your show.
Absolutely, Des. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
You got
Go
it.
Blue.
Go Blue to you. Desmond Howard, everybody. Right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Catch The Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. The man of the hour, or one of the many Michigan men of the hour, giving me so many great, wonderful moments thanks to his remarkable play. Joining us here on The Rich Eisen Show, a national champion Michigan Wolverine, Blake Corum. How are you, Blake?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me on your show. You know, it feels real. You know, we woke up this morning and, like, I had to sit back and think, like, hey, we're national champions.
That's your
Michigan is national champions.
You know what? I had the same way waking up, Blake, but I didn't score twice in the fourth quarter last night, you know? Like, I think that may be the difference between you and I. Other than that, I felt the same way this morning. And, and it's kind of wild, too, because you were kind enough to call into this program when you decided to come back. You decided, I'm going to go back to Michigan, and you were kind enough to call into this show and make that announcement. And I'm wondering, this is what you envisioned, right?
This is everything I envisioned, Rich. I did come on your show. Thanks for having me once again.
You bet.
To announce, we were coming back for unfinished business. And, after last night, when I was on the podium and I say, the business is finished, that's everything I envisioned. I envisioned coming back, going 15-0, and making sure we bring a national championship home to Michigan fans, to Michigan alum, to everyone.
And get in the end zone as much as you did 27 times this season, and you had multiple touchdown games in every game from November all the way to last night, with the exception of the Rose Bowl when you scored the touchdown to win it in overtime. What sense goes through your head when you break the huddle knowing it's scoring time for you, Blake?
It's a mentality at the end of the day. When you can see the end zone, when you can smell the end zone, you can't settle for 3 points. You have to get in the end zone. That's the mentality I have. But it also takes a team. Shout out to my offensive linemen. They crushed it last night. They absolutely crushed it, along with the tight ends, receivers, and obviously number 9. But it's a mentality at the end of the day. Who's going to win the one-on-one matchups, that man-to-man matchups, and who's going to crush who. And something Coach Moore always says is smash, 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 and that's what we did.
What do you mean Coach Moore says that? What do you
Coach Moore always says smash, and that's what he wants the offensive line to do. And they take that to heart. So when we get inside, the 10, the 15, especially the 5, they know it's time to smash for real. And, we get in the end zone quite a bit, like you said, 27 times.
I know. And so, Blake Corum here, where are you headed? Are you heading to the airport, back to the hotel to get to the airport? Where are you headed right now in Houston?
Yeah, we just left a little media day this morning.
Okay.
Heading back to the hotel. Gonna grab a little breakfast.
Grab a little breakfast and then go back to campus. Jim Harbaugh said that there's going to be a parade in Ann Arbor. Is that the case? Are you hearing that right now?
That's what I'm hearing, and that's what we wanted. I actually mentioned that to Coach Harbaugh last week because a lot of my teammates were coming up to me, "Hey Blake, after we win, we want a parade." And I'm like, "Shoot, I want a parade too." So we're going to have 2 parades. 2 parades for the big national championship game.
The Michigan 15-0 record, is it true Jim Harbaugh is going to get that tattooed on him? Is that true, Blake?
We were on the bus last night, and Coach said he's getting it tattooed. And then the rest of the coaches, Coach Hart, Coach Moore, all the coaches said, "I'm going to get tatted too." So I believe all the coaches on our staff will get the 15-0 tat.
What is it about Jim Harbaugh, do you think, that relates to people of your generation, Blake?
Coach is just a player's coach. Someone you can relate with, someone you can go to on or off the field issues, but someone that just loves the game of football. And guys my age, guys that come to college to dominate and just for the love of the game. That's someone you want to be coached by because he puts in a lot of hours, a lot of sweat. Tears. And, Coach is someone that I'm just so blessed that I was able to be coached by the last 4 years of my career. It's been a heck of a journey, learning from him, listening to him. He's one heck of a coach, and, he's a winning coach. Everywhere he's been, you name it, Stanford, the 49ers here, he's always won. And that's what he loves to do.
Why is this team so resilient, Blake? Everybody knows what happened this year where Jim wasn't there for 6 games and the last 3, placing into question your accomplishments and your teammates' accomplishments. And I know, the whole hashtag bet, social media tweets and whatever came out, but how do you put that into practice? Blake?
When we faced adversity, because we faced a lot of it this year, we knew we had to stick together. And, Team 144, this is a special team, and a team that I thought couldn't get any closer because of how close we are. we managed to do so. So when we faced adversity, when we faced, trials and tribulations, all we had to do was keep our eye on the prize and look to the right and our left and tell our brother, like, we have each other's back and no one's going to stop us from reaching the end goal, and that's why we were so successful this year when we faced so many, which could have been distractions.
And what's your response to people who say that your accomplishments are asterisk worthy, Blake? How do you handle that?
Those are most likely, just people that just, have nothing else better to do in life than hate. So they can think whatever they want, but, I'll always be remembered as a champion. And so will my brothers, and no one can take that from us. We are national champions. The Michigan Wolverines are national champions.
And then did you take a moment when you got in the end zone in the Rose Bowl? Again, I was there with my wife, kids. It was incredibly special for me. But again, I'm in my 50s, and I covered Bo Schembechler's last team in that stadium. There's nothing like it. And you got in the end zone in overtime against Alabama. Did you look up, take it in, take a mental picture, or you really can't sort of live in that moment like that?
Everything happened so fast. I didn't really take a mental picture, but I told the guys, if we get the opportunity, because Alabama had us on our heels and we had to go down and score. If we have the opportunity to go into overtime, we're going to win. And we did that. The offensive line was firing, tight ends were firing, receivers were firing. We managed to get in the end zone. And off of that run, when I entered, I wasn't able to take in the moment like I wanted to, but I have watched it multiple times, and it's one of my favorite runs, that's for sure.
And what's next for you? Do I see you in Indianapolis in a month and a half, Blake?
You will see me there.
Okay. I will see you at the Combine. And then, by the way, your draft is in Detroit. How cool is that, right? Right there in the state of And again, but it's so wild. I know you're from Virginia. I'm from New York, but there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it being a Wolverine, Blake.
There's nothing like it. This has been the best decision I ever made in my life, to come to the University of Michigan, to be around a bunch of Michigan men and women. Best decision ever. And, I'm so grateful and honored to be a Wolverine. And now I'm an alum. So it's a great feeling.
That is right. And I'll ask you this question. Do you think you're going to see Jim Harbaugh in the NFL next year, Blake?
I'm not sure what Coach Harbaugh is going to do, but when you're such a great coach like that, everyone wants you. Michigan wants you. You name it. You see all the teams in the NFL that might be interested. That's just because he wins. He wins, and when you win, everyone wants you. So I'm not sure what Coach Harbaugh would do. I know he has decisions and opportunities to make, but I talked to him this morning, and right now he's just taking in the moment because this is a precious moment, and you don't want to look past it.
I bet. And then you, with your charitable works in Michigan, give me an update on that and what people can do to support it. Certainly, since so many people want to give back to you because of what you've given out, Blake.
Charity, community work. That's what I'm here. That's what God put me on this earth to do. So please stay tuned. I have some big things coming up. I'm actually about to start my own nonprofit. I don't have one yet, but it's something I've always wanted to do. And I have some big plans. I've been talking to a lot of people that will be willing to help out. And one of my plans is I want to buy a lot of land. I want to put a lot of cabins on there, rock walls, zip lines, ponds. I want to have tutors. And so, all the people that may be less fortunate, we can bring them out to what we would call a farm. And we will be able to give them tutors. We'll be able to give them, a different type of lifestyle where we teach them about fun, teach them about agriculture. That's something I have planned and something I want to do over the next couple of years. But as of right now, I'm always trying to give back to the community. So if anyone watching has any ideas of what they want to do, I would love to listen. I would love to help in any way I can, because community is most important, and making this world a better place is most important as well.
At Blake_Corum24 on Instagram, and obviously same. You can check him out on Twitter as well. There at Blake_Corum. Hey, Blake, I'll just say this to you. I saw you with my son on the field prior to the Fiesta Bowl last year, and there you were on crutches. You were on crutches, and you had the same smile on your face that you have right now. And, you know, I'm glad you changed in the crutches for a national champion's hat because you are the personification of that phrase that is right there in the locker room in Michigan. Those who stay will be champions. You stayed. You're a champion, man. And I cannot thank you on behalf of everybody who knows me or I know them from Michigan would want me to say to you what I'm saying to you. Thank you for doing it and for being who you are in the same process. Blake.
Nah, I thank you so much. I thank all the Michigan fans. It's been a wonderful, and I mean wonderful, 4 years. You know, I hope I left everyone with a lot of memories. And best believe I'll be back every chance I get.
Blake Corum, you the man. Drive safe, fly safe, parade safe, and I will see you at the combine, sir. I will see you there.
I will see you there.
I'll be the guy hugging you. You take care.
Sounds good.
You got it.
I'll see you there.
That is it. That is Blake Corum, the great Michigan national champion running back, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
And we make way for the NFL Network host and also Michigan grad, or maybe it should be Michigan grad and NFL Network host, Rich Eisen. Rich,
well, I mean, if you're looking for the right words, Dan, to introduce me, just call me national champion, Rich Eisen.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
If you don't mind, national champion.
All right.
Is that okay with you?
All right. You more
Tell you how to do it?
more likely or less likely to lose your head coach because of a national championship?
I think more likely. I think it was likely either way, straight up. But you never know with Jim Harbaugh. I do not know. I have no earthly idea what he will consider most important. Everything you hear coming out of Ann Arbor is that it won't be money that keeps him coming back to Michigan. It would be the search of putting in Lombardi in his trophy case, the elusive one. And we'll also find out, again, his setup in Ann Arbor is to his liking, not just professionally, but apparently he lives next door to his parents who can come by and see the grandkids. He feeds his chickens in the backyard. When the kids, when the students come by, he's already turned around his thought apparently about eating chicken. Once upon a time, it was a nervous bird. Now he's eating chicken again. I have no idea. Nobody knows. But I would just guess that obviously mission accomplished. That's what he was coming back to school to do. He has accomplished that mission. And if he moves on, it would be totally understandable.
How do you respond to the haters who think that this title is tainted?
I mean, should I respond to them in the same way? One of my favorite sound bites from our SportsCenter years, Dan, was Patrick Waugh saying, I can't hear you with my ring in my ear. You know what I mean? Like that's the answer. The haters. Come on, man. I mean, seriously, the proverbial, usually when people or teams or athletes, coaches win championships and say no one can take it away from us, there's the NCAA. They might attempt to take it away from us this entire time.
True.
That has been percolating, but let them try. And Charles Woodson said it on my show when I had him on after the Rose Bowl victory. If people talk about asterisks or tainted, as I know you guys have on the program, that the bottom line is I'll just put on my national championship hat and my shirt and go about my business. I'm not used to being the villain, Dan. I'm not used to rooting for a team and being the villain. I'm learning on the fly, and so that's the way I'm going with it right now.
Well, we had Michigan callers a few yesterday, and I said, well, how would you feel if this was Ryan Day at Ohio State and they were going through this? Would you be as lenient as objective as you want everybody else to be with Michigan, Jim Harbaugh, Connor Stallions?
Well, you know what? I mean, a shoe on the other foot. I mean, I've been there and done that. I had my ass kicked by Ohio State for so long. And, of course, I would be viewing it completely differently. I'm not going to lie and say that my objectivity in the Michigan-Ohio State's rivalry wouldn't affect my my thought process, of course. But the bottom line is the script is entirely flipped, like a George Burns body switching 80s movie, Dan. Like, we are now in Ohio State's body. They are in the Michigan body that for years, Dan, how many times did I come on your program in the early years of Harbaugh and you're asking me, can Jim do it? Is he going to be able to do it? Do you want him out?
Yeah.
You've put me on many different
well, when they were
seats.
2-4, Rich, during the pandemic, and they told him to take a pay cut, I wasn't the only one asking that question.
No, I'm just pointing out, as we're sitting here in this forum, the number of times where I was asked uncomfortable questions, and I'm not saying they were not legitimate. Of course they were, but it was a tough time. It was a tough time, and I heard from Ohio State fans all the time. I heard from Ohio State players coming on this program. I heard about it all the time, and now I don't hear very much, and it's awesome. It is truly awesome at this point in time. 3 straight years making the national championship playoffs, and now the national championship game and winning it all. It is a spike the football moment, sure, to the haters, but just in general to the millions upon millions upon millions of Michigan fans that are out there that have been waiting, and generations have been waiting, because this is better than 97. 97 was beat Washington State and then have an argument. This is now, the argument is there an asterisk? Is there taint? Whatever. Who knows? I don't know. And I don't care, because for sure, what we saw against Alabama and what we saw against Ohio State before that and what we saw against Washington is a deeper, more talented team and a better coached team winning snap to snap, quarter to quarter, and then game to game. And that I don't think you can dispute that.
No, I can't. The performance, but it'll be disputed that somebody was doing something and it benefited somebody. So I think, the NCAA is going to take 5 years to get around to this. Jim Harbaugh might be on his second job after leaving Michigan. Maybe he's back at Michigan, but I just think that they're going to have to look at this and say, we suspended you for 6 games. Now, they're 2 separate incidents, but, you sat down for 3 and you said you were fighting it, then you didn't. That, to me, was a telltale sign. If he fought it, great. I don't want to have, this hanging over Michigan. They were a great team this year, but there's still some baggage that is there, and it doesn't fit in the overhead bin.
I don't think we're ever going to find out what Connor Stalions' legion of phone videoers were actually put in the hands of somebody and actually pinpoint it to a moment where Michigan won it down. When this all happened, Dan, the video that came out of C.J. Stroud pre-snap in a game against Michigan, and you could see behind him Michigan defenders or kids on the sideline jumping and pointing to the sky, and Stalions was whispering in the ears of the defensive coordinator and the coach at the time. Everyone was like, there it is, like the Rick Dalton gif from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. There it is. That's it. And then when you actually look at the play, C.J. Stroud scored on that drive. Let me tell you this, Dan, the number of times that apparently Connor Stalions cheated to Michigan's success against Ohio State, I wish that would have put me in a rocking chair much sooner than they did on the actual day when Michigan was actually down at halftime. Is that what it was? Like the cheating, they were just holding back just enough for Michigan to not lead by halftime? And again, Dan, how many times have you been on vacation with your beautiful family and you're standing there in a wonderful vista and you're maybe taking a selfie? I don't know if you're a selfie guy. And then somebody goes, hey, let me take this photograph for you. And you hand them your phone and they take like forever to shoot the cat. And then they hand you back your phone and the photograph is thoroughly unusable. Like there's no chance. You're thinking in your head as the photograph's being taken, this is going to be the holiday card I sent to Rich and Susie and everyone else. And, and that's how I'll swap family cards with the Bermans, and so bottom line is you get handed back an unusable photograph. So every video that Connor Stalions' minions took was not only pristine and perfect and captured exactly what they were looking for, but it wound up in the proper hands to be used at the proper time to the best effect. Listen, that's for the haters, and that's for the NCAA to figure out. But Jim sat down for 6 games, and he did sit down for 3, and the 3 most difficult ones, including one where he found out he was being sat on the flight out on a day that courts were closed and Michigan couldn't push back because it was a national holiday. Purposeful? Who knows? For another day. Bottom line is there's a banner, there's a ring, and that banner will always fly in Michigan Stadium. And I can never, ever, ever thank and repay these kids and the coaches and the staff of Michigan enough, because it has been an incredible run. Incredible.
Talking to a Michigan grad, Rich Eisen, NFL Network host.
You couldn't tell.
No, could not tell.
Right.
All right. If you had to guess on Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
What would you?
It would be parting ways, I think.
And going where?
I don't know. That I have no earthly idea. Nobody does.
If you're the NFL, where would you want to place him?
Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Put him in the money division. Have him take on the Giants, his old team, twice a year. Have him, hooked up with a generationally talented quarterback at this stage of his career, in the same way Greg Popovich has been hooked up with Wembanyama at this part of his career. Let him go against Dallas twice a year on Thanksgiving, once in a while. Let him go into Philadelphia and try and bring the Commanders back to prominence in late windows on Fox as much as possible against the that's, if you're the league, I think that's where you would pinpoint his location next.
I saw where the ratings for the entire season for the NFL were up 7%.
Mm-hmm.
And that's hard to do, because I don't know where you're getting your audience from. And I don't know how much ratings matter to the NFL from the standpoint of, you have Amazon on Thursday night. You're going to have Peacock streaming this playoff game.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like, they sent the message out up 7%, but then I don't know if ratings matter to the NFL. I know they matter to their partners.
Sure.
But is that a interesting number to you?
If I had to guess, again, the international series, obviously I'm biased because I call most of those games. But I think fans dig that early fourth window. I think East Coast fans dig that 9:30 a.m. kick on certain weeks. Mm-hmm. And I think Christmas Eve night, triple headers on Saturday, double headers on ESPN on back-to-back Saturdays, because I think the NFL has been really smart in placing their markers on weekends when college football is done with its regular season and its conference championship season, and kind of seeds the ground to get ready for the once upon a time most wonderful time of the year. The NFL is kind of sneaking in there. That Friday game on Amazon, the Black Friday game, that I think is going to be huger and huger every year. If I had to guess, that's probably where the audiences came from.
All right, if I said that you could win a sports Emmy,
okay,
or Jim Harbaugh goes back to Michigan, you can't have both, only one. You and your show,
okay,
win a sports Emmy, or Jim Harbaugh comes back to Michigan.
Now, my guys are hearing this question around me, Dan. So you said me, and then you said my show.
Well, it's your show, but it's your crew there too.
Okay, so my crew would be honored as well as
it'd be the Rich Eisen show.
Okay, no, you said I would win an Emmy. So again, because
you would go up and get it. You'd go.
I'm halfway to Susan Lucci in terms of the sports host. You know what I mean? Like that. I sit in starving and thirsty for 3.5 hours until they finally announce that award every year.
Yeah, but it never changed my life when I won a sports Emmy. So I'm just telling you, it won't change your life. But it could change. You'd like to find out if it'll change your life.
I won't walk down the street and say, that's the guy who finally beat Tirico?
Yeah.
Answer the question.
It's the guy who finally beat
your crew.
Ernie?
Your crew wants you to answer. Would you rather the show won the sports Emmy, or Jim Harbaugh comes back to Michigan?
I would rather the show win an Emmy instead of Jim Harbaugh coming back to Michigan.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if you see what I'm doing at the same time. Tim.
No, it's not. That's not working. You're shaking your head. That.
Okay. Sorry to
lie detector.
keep your radio audience out of the joke.
Lie
Look
detector.
at you.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
What moves you? What dude? Does any sports team move you in the same way that Michigan moves me? Are you out of that game, Dan?
I've been out of that game since I went to ESPN.
What do you mean?
It's called being a journalist, Rich. It's called being a journalist. All right.
Being a but shows like this, Dan, it's called the Dan Patrick Show. It's not called the journalism show that Dan Patrick brings you. They want fans want to know what you think and moves you, and what
moves me is a great story.
Right.
I don't have any rooting allegiance
anymore.
None
for anything.
No.
You don't watch a Bengals game?
No.
I'm trying to choose any from Ohio. Again, for Ohio State against Michigan.
No,
you don't deep down root against Michigan, Dan?
No.
Deep down, your Buckeye roots?
I was hoping Michigan would win when they beat them a couple of years ago. Yes. If Ohio State keeps beating Michigan, it's not a rivalry. I'm glad that Michigan won. I am.
Okay.
It's better for the story. It's all about the story. Rich, I'm a storyteller is what I am.
I thought you're a tapestry weaver.
No.
Quite frankly.
No.
That's what you do is you weave.
I'm a Tom Rinaldi kind of storyteller.
Oh, God. The slow fox music? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Did we play the slow fox music going to break?
Yeah.
Gotta be a piano.
Whenever you see Tom Rinaldi and he's got a piano behind him, somebody died. Somebody died. Here comes Tom Rinaldi. Oh, he's got the piano.
No, but if he comes without the piano, you're like, let's do that sit down. You know what I mean? I'll tell you my story, but he brings the piano. That's the same guy. You don't want to be the player when they play the slow fox music to break.
Are you getting a Michigan tattoo just like Jim Harbaugh is?
No, I'm not getting a tattoo, Dan, but I'm going to get my championship hat and my shirt, and I will wear it proudly amongst all the haters. What?
The haters.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Hey,
I hear it.
you haters out there. Hey, you haters out there.
No, that's not the lyrics.
You. F you.
No, I'll send you the lyrics, Dan. Okay. I'll send you the lyric.
Okay. It is a great fight song. And
Thank you.
And a great helmet.
Thanks for giving me that.
Yeah. So congratulations. And in
Thank
5
you,
years, I'll have you on the show. Oh, I won't be doing the show when they take away the banner.
Oh.
So
I'll have you on mine then.
Okay, that'll be good. I'll come on your show. All right.
You're always welcome.
That's Rich Eisen. He hosts the Rich Eisen Show on Roku and, of course, NFL Net. He's got a busy weekend coming up. Are you working Saturday and Sunday, Rich?
Stan, I'm working as many days as I possibly can. Blood from the stone.
I'm there. You. I love it.
I'm there for America.
I love it. I love it. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to your phone calls. My thanks to Rich Eisen there. Michigan grad, by the way. Take a break. Back after this. NBC Sports will present 3 games on this upcoming NFL Super Wildcard weekend, including the NFL's first ever exclusively live stream playoff game. That'll be Saturday night on Peacock at 8 Eastern. It's the Kansas City Chiefs hosting Tyreek Hill and the Dolphins. Jason Garrett will be the game analyst Saturday night with the Dolphins and the Chiefs, and he'll be working with Mike Tirico and Kaylee Hartung. And the former Cowboys coach joins us on the program. How do you prepare your team for cold weather if you're Mike McDaniels going into Kansas City and they're talking about being one of the coldest games in NFL playoff history?
Hey, Happy New Year, Dan.
Happy New Year, Coach.
It's a real challenge for anybody. And the one thing I'd like to add, though, is it's a challenge for Kansas City, too. You know, they played in some of these games for a lot of years, but they're going to be impacted by how cold it is and handling the football and all of that. You know, Miami has had games in New York and Buffalo and New England, so they've had to deal with it a little bit. But this seems a little extreme. I don't know there's anything you really can do in practice to simulate it when you're down there in South Florida. I mean, what do you do? You know, I do think you want to talk about, you know, how you want the players to dress, the gloves, the sleeves, all those kinds of things. You know, really get with your equipment staff and talk those things through. And if you have to mandate some things. But it's a challenge. It'll be a challenge for both sides.
But do you coach differently in weather like this? Game plan different?
I don't think there's any doubt the weather's going to impact the game on both sides. And, for the Dolphins, you could argue that they're going to be impacted more, not only because they're from Miami, but their style of play is so high flying, right? They're such a fast team. It's a Santa Monica track club. Every time the ball is snapped, they got so many different guys that can attack you. And there's no doubt that when it's 0 degrees and you're playing on that grass and the wind's blowing, that slows you down. The tough physical teams that can run the ball, it plays more to their favor. Now, Kansas City on the other side, they've been a high-flying outfit for a long time, less so this year. They've evolved a little bit as a team. They've become a more physical team, so maybe it works to their advantage, but both teams are going to be impacted.
What's it like when your quarterback maybe doesn't have the same kind of confidence in every receiver? Like, let's say Patrick Mahomes, he knows Kelsey, but these other receivers drop the ball. Is that conscious, subconscious when you're calling plays or getting ready to throw to a receiver?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt that it is, especially with where they've been. This is the record-setting offense of the last 4 or 5 years, and they've been to heights that no other offenses have been to for a long time. And now they seem a lot more pedestrian, a lot more normal. And I do think that what you're talking about is real. Time and time again, when you go to a guy and you don't get the result you want, and not only are they not making the big spectacular plays that we're so used to seeing them make, they're not making the ordinary plays. And, there's a great story about Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan from years ago when Phil Jackson first got there and Jordan was already just a star, as you know. And, Phil kind of brought him into the office and said, you got to throw the ball to these different guys. You got to throw it to these guys that, it can't just be you every time. And he was like, well, that guy drops the ball and good things don't happen when I throw it to him. And Phil seemed to convince him to say, I got that. But the more you give them chances, the more confident they're going to be. And I think that's the case. That's a good lesson for quarterbacks. When you're dealing with young guys who haven't had that much success, you have to keep trying to instill confidence in them and belief in them. And maybe you have to overlook some of the drops, because over time you're going to need them. And I think Rashee Rice is a great example for their team, the growth and development of this guy over the course of the year. He's a real force now. And I think Patrick has to be willing to do that with some of the other guys to have them continue to grow, even at this late date, if they want to make a run in the playoffs.
I'm going to make you owner of the Patriots. What do you do?
I have such immense respect for Coach Belichick and what he's done. I think you have a conversation with him and say, okay, here's where we are. These are my concerns. Is there a way that we can restructure this thing and keep you as the coach? And so I would start there. Okay. Instead of saying, hey, it's all on you to make every decision in the organization. Can we structure it in a way where, we bring a general manager back in there, maybe some you're familiar with, and let's keep going down the road. We're going to have to make some hard decisions on staff and on players, but let's keep this thing going. Short of that, if you're not satisfied with what that answer is, I think it's time to move on, and I think both guys would embrace a fresh start.
You're the owner of the Bears.
This is a hard one for me because Matt Eberflus worked for us in Dallas for a long time, and he's a dear friend, and I think what he's done for the last part of this year should be encouraging to Bears fans, particularly with Justin Fields, how he's played. Having said that, you have to pull back and say, okay, do we have an opportunity to go get someone who we think can be really impactful and difference-making? The obvious one would be Jim Harbaugh. Are we comfortable with a guy like that? And then the other decision is, what do we do with the quarterback? Justin Fields has really improved. I think he's shown a lot of people how good a player he can be, but are these two guys coming out in the draft difference-making generational players? So I think you have two really workable options, promising as a head coach and promising as a quarterback. But then do we want to go get the big fish, so to speak? So those are the discussions.
Jason Garrett, Football Night in America studio analyst. He'll be on the call with Mike Tirico, Kaylee Hartung. That'll be Saturday night streaming on Peacock, the Chiefs and the Dolphins. Yeah, just trying to understand what's going on now with the coaching situation. Now Mike Vrabel just became available. Why is Mike Vrabel out of a job, in your opinion?
Hard for me to know about the inner workings of the organization. I'm such a Vrabel fan. They did such a good job there. But from the start of maybe the middle of last year through the end of this season, they were a different team. And I think the record shows that. They had been a team that was so hard to beat. And then they became a team that was a lot easier to beat. And, as the head coach, you have to own that. Clearly, there was a difference in personnel. The A.J. Brown trade was certainly something I think everyone points to as highlighting maybe a difference in philosophy between the coaching staff and the personnel department. But it seems like since the middle of last year, they've been different. And, what discussions they had, yesterday and leading up to yesterday, who knows? Does he want to be there? Does he want to go to New England as the next head coach there? I mean, maybe those kinds of things came up. He's certainly a really good coach and won't be out of work long.
What would be your concern or concerns for Cowboys hosting the Packers this weekend?
Just that they don't play the way they're capable of playing. They're a really good team. And, a lot of people have said, hey, they've beaten teams with less than 500 record, all of that. Well, you only can play the teams that are on your schedule. And in most of those games, except for Arizona, they dominated them. And they had a rough one against San Francisco early. They had a rough one against Philly. The Miami thing, the Buffalo thing, those are the ones where you say, hey, against the better teams, how did they do? But at the end of it, they won 12 out of 17, and they're really good in all three phases of their team. So the big challenge for them is to go be who they are. Don't let the pressure of the playoffs or recent history impact you in a negative way. They're a better team than Green Bay. They should win the game, particularly at home.
What was it like when you're coaching and you hear that Jerry Jones has said something, and then the media comes over and wants to ask you about that?
The media love that. They love that idea of he said this, and didn't you say this before, and trying to provide a rift between us. And, that never was a big issue for me, because I knew the conversations that Jerry Jones and I had. Sometimes the perception of things were such that, oh, you're over here, he's over here, you're not on the same page, all of that. We tried to have honest conversations about things we're doing. If you had to undo some things because maybe he was emotional after a game, hey, undid it. But, ultimately, there are some of those landmines that you have to deal with as a coach, particularly in a high-profile environment. It just comes with the dinner.
Yeah, I felt bad for Mike McCarthy the other day when Jerry said, hey, his record speaks for itself, and, just giving all these, plaudits to him. And then at the very end, it was basically, well, we'll see how it goes game to game as far as, Mike McCarthy's future. So Jerry almost had the perfect response. Then he had to add, but we're going to see how it goes game to game. How would you feel if you're Mike McCarthy?
Mike's done such a great job there. He's done a great job throughout his career, and they've been one of the better teams in the league the last few years. And, he knows more than anybody that, it's a day-to-day, week-to-week, year-to-year business. And the bottom line is winning, and there's a lot of expectation in Dallas for them to take the next step and to go win. So, he's done a great job kind of locking in and keeping his team locked in. You just got to kind of move on. It's all part of that job, and he's handled it beautifully.
Have fun on Saturday night there. Is your wife helping you with your wardrobe there on Saturday night?
We both decided we had to start packing early, and I don't know how you pack for a game. This is new territory for me. 0 degrees, calling a game in Kansas City with the window open.
Don't wear gloves when you're on camera. Act tough, okay?
Yeah, don't wear gloves on camera?
Well, just when they go to you in the booth there, I mean, Tirico's going to have gloves on. I know that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But you know what? Don't be afraid to not have the hat on. Now, once the camera's off of you, you can bundle up. But I think, you got to show that you're tough. You're East Coast tough.
Yeah, I don't think hat, right? We can't do a hat.
Nah.
Right?
Well, it depends on how long you're on camera, Coach.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah. Don't do earmuffs, okay?
I think quick changes are going to be critical.
Good to talk to you. Safe travels. Thank you.
Thanks. Always good talking to you. Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. You too, Coach. Jason Garrett, Football Night in America. And NBC Sports is going to present the Super Wildcard Weekend, the first ever exclusively live-streamed playoff game this Saturday night on Peacock at 8 Eastern. And they're talking about being one of the coldest games on record, certainly in playoff history.
I need the full 411 on how Mike Vrabel goes into a meeting with the owner and general manager of the team and comes out without a job.
Right.
And I do not know why Mike Vrabel is an unemployed head coach today. 2 years after being coach of the year and being a guy who everybody who's coached by him loves him. And you basically... we're wondering about how that stone ripples into the pond up there in New England, where you're hearing nothing. Again, it's now 3 days since the snow started to thaw against the Jets. 3 days.
Seems like Ian Rappaport was saying on the Insiders that Titans ownership was kind of irked by Vrabel going to New England for the ceremony to be inducted into the Pats Hall of Fame in the middle.
A bye week?
On the bye week.
It's a bye week.
That's
insane. It's a day. What, he's not supposed to
go? In the middle of their year, I guess.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
If that's the case, come on. Just get over yourselves. Like, he's yours. He gives his heart and soul. Like, if you see how he operates on his job, if he operated in his job like he didn't care and then he shows up, and takes the red jacket from the Crafts and sits in their box, you sit there and go, oh, you're offending us? That's crazy, if that's really the case.
Also, there was the quote yesterday that they didn't want to work out a trade because they thought it would be too complicated and take too long.
Well, that I understand. And then the people, like, if it takes too long, then you can't hire the person that you'd want to hire to let him be traded.
Right.
That I understood that. But if this is really, we don't think you're with us completely because on a bye week when everybody's allowed to go wherever they want for a day, that you wind up in the home of the spot. But by the way, it's the same guy who ended the Brady Belichick era in that building for you in the playoffs in his coach of the year 2 years after that. Get out. Adam Schefter came on our 20th anniversary show on NFL Network. So what does that mean? He doesn't want to compete against Ian and Tom Pelissero and Mike Garafolo? Is that what it means? Is that what it means?
Did you give him I don't know what color the jacket would be at NFL Network.
No, but in all honesty, though, it's just like that's his history. That's his past. You wanted to celebrate when your fans voted him in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. What are you supposed to say? No, I'm the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. I'm sorry. That's crazy if that has anything to do with it. Because I'll tell you what, when I had a meeting with him in Tennessee, he was all about Titans football. That's it. And he was kind of miserable. You could see that they weren't performing very well. Wow. That is nutty. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. Every year there's a surprise as to who might not be back as a coach of a team. And Mike Vrabel, prior to this announcement, was that guy. Mm-hmm. And we're waiting to hear what's coming out of New England, if anything. But the Pete Carroll era in Seattle is over. He will not be back as the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
Crazy.
Whoa.
Adam Schefter saying he still could remain in the organization, maybe in the front office, but out as head coach.
Out as head coach. Well, first blush thoughts.
Okay.
What a run. Number one. Hall of Fame type run. 100%. Guy comes from college and does what he does there after what he was doing in the pros before going back to college. Everything about him, his always compete mantra, exactly what his teams personified, from the Legion of Boom and Russ all the way to his last teams in Seattle as the head coach there. I hope he does stay in the front office. He deserves that sort of treatment 100%. Just his energy on the sidelines, his way of coaching people up is truly the stuff of legend. He is that good. For all Seahawks fans, I wish you could have gotten that second one. We will always be talking about what happened on the goal line of that Super Bowl between the Patriots and this team forever, the Seattle Seahawks. First blush, give Pete Carroll his flowers, give him his due. He has put together a stretch in Seattle that puts him in the conversation of being a Pro Football Hall of Famer. I truly believe that.
Agree.
So, put Seattle football completely on the map in a way that you can argue Mike Holmgren attempted to do and had a nice run there, put him in a Super Bowl, didn't win it, put him on the map again, and took care of business. And maybe the most successful run in the history of the Seattle Seahawks, with all due respect to everyone else. You know, in the Dave Craig super, in the Kingdom era,
Yeah.
So he deserves that. Question is, who else? By the way, I don't believe, certainly if he's involved in this, the what's your deal, bro guy is going to go there.
This smells like Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like to me. Dan Quinn was hired from this staff to go to Atlanta. He is absolutely going to be high on the radar screen to go back there and be the HC there. I think that is exactly what I'm thinking. I'm sure a bunch of people are thinking that. And the Dallas Cowboys' only option to keep him might be to make him the HC. But Jerry Jones said there's another year on Mike McCarthy's contract. I'm very happy with him, and that makes complete sense. So this may be Dan Quinn's final ride as the DQ as the DC in Big D. But you never know who they might have in mind. But what an end of a run for Pete Carroll. A shocker in Seattle, as Schefter was tweeting out. Every year, you never know. Vrabel out. Now Pete Carroll out. Is it possible Belichick would be next? Whoa. What a coaching carousel that is spinning right now in the National Football League. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
How about the Titans firing Mike Vrabel is, or was, a massive mistake, solid move, baffling, or it makes sense?
Well, I would say baffling, because it feels like if you're Tennessee and now you have a coaching search, aren't you looking for Mike Vrabel? All of these teams are going to be interested in Mike Vrabel. But when he got fired, it was like, wait a minute, what just happened? It changed everything, I think, for some of these teams where you go, well, hold on here. Do we want to keep our coach in Chicago, Matt Eberflus? Is Mike Vrabel going to be the guy that we would consider there? The Patriots, of course, when Vrabel went back and he got inducted into their Ring of Honor and he got his sport coat there, Patriot sport coat, I mean, he said a lot of great things about that organization. And it was one of those where I kind of did a freeze frame of that he looked like he belonged there. And this is long before we thought that Tennessee would fire him. But, it kind of started, kind of lit the match where you go, well, okay, maybe if Belichick doesn't come back, Vrabel certainly knows the organization, respects the organization, played in the organization, and the Patriot way and all of that. And that's the first thing I thought of. And I wonder what Robert Kraft thought. I wonder when that came across his desk, did he go, we need to get Bill in here by the end of the week. We need to talk to Coach Belichick. And I even saw Vegas odds where the second best odds for Bill Belichick, his team, you guys want to guess the second best odds? I'm not sure. The Chargers might be the number one team I saw with odds. I don't know if DraftKings has odds, but I think there were odds in Vegas of the best place for him to land. Paulie?
Oh, I thought this was a trick question. It was the Patriots.
It is.
Oh.
It is.
Really?
Second best odds right now, or Belichick stays with the Patriots. Yes, Eden.
And the first best are that he leaves for the Chargers.
Yeah, I think so. Now, I was told that even those around him don't know what Bill's going to do. Somebody who knows, somebody in his inner circle said that to me yesterday. His friends don't know what he's going to do, but he thought that staying on the East Coast made the most sense for Belichick. And Washington, D.C. with Annapolis and ties to the Naval Academy, that might make more sense. Yes, Eden.
I was just going to say, he doesn't strike me as a fella at a point in life that feels like picking up and moving all the way across country.
But I would for Justin Herbert.
You would?
Yeah, I think so. It's like when you have that long-distance relationship and you go, God, I want to go cross-country, and then, okay, I'll go cross-country. You go, no, I'm going to stay here. I'm good. Feels like that's a cross-country worthy quarterback. You're not all in on Justin Herbert? Okay.
I mean, I like him, but I don't. It seems like there's more question marks now than there had been in years past.
Yeah. Paulie?
With the Chargers, there's been rumors of Jim Harbaugh. There's been rumors of Bill Belichick. If you ran the Chargers, if you owned the Chargers, would you overpay to buy some relevance as well as a good coach?
Oh, I want Jim Harbaugh.
Besides just coaching, but relevance in Los Angeles.
No, I want Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh is going to be out. Bill Belichick's not going to a Laker game. He's not going to a USC game.
He does make you weirdly relevant without actually talking to the
I
media.
would rather have Jim Harbaugh because I feel like I can get the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
He's going to be relevant, just won a national championship. He's there in Los Angeles. He does, he'll probably go out. You might see him.
Does Harbaugh know that they're not in San Diego anymore? Does he? I'm not 100% sure Harbaugh knows they're not in San Diego. He probably thinks he's going back to San Diego where he used to coach.
And that's another thing. When we look at his stops along the way, people start at Stanford. He was at San Diego. He wasn't at San Diego State. I don't even think they have scholarships at San Diego. But he did really well there. Then he went to Stanford. Then he went to the Niners. And here he is at Michigan. But I also go back a couple of years when they were 2-4. And I think people thought that Jim Harbaugh could get fired. And he took a pay cut. And here he is with as much leverage as any other coach. But Mike Vrabel, I'm going to guess, changed some people's wish list yesterday by being let go by the Titans. All right, and I do think the Titans will get worse before they get better. I don't know if they have a quarterback. Derrick Henry feels like that was his last game there. And what else do you have? You have Will Levis. Mike Vrabel is a good coach. He bordered on being a great coach. It felt like prepared, tough teams, and there's a lot of GMs and owners who would love to have that kind of stability.
The Bears.
The Bears? I don't think they're moving on from Eberflus. I don't. And I think they're going to keep Justin Fields. I wouldn't keep Justin Fields. I don't know enough about Eberflus, but I would reset the clock on my quarterback. Yes, Marvin.
The pressure is on the Bears next year. They better do something big because if they
Like, they better hope Caleb Williams doesn't go off and Mike Vrabel doesn't coach the Patriots to an AFC title
Well,
game.
that's not going to happen. that will not happen.
The playoffs.
Maybe.
Playoff hunt.
Playoff hunt.
All right.
Might be a playoff hunt situation there.
Breaking news to start NFL Live today. Adam Schefter, what more can you tell us?
Laura, Pete Carroll is out as the Seattle Seahawks head coach. The most surprising change so far during this head coaching cycle. He's a legendary figure. The Seahawks would like to keep him within the organization in an advisory role. That is the plan right now. We'll see if there's another team that is interested in interviewing Pete Carroll for a head coach opening that they currently have. But Seattle is going in a different direction. This was a season in which I think Pete Carroll struggled to connect to some of these young players. There was the incident this past weekend, which he dismissed, where the players were smoking cigars in the locker room after they won a game, despite the fact that they didn't make the playoffs. A lot of instances like this throughout the course of the season. And ultimately, the Seahawks owner, Jody Allen, decides to go in a new direction. And now the big decision will be who makes the ultimate decision on who the next head coach will be in Seattle, whether it's Jody Allen or the general manager, John Schneider. But they are now at a crossroads and going in a new direction. We'll see which direction they go, but Pete Carroll is out.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Adam, still expected to have an advisory role with the Seahawks. Adam with us for the next hour with all the reaction on this news and some more news as we welcome you into NFL Live. Dan Orlovsky, Andrew Hawkins. We've got Mina Kimes joining us here and Marcus Spears. I'm going to go to Mina first. Mina, as somebody who knows this Seattle organization really well, what's your reaction to this surprising news?
Shock first. I mean, Pete Carroll is the greatest coach in the history of the organization. I would say he's also one of the greatest coaches in the history of the sport. His record of wins speaks for itself, but it's worth noting to accomplish that across so many years with different quarterbacks is incredibly difficult to do in the modern NFL. He is an amazing leader, an unparalleled facilitator of culture, and a tremendous developer of talent. The Legion of Boom era Seahawks, one of the best defenses in NFL history, had his stamp all over them. The way he developed those players, some of whom will be in the Hall of Fame, is incredible. But I do think it is the defense that led us to this moment with the team, or the struggles of the defense this year, with the playoffs in hand, with a chance to determine their own destiny. Losing to the Steelers the way they did, the defense ultimately finishing 28th in DVOA this season. They've been below average in that metric, in most metrics, 5 of the last 6 seasons. That is Pete's side of the ball. It's not an easy decision, but it's also not an incomprehensible one when you look at it through that lens. And if they can keep him in the building, as has been suggested, in an advisory role, I think that would be the optimal outcome for this team.
Yeah, and it certainly seems like Dan Quinn, who's the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, who has ties to Seattle, makes a lot of sense. It's interesting hearing Shefty say new direction, because my question is, like, is it a new direction for Seattle or just new leadership? Because Seattle organizationally has always been a place, at least since Pete Carroll's been there, that, you know, the direction or the culture has been one that people try to recreate. And it doesn't seem like that's been lost. Maybe the performance on the field hasn't been like when they were going on some Super Bowl runs, but that's why I say if it's just new leadership that's wanted, but that same kind of cohesive direction, Dan Quinn and the way that he coaches and the ties that he has to that organization makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and I agree. Dan Quinn is a great option. And I think, you know, we're all shocked by Pete Carroll moving on from the Seahawks in a head coaching role. But the reality is it probably has run its course, not in a bad way. He's an incredible coach. They have an incredible culture. The main job of a head coach is to know the X's and O's and motivate the Jimmies and the Joes. And that's what Pete Carroll does really well. But over time, some of those sayings, some of those stories, they get old, and you have to reset your roster. And we've been through a couple of resets with Pete Carroll, and I think it's just the time now and advantageous for the organization because of the level of head coaching candidates available in this current moment.
All right, Adam, 1 second. Dan, go ahead.
Shefty, how much money is left on Geno Smith's contract moving forward, both years and how much is guaranteed?
No guaranteed money beyond this year. So basically they're through the Geno Smith contract, even though it was a 2-year deal. So they can essentially go whatever direction they want at the quarterback position. And this really is the start of a new chapter in Seattle. Pete Carroll is obviously stepping aside. He says it's a mutual decision that he and ownership have charted out and decided to go in a new direction. So basically, they can have Geno back. They might not have Geno back. I'm sure they'll look at their quarterback options, and we were talking about coaching options and Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn will be one of the names that they will be interested in. Now, that doesn't mean that he's going to be the guy in any way, shape, or form, because Dan Quinn's going to have interest from Tennessee. He's going to have interest from other teams. Dallas isn't going to want him to leave, but it becomes a very interesting situation with Dan Quinn. Yeah. The Seahawks are also going to look at other candidates. There are a whole slew of them out there. And so we'll see where this search takes them. But they have not been in this position in over 14 years. And so it's a chance to really reevaluate the organization and move forward and set a new course here to see what direction they want to go. Dan Quinn will be one of the names. He will not be the only name, and there's certainly no sure thing that Seattle will be his only option.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else to say about the progression going forward. You know, we'll see what candidates step in, but to wax poetic about Pete Carroll and how he set the culture, that was the thing that MK said that made my eyes open. And when I heard this news, you always want to leave it better than when you came, and I absolutely believe that Pete Carroll put Seattle where they needed to be. This team was in prominence when I was in the league. This is when all of this started. And you think about his run at USC, it's very rare. That's why everybody is shocked and we have these type of reactions, because success is hard. And that's the reality of it. You have Pete Carroll, you have Mike Tomlin, and you have Bill Belichick, who's been in places for a long period of time. Those are the three jobs that everybody looked at as a representation of what you do as a head coach and sustainability. And now this is just the next evolution of what the Seattle Seahawks want to be as a team. And the hard thing about it is you don't know if it's going to get better or is it going to get worse, because we know that Pete Carroll can always bring this team to a point where they are in contention. So I look forward to the future. I think Pete Carroll is going to be very important in how this organization moves forward if he so chooses. But his run and his tenure is why we think of the Seattle Seahawks like we think of them right now.
And Marcus, you bring up those three names right there: Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, and Mike Tomlin. They are three legendary figures. By the way, you could even include Andy Reid in there, and I will include Andy Reid if you don't mind. Okay? We see today the Seahawks and Pete Carroll mutually decide to go their own ways. We are awaiting a decision in Foxborough about the future of Bill Belichick. We essentially have heard about Mike Tomlin, and there's been speculation across the league that he could decide, it's a possibility, after the season to step aside, a la Sean Payton, the way he did. Again, he's not thinking about that Mike Tomlin. He's focused on the upcoming playoff game against Buffalo, but there are people who believe that that possibility exists. And then with Andy Reid, it could be the last year for Andy Reid at any point in time. So now the four coaches who are legendary figures in this game, one of them today is not a head coach. Waiting on Belichick. No. That could very well be two. We wait to see what happens with Mike Tomlin after the game and what happens with Andy Reid after the season, because that will be a question for him every year after the season. Do you want to come back and coach again? One down today, three other questions out there that exist.
Yeah, Adam, it could be the ushering in of a new era in head coaching in the NFL that we're seeing right now. Mina mentioned yesterday on this show, it may be the best class of potential head coaches that we've seen in quite some time, maybe even ever. Now 7 jobs open, these teams looking for head coaches and looking for new directions, different leadership. Mina, as it relates back to the Seahawks, as we continue to address the breaking news today of Pete Carroll stepping away, how attractive is this job in Seattle?
I think it's a very attractive job. I think that this roster has a lot of talent, and they underperformed relative to that talent, which again is probably why we're here with this decision. Offensively, Dan asked about Geno Smith's contract. It's very team friendly. I think it's unlikely that they would be able to upgrade on Geno Smith, frankly, who is way down the list when you're ranking the reasons why this team isn't in the playoffs. There's issues with pass protection. Defensively, there's some positions I think they need to upgrade at, off-ball linebacker, edge. But when I look at this roster, they do look to me like a playoff caliber roster. And I have to think that would be attractive to some of the head coaching names we've been throwing around.
Yeah, MK, I think your points on the team are spot on. So a couple things just hearing you guys and Shefty talk. when it comes to his potential replacement. Number one, I think we have to figure out or find out why they actually made this decision. And was it mutually exclusive? Because you hear Shefty say maybe there was a struggle to connect with some of the younger players. So that makes me think, will that new head coach be someone who is of younger age? The Seattle Seahawks have the 16th pick in the NFL draft. To Mina's point, I don't think you're upgrading at quarterback this year with the 16th pick. So it's either going to be who's the head coach, is it offensive or defensive minded, and then what are they going to do? Are they going to keep Geno on the team-friendly contract, or are they going to try to move up? We know that they tried to, or at least had interest in going to get Anthony Richardson up last year. So I think there's a lot of unknown questions right now, both with the head coach and also what they're going to do at the most important position. Because in that division, San Francisco and the Rams, they're not going anywhere. Kyler Murray back healthy in Arizona as well.
And it's interesting, Dan, because again, we're talking about Pete Carroll, legendary figure, struggling to connect. I don't know whether that's Pete Carroll, who does such a great job with coaching and connecting to young guys, or whether it's just today's generation of player, and whether any coach might have an issue connecting to some of the younger players. But there were certainly some issues that arose during the course of the season. Pete Carroll's mantra always is all about protecting the team. Protect the team at all costs. And there were incidents and examples this year where that was not the case. I don't know that I view that as a Pete Carroll issue so much as an issue of a function of today's player. And so no matter who comes in, younger or older, there still has to be some accountability there from the players to make sure that some of the things that happened this year don't happen again in the future.
I just want to read something to you guys really fast. I went back and looked at my notes from a preseason Seattle game that we had in 2022. This was, of course, when we were going to see Geno Smith for the first time as the starting quarterback and Russell Wilson was gone. Something that Pete Carroll said, he said, "It's not starting over. We've been winning for a really long time here. I'm looking for my players to be unique and not robotic like some of players have been here in the past. I'm encouraging them to be who they are and making this a safe place to express themselves." That's what he said, like a little bit over a year ago. It's interesting when you think about that, Hawk, and some of the reporting that Adam's telling us and some of the narrative around this change.
Yeah, no, exactly. And to your point, it's tough to say. The game of football is changing. The players are different. I think you're seeing the same thing in New England with Bill Belichick. Are they going after Vrabel? It would make sense because he is closer to that generation. And the same with Dan Quinn, or at least, how he's worked with players thus far. I think it's a super attractive job. My question becomes if, the Seattle Seahawks are eventually going to be sold, is this going to be a place that a head coach feels, secure in their job? Because if a new owner comes in and wants their guy, is this the right decision with all the other options out there?
Yeah, well, I lean into a lot of what Dan said, Hawk, about how, all you got to do is look at the recent history of when new coaches come on, it's usually a new quarterback.
Right.
It's usually a guy that they want to have in their own vein. And that's the thing that I think about in the strength. And we know who leads these organizations when it comes to not only the success of the organizations, but also how you look at those organizations. We don't look at any franchise as a model of having success if they don't have a quarterback with a coach that's coming in new, that's paired, that we believe can take them to a level in which we think they'll be competitive. And Geno has played well. This is not to cast aspersions on him, but the changes we've seen DeMeco Ryans, they draft C.J. Stroud. We saw the new regime in Carolina, they drafted Bryce Young. We saw Dan Campbell go to Detroit, they traded for Jared Goff. Sean McVay wanted his guy after having a tremendous amount of success in Matthew Stafford. You think about San Francisco, trying to find quarterback after quarterback after quarterback, but the model has been when there's a new head coach coming in town, there will be a change soon at that position. And I wonder if that's a part, as far as speaking about Geno, I wonder if that's a part, and it has to be in the back of his mind, what does this mean for advancement of this franchise, and how will they look going forward?
Yeah, again, as you see on the screen and as we've told you, Pete Carroll expected to move into an advisory role with this organization. Mina, we'll give you the last word here. How will Carroll be remembered with the Seahawks?
I'll just draw on things that I've heard from players who played on those great defenses, Cam Chancellor, Bobby Wagner, Michael Bennett, who I've had the chance to interview and spend time with over the years. And there's two things that come to mind. One, the brand of football, defensive football, that Pete Carroll coached, the scheme that he implemented was so physically dominant, they had to change the rules in football because of it. So I think he'll always be remembered for that. And then the other thing, talking to those players, I've spoken with a lot of players about their former coaches. I don't think I've ever met players talk about a former coach the way they talk about Pete Carroll, the impact that he's had on them on and off the field. They would run through a wall for him. And I think when we think back on his legacy in Seattle, when you look at the way players talk about him, the players who have come back to that organization, that is something that he did at a level that we may never see again.
Oh, I just got chills. And Mina, that would be true for the college players as well that he coached. Carroll, one of 3 head coaches to win both a Super Bowl title and an AP national title in college alongside Jimmy Johnson and Barry Switzer. If he is in fact done with coaching, that legacy, as Mina so well said there, is one that we will never forget.
And we have breaking news from Chris Lowe at this moment. Nick Saban is retiring. Sources are telling ESPN 6 national championships, the greatest coach of all time. It appears to be over. I repeat that again. According to Chris Lowe of ESPN, Nick Saban has announced to his team that he is stepping down. Chris Lowe joining us right now. Chris, many thanks. Appreciate you coming. I'm just going to hit you up and tell you what do you know and how did this come about?
Well, Paul, it is for college football, it's one of those days I think we'll probably all remember. The greatest run certainly in modern football history over. Nick Saban retiring, telling his team today. This is something he's done the last few years, as I think after the season, he and his wife Terry have gotten away and assessed where they are with their lives, where Nick is with his career. Was not something that he did for the first time this year. And, soon after they got back from the Rose Bowl, they went down to their place in Florida, talked about it, came back, thought about it. I don't think anybody knew, excuse me, I don't think anybody really knew what was going to happen. I mean, you talk to people at Alabama over the last few days, it's been business as usual. But Nick is old school, as you well know, and the first people he wanted to know were his players. And he talked to his players, he told them. And I think it's, again, something that a lot of people around that program thought there might be a chance of it happening, but I don't think anybody saw it coming in the last couple of days.
Again, Chris, so many people felt like this was a possibility, and I watch what you have to say very closely, and I felt you were pointing toward the possibility of this throughout the year, reversing where you had been previously. What do you think triggered it?
Well, I think, when you're 72 years old, first of all, Paul, 14-hour days are a lot different than they were when you're 60 or 62. That's just the way it is. And Nick's one of those guys that he can only do it one way. He's never going to scale back. He was never going to scale back and bring somebody else in to help him. He knows one way to coach football. And I think he'd gotten to the point where he felt like he had given everything he could. He'd done everything he could as a head football coach to make Alabama a championship contender every year. And this was the right time, the right place for him in his life and his family to walk away. He was never going to have – someone asked me out in L.A., is there any chance that he would do this and then sort of say, I'm going to coach my last year? No way. There was never any way he was going to do a victory tour like we've seen some coaches do. He was going to decide, he was going to make his decision, talk to his family, and then he was going to be done. And that's what happened today.
Again, I realize many of you are maybe just joining us. You see it at the bottom of the screen for those folks on radio that may have just tuned in. Chris Lowe, who has been as close to Nick Saban as anyone over these last couple of years, really for many years, breaking the story moments ago that Nick Saban has told his team he is retiring. Chris, I even hate to move ahead because we're talking about the greatest coach of all time, but let me just try to get a sense from you about how this went down beyond telling his team. How long do you think this has been in the works, and what impact, if any, did last week and this season have on his decision?
Well, and I don't, first of all, Paul, I don't claim to know everything that went through Nick's mind. And I have had the pleasure of getting to know him pretty well over the last 20 years and covering his team. He's been very gracious to me to let him inside his program and see some things and sort of go behind the curtain. But this was something that was a very tight circle. Really, he and his wife, Terry, his family. And I think that's about it. And I think that's sort of the way he is. If you know Nick Saban, he's not the kind of guy that talks about things that might happen. He's very much an in-the-moment type of guy. I did speak with him, I guess, last month before the playoff. And the one thing he did say, we weren't talking about his retirement, we're just talking about other things in the sport. He says, listen, when you start thinking about and talking about and asking questions or sort of asking yourself about retiring, you probably already are retired. He said, I'm not saying I'm to that point yet, but as I said, when you work 14 hours a day like he's always done, you get on planes, you fly over the country, you recruit kids, and you're 72, that takes a toll on anybody. Even a guy like Nick, and I used to joke with him that he was bionic. There's not many people at that age that has that kind of energy that can do it and go about it the way he did. But he is human, and he's. I think he wants to have a quality of life after coaching where he can do some things that he wants to do. And I think that's the other thing that he has said, not just this year, but over the years when we've talked about different things, that when he's done coaching, that he still has time, still has the kind of quality of life, because then he can go out there and live his life, do things with his family, do the things that he likes to do that, let's be honest, when he's coaching football, that was always going to be what he did. And he just didn't have the time to do it because he was never going to take the time, because he wanted to coach football and do it at the highest level. And he always felt like if he weren't, he was letting his players down, the university down, all the fans down. He was going to give everything he possibly had. And people ask me what stands out or what do you think about when you think about Nick Saban. There was a story that Terry Saban told me one time when they were living in Miami, and this was when he was in NFL. And they had a meeting or something planned there at the Dolphins headquarters, and there was a bad storm that came through, and people were having trouble getting to work. Well, the Sabans had a tree that actually fell over in their yard and blocked the driveway. Nick goes and gets a chainsaw and saws that tree up so he can back the car out of the driveway and get to the complex. That's the way he went to work and approached his job every single day.
We are chatting with Chris Lowe. This bombshell breaking news from just moments ago that Nick Saban has informed his team that he is stepping down after the most legendary career in college football history with 7 national championships. Chris, it is early even to think about something, but it's obvious whenever a coach steps down, there is going to be a new coach. Just not that there's any news on that, of course, because this hasn't even been officially announced yet, but just give us your best guess on how this plays out. Well, good luck to Greg Byrne, Alabama's AD, who's one of the best in the business, and certainly all ADs want to be in a position to make key hires. I can't think of a more critical or tougher, I wouldn't say tougher because Nick leads that program in such great shape, but a hire, let's just put it this way, Paul, a hire that everyone's going to be watching. And clearly it's not just going to be Greg's hire. There are people there, his bosses in the upper administration in Alabama that will have a big say. I don't think they'll rush. Certainly every good AD, which Greg is, has a list of guys, as the cliche goes, or candidates in their drawer, and I'm sure he does. People are going to, the next question you and everybody's going to have, well, what say will Nick Saban have? Nick Saban will do anything and everything he can to help them move forward. In no way, shape, or form, though, is in his DNA that he's going to try to force somebody on them and tell them this is who you should go hire. He will be a resource for them. You can bet your last dollar on that. And I think they'll sort of look around and see who they feel like is a fit. There are a lot of good young coaches out there. This is a young man's game. I think more than ever, when you look at the workload and NIL and managing the roster and portal and all that goes into being a head coach now, especially at that level. And so I think all those things to be considered. I just, right now, I'm very hesitant to start throwing out names because and I know over the next 24 hours, basically everybody who's ever won a title, NFL and college, anybody who's ever been construed as being
somebody who's been a part of Nick's tree is going to be mentioned at some point.
Another moment or two again. I don't want to act like this is the end of the world, but in college football, this is as close as you can get. We're at the precipice with the news that everyone that has covered Nick Saban, that knew Nick Saban, that has watched, admired, or rooted against Nick Saban knew would happen. At some point, he would step down, although while many believe, Chris, that it could come, I think a lot of people just assumed that he wanted to win another title. I don't think that's really was probably the right way of thinking about this. But in terms of the Coach Saban that you've been around and observed and saw just the other day, when do you think, or do you think, or how much do you think it meant to finally get back, not finally get, he's only been there, it's only been 2 years, but to beat Kirby Smart, to stop all that talk of a three-peat, that Kirby Smart was moving past Nick Saban. How important do you think that game in Atlanta was? And I'm not saying anything's gravy, because this is a man that competes for only the championships, but do you think that played a role in it all?
Well, he's fiendishly competitive, Nick is. We know that. But no, I don't think he thinks that way, Paul. I really don't. I think that what he gleaned the most satisfaction out of this year is, as much as maybe any team he's ever had there, this team improved from where they were in the second, third week as dramatically as any team he's ever had. He told me when I was with him a couple of times this year that the way the season was going, he talked about how fulfilling it was for him. I know in talking to his wife, Terry, after one of the games this year, she just talked about just how happy and how glad he was for the players to see them come as far as they've come. And anybody who's been around Nick knows that's why he coaches. He wants to see his teams be the absolute best they can be, to go from being maybe, regardless of what you think or I think or any fans out there think about his team, get the most that they can possibly get out of it. And I think he did that this year. Boy, they're an overtime away from playing for another national championship. And, we talk about Jack Nicklaus and all the majors he won in golf, and then you go back and you look at all the second-place finishes. Look at all the times that Nick was in the playoff or finished second in the national title game. We could easily be talking about 10-plus national titles in his career, and he always had Alabama in that position. So as far as beating Kirby again, and I really don't think that factored in his decision to retire right now. Did he enjoy beating the best teams and the best coaches and guys that he had mentored and guys that came up through his ranks? Absolutely he did, because he's a competitor. But I don't think that's anything that cemented the fact that he was ready to walk away right now.
Welcome to an emergency edition of Always College Football. It is officially January 10th, 4:29 Central Time. About 15 minutes ago, Chris Lowe of ESPN announced that Nick Saban is set to retire at the University of Alabama. It was a little bit jarring, to say the least. Having spoken to those that were really familiar with what was going on, I had heard, at least as of last night, he was interviewing defensive coordinator candidates, multiple defensive coordinator candidates. So, according to people in the building, business as usual, even as late as 3 o'clock this afternoon. 90 minutes ago, he just actually sat down and met with the players and informed them of his decision to step down immediately. This ends one of the greatest runs in the history of college football, and one that I am grateful and proud to have been a small, very, very small part of. But to totally sum up what Nick Saban has meant, not just to Alabama, but to me personally, it'd be impossible to do so here in a couple minutes. He changed my life. And he will forever alter the way I navigate through everything. But I know I speak on behalf of thousands of Alabama players that have come and gone under his tutelage. They were always positively impacted by what he taught them in the time that they spent there in the program. Now, I will not be sad today. I will be celebratory. Much like everybody in Alabama's gigantic fan base we should be celebratory. I will say that. Nick Saban changed the outlook of the program starting in 2007 when he got there. He put us through the ringer. 4 or 5 or 6 consecutive weeks of the fourth quarter program. The toughest conditioning program I've ever been through in an effort to test us both mentally and physically. We didn't win that year, but we knew that at that point he was laying the foundation. And here we are, 16 years later, 6 national championships later, countless massive victories against top 10, top 5 teams, handful of college football playoff appearances. To think that we watched his final game there in the Rose Bowl, a place where it all began there in 2010, January of 2010. That was the first championship under Nick Saban. To think it ended on the same field a little more than 13 or 14 years later is pretty shocking. It really is. I am not sure how quickly this went down. Like I said, this happened very quickly. And like we do with every other job opening, there will come a time when we focus on what could come. But allow me just for a minute just to feel remorseful about the fact that we couldn't get more time with them. As college football fans, whether you love him, hate him, dislike him, respect him, don't respect him, no matter how you feel, he had an impact on your team. The countless coaches that came from underneath him, the way he impacted pattern match coverage defensively, the way he really elevated the program to heights unknown, and to see the consistency that the team played with for 15 consecutive years is pretty remarkable. I will forever be indebted to him. Alabama will forever be indebted to him. And the college football world, in a roundabout way, I think, will forever be indebted to Nick Saban. We're grateful that he decided to come back from the NFL. We're grateful that he decided to choose the SEC. We're grateful he decided to choose Alabama, and I'm especially grateful as a member of a team that he chose. I'm really glad he chose us. I'm going to miss him, but I know, knowing Nick Saban, success is likely still to come in whatever endeavor he chooses to pursue next.
So, my entire drive out to see my daughter's soccer game, because I'm Father of the Year, my phone's buzzing. So I finally get to this parking lot. See, I'm not driving. I'm looking at my phone while I'm driving. What's the matter with you? I don't text and drive. So I finally get here, and I look down at my phone. Nick Saban's retiring? What? You're saying Nick Saban's retiring on the day Pete Carroll gets kicked upstairs after 14 years in Seattle, a day after Mike Vrabel gets fired in Tennessee? I'm going to put my car in park for this one. What? All while Bill Belichick is having his future openly discussed? Because New England may move on from Bill and Nick Saban retires from Alabama? Are you kidding me? The coaching carousel's officially drunk. Pull the coaching carousel over. Not me. I'm parked. I don't look at my phone while I drive. And I don't understand what's happening with this carousel. Are you telling me en route to winning the national championship, Michigan retired Nick Saban? What? All right. More on the Rich Eisen show tomorrow. I got to go see my daughter play soccer because I'm Father of the Year. And I don't look at my phone when I drive.
Catch the Rich Eisen show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Nick Saban hangs it up. This is an emergency edition of the College Game Day podcast. It is Wednesday night, January 10th, as Pete Thamel and I speak. Reese Davis with you. And Pete, you know, this is something that has come up several times over the last 8-9 years, to be honest. You know, whether Nick Saban was going to step down, whether he would give the NFL one more run. In recent years, it was like, is he going to go into broadcasting? Is this the year? And yet, you know, you and I have discussed this at different times over the years. There was always a reason that kept him coming back, most notably that he loves being a coach. It was I promised Tua I wouldn't leave. Then it was I promised Bryson Will I wouldn't leave, you know, and so on and so on and so forth. And I think the thing that hit me is I've always said this coaching profession, particularly in this era, chips away at people. Most people.
Sure.
I always felt as if Nick needed it like he needed oxygen, and yet you knew the day was coming at 72, and I was still a little surprised when the news came from Chris Lowe that Nick Saban was retiring.
I was surprised too, Reese. I mean, I'd heard at Alabama today, like staff members were doing Zooms with special teams coach candidates. The players were on campus for their first day of class. Like, there were rumblings the last couple of weeks. Me and I think probably every other reporter in the country checked all around on, and there was no glitch in the relentless push forward matrix of Nick Saban, right? It was just, it was all kinds of business as usual. The only thing that wasn't usual was that he did not join the game day set at the championship game, which he typically does. I don't know if it's been every time he's not in it, but he typically does do that. I was told he was in Florida over the weekend. But it's an interesting, an interesting moment in time. I mean, look, we were always going to be shocked the day Nick Saban stepped away, right? It was never going to be obvious. Nick Saban was never going to go 4-8, and everyone's going to, all right, it's time, right? So the moment was always going to be surprising. I was in Teddy Thamel's daycare, picking him up when my phone buzzed with Chris Lowe's news that he'd sent to the news desk, and it's just a truly, truly remarkable moment in college football history.
Paul Feinbaum asked me about Nick not being with us on the game day set for the national championship game and asked me how that unfolded. And I told him the invitation was extended, as it always is, because he's brilliant on TV and we like having him with us. He adds gravitas to that from a coaching perspective, and he's good on TV. But I don't remember which year, but there was another year when you had a short turnaround between the semifinals and the championship game. So he has joined us most years, but not every year. So there was another year in there someplace where he didn't, where he chose not to be with us, I'm almost certain. So I didn't really take that as a big sign. I know that there was some consternation among some Alabama fans when I think he went on Pat McAfee's show, and it was obvious he wasn't in Tuscaloosa. He was at his recently purchased home in South Florida. But again, I don't think that was any big indicator. So, he did it the way you might have expected, kept it close to the vest. Personal, I imagine, with Miss Terry and probably some other confidants like his longtime agent Jimmy Sexton. And, and then he has, made the decision today, and I think we were all surprised. And so it leaves us with this moment to put a career in perspective. And you're always hesitant in most cases to say someone is the greatest because there were so many great accomplishments along the way. But for my judgment, I express without reservation that he is the greatest football coach in the history of college football. And it's not just because he was a defensive savant. He was a spectacular recruiter. He adapted. To things that he didn't necessarily agree with, whether it was up-tempo offenses, NIL and transfer portal. It was like, I don't think this is good for the game. But if this is what you guys are going to do, I'm not going to tie a hand behind my back. I'll probably just do it better than you do it. And he did. And, some people count championships, and he has more than anyone. I don't believe that's a necessarily accurate way to determine how great someone is. I do think that certainly a bounce of the ball here or there gave him opportunities to win some. There were also some bewildering bounces of the ball that kept him from winning 2 or 3 more. So the consistency.
Haunted Mansion reference for our faithful listeners.
Hey, not only Haunted Mansion, overtime games last year in 2022. There were a couple of others as well where they very well could have been in it. Even I think back to the first year of the college football playoff, and they play Ohio State, who ended up winning the national championship. And maybe there's no greater compliment to what Saban built than this perception and this idea when revisionist history, when you think back on that game and the idea that Ohio State just stomped them. Ohio State was a great team, deserving champion, deserved to win the game. But Alabama had 3 turnovers, including a pick 6, and still threw the ball into the end zone on the final play of the game. Everybody forgets that, So it became they established such a dynasty that anytime they lost, it was a major event. If you can recite the losses that a program or a coach has, that's probably as great a testament to their accomplishment as anything else.
Yeah, Reese, well, I couldn't agree with you more. All these years going into national title games when Nick Saban played, I would get the column in my pocket ready, you know what I mean, as he's approaching the greatest and then obviously past the greatest. So I remember a couple of those title game mornings calling Bobby Bowden. And Bob Bowden didn't argue with it, like you and I would think the other GOATs would name him the GOAT. I think that's probably the best way to say it. I do think generations ago, college football was probably more engineered for the blue bloods than it is today, just generally speaking. It is very difficult to win in modern college football today. It's a national sport. There's billions of dollars being flooded into it. The lines and the margins are, I feel like, thinner than ever. And for Nick Saban to have that run of dominance during this time where the world is flatter than it was in different generations, I think is the ultimate testament. Now, 7 championships, correct, Reese? 1 at LSU and 6 at Bama.
Correct.
And that he's did it in multiple places. Was probably better in the NFL, by the way, than people give him credit for. He wasn't like an abject failure there. But again, you mentioned the adapting, right? He realized that college was for him. He could go get a first-round pick at every position, was sort of the famous notion that he brought back with him to Alabama. And let's not forget, Alabama was a laughing stock when he rolled through there. It was down, and there was no guarantee that it would be back. He had to literally change the culture of the entire university to get it there. A favorite Saban story of mine is that he actually moved the start date of the university, or like lobbied to have it moved because it fit better with summer session and bringing guys in and whatever. Like, that was the power of Saban. That was the alignment of Saban, that he could actually move classes.
Pete, too, as an alumnus of Alabama,
sure,
they were very wise in that they capitalized on the success that he had and the vision that he had. If you look at the economic impact that he's had on the university, even the princely sum, the kingly sum that they paid him over the years was probably undervalued relative to what he did for the university. It has raised its profile. Its enrollment has skyrocketed. They recruit both students and athletes from all over the country now, and that was something that they didn't do before then. We've been there several times for game day, and the university itself, just in terms of physical facilities for academics, totally different. And they have done so largely on the back of the football success. Now, not exclusively, and you had to have university presidents and the board of trustees and all those people who have to get in alignment and understand the value of not just winning games, but using that enhanced profile to build your academic situation, and they did that. That's part of the impact that Saban has had. The impact that he had in the community for, building homes through the Knicks Kids Foundation for people who lost their homes in the tornado, and then continuing that on when they won national championships. And then there was at least one year, I know, where Miss Terry said, well, let's do one anyway, even though we didn't win it this year. They have poured themselves back into that community. And I really believe that the way the tornado in 2011, I believe, affected him really sort of cemented the feeling that he was home. There was talk, it was Texas and maybe the NFL and this and that over the years, but it was like after that, there was a little more permanence to it. And, it's pretty remarkable turn of events and the impact that he's had beyond the football field, which was immense. And the primary reason we'll talk about it. But I think as someone who grew up in that state, an alumnus of that university, I have a great appreciation for the other things that he contributed as well.
Yeah, Reese, and I'd be curious, just the emotional component for you, obviously you've covered him as a broadcaster, but I know this. I remember from when Syracuse won the 2003 national title. I wasn't particularly impacted by it, but I remember the joy, like showing up in my phone that night, seeing friends on Bourbon Street. Like championships give your peers, the people who grew up with, the people's weddings you're in, a lot of joy. And I'd imagine your phone is lit up tonight. Can you give me a little glimpse into, as a proud Alabama alum, just the emotional wave you're feeling tonight from this moment?
You step back from it, P, and I've said this, one thing that happens to use two of the championship games, it's one of the things that's part and parcel of our business. You don't feel the devastation when Deshaun Watson hits Hunter Renfrow.
Sure.
And you don't feel the same exhilaration when Tua hits Devontae Smith. So your spectrum is narrowed very much. So, I've gotten a ton of response from people who are outside of our industry who are very saddened by it, a little shocked by it, worried that something's wrong, because I think they, thought he was, going to coach there forever. So there have been a number of things like that. But the overwhelming sense, Pete, is appreciation. Because of what you said, there was no guarantee that it was going to get right when they hired him in 2007. And because of NCAA scandals and incompetent hires and the notion for a long time that you had to be an Alabama man, to be able to guide that program, held them back, in a lot of ways. So, there were a lot of things that had gone wrong, whether it was getting left by Dennis Franchione, the Mike Shula era, which really didn't work out. Prior to Franchione, the DuBose era was, a debacle for them and left them with a lot of black eyes. And he was able to fix all of that. So you combine fixing LSU and fixing Alabama. He was, in addition to being a great on-the-field coach, a great psychological perspective and motivational guy, he would be and is, with the Ferrari dealerships and Mercedes dealerships and all the other things, he's a very astute organization builder from a business standpoint. And I think he really set the standard for what modern elite college football programs look like. We used to call them programs, and we still do, but now they're basically organizations. And Nick often referred to it sort of in that NFL vernacular, in the organization. And he was a master at doing that as well.
We could go on and on about how he changed college football, right? But I just think he really was a thought leader in infrastructure, in building things, and he built the mousetrap that then Kirby Smart rebuilt at Georgia, right? And he built the model. And a lot of people tried to use the model and fail, by the way. So the model was not infallible. The creator of the model and the executor of the model was as close to infallible as you can be. But I think back, Reese, a couple years ago to I did a series on NFL scouting and followed the Dolphins scouts around for a year. And every scout I've ever talked to has said the best visit is Alabama. Because, Nick, since coming back from the NFL, realized what a powerful marketing tool the NFL was for his program. And I think the number that got put on social media tonight, which is just a completely preposterous number, is that his first round picks were almost double the losses. So he had 44 first round picks, 29 losses. So maybe not almost double, but darn close to that. And I mean, when you just think of something just astounding, that is an astounding number.
It's a remarkable thing. Something, I probably should have shared. You were asking about the emotion of it. I had a conversation with him. It's been over a year ago, so it wasn't, this time, about when he might come to join us. And I'm not breaking news. I don't know what his plans are after this. We haven't heard from him yet. Look forward to that. But, there's always been the idea that he would be perfect for our show, College Game Day. And I certainly believe that. And I think many people at ESPN do. And what I said to him was, as an alumnus, I hope you coach at Alabama forever, for as long as you want to. I said, as the host of College Game Day, I'm ready for you to come be on our show yesterday. So I said, whatever it is that, that I can be of value to try to, if you are interested in this at some point, if I can be of value in helping you make that decision of what to expect or how it might go, in terms of weekly structure and all of those kinds of things, I'm happy to talk about it. And I think the one thing that probably served him well as a coach and as a guy who could motivate players and got better at that, by the way, very harsh early in his career and still demanding, but learned to be demanding and in a different way, than perhaps some of the videos that we saw, in his NFL career there. But he was always very curious. He wants to know, wants to be buttoned up. Why? How would we do this? What's the tape look like here? What point would you like for me to make there? And all of those kind of. He's thorough in everything he does. And if he chooses to do television, he'll be great at it. And and certainly you saw some of that. Paul Feinbaum asked me, what it was like to have him in meetings with us, and I said to him, Paul, like you always want to do a great show. You never want to let I guess to use Saban vernacular, you don't want to be affected by your circumstances. You want to do a great show. But if you go into a meeting and Nick's there, then you want to make sure that you're buttoned up and that you're not just, saying wild stuff off the wall, So there's that gravitas that he brings to just about any room, whether it's a football or otherwise.
We get to see potentially here, obviously, America's most unlikely bromance come to life in front of us, Reese. Nick and Pat McAfee, our colleague and friend. Because I obviously have immense respect for both. I still wouldn't have pegged those two as being the buddy movie, but here we are.
Just to reiterate to people listening, that we know nothing of that ilk of what the plans are, or if there even are plans, or what led to Nick making this decision at the time that he did. Before we wrap up here, Pete, with a quick emergency podcast, I mean, the question is, because the machine rolls on, right? I mean, the college football rolls on, and there's spring training, there's recruiting to finish, all of those kinds of things. Who's next at Alabama in your judgment? I think I know who the first call should and likely will be too, but how it goes from there, what would you expect to unfold?
Yeah, well, there's no internal candidate that's expected to rise up, Reese. I think that's fair to say, right? Because when some of these guys have left these mega jobs like Urban Meyer at Ohio State or whatever, there's a temptation to keep the infrastructure together, right? Because the infrastructure is such a strong piece of everything. Now, I'm not saying someone new would come in and blow up the infrastructure, but when you have strength coaches and recruiting and operations at the level that Bama does, but I don't think anyone, guys get jobs too fast from Alabama for there to be a logical internal candidate. So I put out a list of Dan Lanning, Kalen DeBoer, Dabo Swinney, James Franklin, Mike Norvell, and Marcus Freeman. No order there. I just don't think Steve Sarkisian would leave Texas, so that's why I did not put him on the list. And I have a hard time seeing Greg Byrne hire Lane Kiffin, considering Lane Kiffin was fired from Alabama before he left. And Greg Byrne is a very buttoned up man, and that would be a little bit oil and water. So those are two names that have been thrown out that I did not use, and those were the reasons why. I'm not saying they're impossible. That's just my intuition and assumption. But if I had to distill it down, I would think Norvell, only a $4 million buyout, would be heavily courted. I think Lanning, who obviously has time in that tree, would be someone. Now, Lanning has a $20 million buyout, and he was definitive when A&M opened in his stance about not leaving Oregon anytime soon and where his family was. And then DeBoer, it's hard to say. The guy's still devastated from obviously the other night. His buyout's $12.5 million, something like that. So there are, you only, I assume, will hire a big-time headliner coach at Alabama. And to do that is going to be costly. Changing out all the assistants is going to be costly. Like, there's a lot that's going to flow in and out through there. But I would think that Greg Byrne, an accomplished, lifelong son of an athletic director himself, has the challenge of his career ahead of him. I think it's a very, very difficult job, because what happens is these guys become their own industries at places like Penn State, Florida State, Alabama, Washington. Like, you have to move 50, 60 people in these jobs, oftentimes, right? So it is very tricky, and it's very tricky to do it quietly too, Reese.
And Greg has moved quietly in the past to hire, whether it's coaches at Alabama. I remember when he hired Rich Rodriguez at Arizona. He did so very quietly. His methodology is often to function as his own search committee, and this is not something that any good athletic director, and he's right at the top of the list of the best. No matter how much they want their incumbent coach to stay, they realize they better be ready. So he's not, I don't think he's gone into this, caught flat-footed and now all of a sudden trying to compile a list. Now he'll have to execute the plan. Pete, great work as always. I know there'll be much more in the coming days. So thanks for listening to this emergency College Game Day podcast on the occasion of Nick Saban stepping down after a glorious run at Alabama. Thanks for listening to the podcast. Download wherever you like to get your podcast or subscribe so you never miss an episode.
Breaking news into Sports Center. Busy news cycle for septuagenarian coaching greats. 72-year-old Nick Saban retired yesterday. 72-year-old Pete Carroll out in Seattle. And just now, the news that Bill Belichick, who turned 72 in April, is parting ways with the Patriots after 24 seasons in Foxborough. The 6 Super Bowl titles and all that. Let's bring in Adam Schefter, the man who broke the news. Adam, what more can you tell us about what went into this decision?
Well, David, this was a situation that was going on all week long. Discussions between Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft about how to figure out what to do going forward, what was the best solution. Ultimately, in the end, the two sides came to a meeting that they would go their own ways, and that is expected to happen today with Bill Belichick walking away from the Patriots, more coaching history being made. Yesterday, we saw Nick Saban, the greatest coach in college football history, leave Alabama. Today, we will see Bill Belichick, the greatest coach in pro football history, leave the National Football League. There is expected to be a press conference later today with all the details, but essentially, for the first time in a quarter of a century, the New England Patriots will be embarking on a coaching search, and Bill Belichick will be a coaching free agent. And obviously, what a cycle it's been, what a whirlwind it's been. And let's take a moment here to recognize the historical run that Bill Belichick has had in New England as well, right? That's something as well where he had 24 years there in New England. There were 9 conference championship appearances. There were 6 Super Bowl victories. It's a busy time.
It sure is. Now, Bill Belichick had intimated the other day in his news conference that he would be willing to give up GM duties to stay on as the head coach. Why was that not enough for the Patriots brass to keep him around?
Well, first of all, let's be clear. I think it's a mutual decision, okay? I think both sides had healthy, positive, productive conversation. I don't believe this was a contentious thing this week at all, but it's sort of like when you are married for 24 years and you are in a situation where you have to end the relationship, okay? There's a lot to get through, a lot to sift through, and in the end, they decided that they were better off going their own ways. And it's a situation where basically that's what they figured out was the best thing to do right now, to go their own ways. They had these conversations Monday. Bill Belichick was not in the office Tuesday. They continued Wednesday. And here we are today with a press conference. And it's a situation where they now will have that press conference later today. And they have to find a new head coach. Bill Belichick has to do what he has to do. And again, we have an 8th vacancy in the NFL right now at the head coach position. Again, David, there's so much that these two sides have been through over the years, so much that they've been through together, that they are in a spot here where this was delicate and sensitive, and they had to go through what they did. So it's official. The relationship is ending, and that will be the deal. He's leaving New England 15 wins shy of breaking Don Shula's NFL record of 347 wins as a head coach.
Just 4 wins this year, a 4-13 season for the Patriots. Adam, some thought Bill Belichick might have some trade value and that the Patriots might wait and try to deal him to another team. Why did that not happen?
That's a great question, David. And the Patriots decided to take the high road there. You could hold out in the hopes that you can deal Bill Belichick. But before any other team could trade Bill Belichick for Bill Belichick, they'd have to comply with the Rooney Rule. That would mean 2 face-to-face interviews with 2 minority candidates, and you cannot, by the new NFL rules, interview candidates until after the divisional playoff game. So that would be a wait of 2 weeks. You don't know that a team is going to be essentially interested then. And now you're holding on to Bill Belichick. And then if a trade doesn't materialize, it doesn't look like you treated that guy right for all that he gave you. And that's a case where basically they decided, you know what, he's given so much to this organization that the best thing to do is for both sides to just move on now. And that's what they're doing.
Adam Schefter breaking this news. Adam, you mentioned the news conference today. Do we know if Bill Belichick will be at that presser?
I believe he will be. That is unconfirmed, but that would be my sense that he'll be there today, and we'll see if that's the relationship in the end.
Okay, Bill Belichick, greatest run ever with an NFL team, 24 seasons in New England, the 6 Super Bowls. Adam Schefter with the news that he and the Patriots are parting ways.
Yeah, and in those 24 seasons, we know Damien Woody was there. Damien, thanks for joining us on SportsCenter. You played for Bill Belichick, so what does he mean to your career?
Yeah, he means everything. He means everything. He was the foundation of my football career. He taught me more about the game of football than any coach that I've ever played under. I've always said that Bill Belichick is a football savant. He's a football genius. The preparation, the details, everything that Bill Belichick laid out there for not only myself, but for all the guys that's been through that program. Not only would it carry us through our football career, but just, in life. And so even now, as I sit here, it's still hard to process. I've had a feeling that, that this would come, but it's just when it happens, it's just like, wow, like I can't believe the greatest coach of all time is moving on.
Yeah, and as Adam said, for the first time in a quarter of a century after those 24 seasons.
Those are some of the same principles I use in my own household with my family and kids and everything else. So I always say, man, football is a reflection of life, a lot of life lessons that you can learn from the game of football. And, I've learned a lot from Coach Belichick.
Yeah, we know Tom Brady has learned a lot from him as well. And so much of his success is tied, we know, to TB12. So how do you parse that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we talk about Bill and Tom, they're intertwined, and everyone always asks about who meant more to the success. They both meant the same amount, and both those guys have meant a lot to me, and not only my playing career, but just post-career as well. And, it's just, just to be able to play under someone like that and learn the things that I've learned under Coach Belichick, I couldn't ask for more. I just couldn't ask for more.
Damien, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. And Chris Berman has more on the legacy of Belichick from New England.
Bill Belichick has always been a student of NFL history. And now, after his departure from the New England Patriots, he finds himself a significant part of it. He's number 2 on the all-time coaching list for victories, including the postseason, behind only Don Shula.
The number 2 all-time coach in the 103-year history of the league, our coach, Bill Belichick.
Whether he will become number 1 with another team remains to be seen. He was always ahead of his time, an NFL assistant at 23, a coordinator of one of the greatest defenses ever at 33, a head coach at 39.
Coached a game here in '94, and I met him, and it was just a very nice connection that happened when I met him. He came to the old Foxborough Stadium. The best deals I've made in my life are what instinctively feels right to me. He was very well prepared, very thorough. I think intellectually a great student of the game, and to truly build a sense of team, I think you needed a head coach who had an ego that was under control.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I want to try to repay him for sticking his neck out like he did for me and showing the confidence that he did in me.
With the Patriots, Belichick won the most playoff games and Super Bowls ever.
It's good, and the Patriots are Super Bowl champions!
With 31 postseason wins and 6 Super Bowl titles.
Patriots are going to be Super Bowl champions again, back to back. Yes, it's a dynasty.
Belichick and Tom Brady have the most wins by any coach and quarterback combination in history, by far.
He treats me like I'm a rookie. You know, he says can't complete, a slip screen in 2 consecutive weeks. Like, what are we doing? And you say, you know what? He's right.
Even in 2007, during their quest for the perfect 19-0 season, Belichick kept the locker room grounded.
That year, I was the only person that would say to the team, you guys aren't great.
You would never know it by his presentation or his press conferences.
You mentioned Tom's age at the draft.
We're on to Cincinnati.
Do you think having a 37?
We're on to Cincinnati.
But Belichick was a wizard at X's and O's.
We got to set the edge over here and play with power inside.
He famously altered his game plan on both sides of the ball, taking away his opponent's strengths and exploiting their weaknesses.
I try to identify a handful of things, maybe 3, 4, 5 things on each side of the ball, so maybe a total of 10, let's call it. 10 things we need to do to win. And then if we get those, we're probably going to win. If we don't get those, then we're probably going to lose, and the rest of it won't make any difference.
He was the leading authority on the NFL rulebook, taking advantage of loopholes most didn't even know existed. Sometimes his thirst for victory appeared to take him over the line.
The guy's giving signals out in front of 80,000 people, okay? The guy's in front of 80,000 people. 80,000 people saw it. Everybody sideline saw it. Everybody sees our guy in front of 80,000 people. I mean, there he is. So it was wrong. We were disciplined for it. That's it.
How did the Patriots stay on top for 2 decades? In the age of the salary cap, he was consistently able to find overlooked players and plug them into his system.
Wilson, quick throw, and it's good. Intercepted.
In the final analysis, that earnest student became the ultimate teacher to his players, his scouting and personnel departments, and his coaches. His bottom line credo: do your job.
Do what you're supposed to do. Everybody just doing their job.
How would you like to influence somebody who's in their 20s or young 30s, as you were, if they look at how Bill Belichick went about being one of the great winners of all time?
Well, I think for me, still the most important thing is the game and respect for the game and the way the game's played and the way it's coached to be played. I like the concept of building and working together as a football team, and I enjoy that part of it the most.
Again, the breaking news 4 days after the Patriots' worst season in 31 years.
Mutually agreed to part ways. And for me, this is a day of gratitude and celebration. Start with Robert and his family. It's great. So much thanks for the opportunity to be head coach here for 24 years. It's an amazing opportunity. Received tremendous support. We had a vision of building a winner, building a championship football team here. and that's exceeded my wildest dreams and expectations. The amount of success that we were able to achieve together, through a lot of hard work and contributions of so many people. So I'm very proud of that, and I always have those great memories. I'll carry with those with me the rest of my life. And of course, after Robert, thanks to assistant coaches, I've had so many great coaches here. They've made my job so much easier. It's a long list, but the amount of work, preparation, and diligence that they do, every one of them. And I say this about the players and the coaches, regardless of how long they were here, how many years they were here, how many years they coached, or what the position was. It was a great team effort, and everybody, put everything they had into it, and that's why we were successful. So, from the coaches, the support staff, it's an amazing staff here that supported me in every way. All the scouting and all the football support people, from equipment, training, security, video, operations, and so forth, right down the line, dining room. I mean, it's all first class. It's all, extremely good. And, special thanks to Bears and Nancy. They've been here since day one, and, made my life a lot easier, or I've made theirs a lot harder, however you want to look at it. But that's, a big shout out to them. And of course, a great deal of thanks and appreciation to the players. Players win games in the NFL, and I've been very, very fortunate to coach some of the greatest players that have ever played. Some of the greatest players that have ever played for the Patriots. Some of them are already in the Hall of Fame. Many more are going. But again, regardless of how long any of the players were or weren't here, or what their role was, or how many games they played, or even if they didn't win championships, I respect the way the players come to work here on a daily basis. All of them. I've coached, well over 1,000. But their ability to work, prepare, train, in the weight room, train their bodies, meet, rehearse over and over again, what we need to do things right to be successful, to win. It's just, I have so much respect for all the players. And certainly we've had, many that have been here for a long time, and, had great contributions, and too many to name at this time, but, great thanks to the players, and to the media, for you guys. I don't know that anybody's gotten more coverage than I have, or we have, in the past 24 years. Meet with you guys a lot, respect what you do. You're a voice to the fans, and even though we don't always see eye to eye all the time, most of the time, but not all the time. I do respect what you do, and finally to the fans. The fans here are amazing. There's so many memories of the fans, the send-offs, the parades, the Sundays, whatever the situations are, the letters of support, seeing the fans, away from here, at a gas station or a grocery store, or wherever you bump into them. Patriot fans here, and not just in New England, but they extend nationally and even internationally as I've traveled. It's amazing how far the arm reaches. We saw that this year in Germany. So appreciative of the fans for all the support they've given me, my family, and this football team. And it's with just so many fond memories and thoughts that I think about the Patriots, and I'll always be a Patriot. I look forward to coming back here, but at this time, we're gonna move on, and I look forward and excited for the future. But always very, very appreciative of the opportunity here, the support here, and what you've done for me. Thank you.
That was Bill Belichick, obviously addressing the mutual parting of ways with this man, Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots.
Good afternoon, everyone. And as Bill mentioned yesterday, we met and mutually agreed to part ways amicably. And like a good marriage, a successful head coach-owner relationship requires a lot of hard work. And I'm very proud that our partnership lasted for 24 years. I don't think in the NFL there's been any other partnership that lasted longer and has been as productive as ours.
Yeah.
I trusted my instincts to bring Bill back to New England in 2000 after immediately regretting not hiring him after working with him together in 1996. When I did hire him, I was still making the transition from the fan who bought season tickets in '71, sitting on the metal benches in the old Foxborough Stadium with my boys to try to become an experienced owner. Bill has taught me a lot over those years, and we had high expectations for what we could achieve together. I think we were the only ones who had those expectations, and I think it's safe to say we exceeded them.
We did.
Thanks to you.
Damn right.
Yes, we did.
It's hard to put into words, really, when I think back to sitting on those metal benches and that we'd have an opportunity to go to 10 Super Bowls together and bring 6 Lombardi trophies home to Massachusetts.
Right.
At heart, I will always be a sentimental sports fan. So this is a very emotional day for me. Some of my happiest and most memorable moments were celebrated with my family during Bill's tenure here. I recognize that it also is a very emotional day for many of our fans and most of our fans, as it represents the end of an era, one that hopefully will always be celebrated in this region. The man standing to my left brought the leadership and coaching skills that were needed to make this type of unprecedented success that we have had possible. Coach Belichick will forever be celebrated as a legendary sports icon here in New England, and I believe go in as a Pro Football Hall of Famer on the first ballot. Why? Because he is the greatest coach of all times.
Yeah.
Which makes this decision to part ways so hard. But this is a move that we mutually agreed that is needed at this time. What Bill accomplished with us, in my opinion, will never be replicated. And the fact that it was done in the salary cap and free agency era makes it even more extraordinary. I thank Coach Bill for his hard work and dedication. It'll be difficult to see him in a cutoff hoodie on the sideline, but I will always continue to wish him continued success, except when he's playing our beloved Patriots. So I thank you all for coming here today and being part of this celebration.
Thank you.
Couple handshakes, couple hugs.
He's got a cold, so I'm not going to kiss him.
Thank you.
I didn't know Bill Belichick got sick.
He does.
All right, after you, and we're out of here.
That's that.
All right, bald-headed guy in the corner, good work.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take my water.
Yeah, of course.
Ready? Got a lot of life to live.
The coaching carousel in the National Football League has spun off his axis and is rolling down your street. Look out. If you're strolling out of your house right now, look both ways, because there is a coaching carousel and it is rolling downhill with considerable momentum. I have done this football thing, including my 7 years at ESPN, for, let me get this number right, 27 years. And I cannot recall a moment like this very moment. I am talking to you from this chair in Los Angeles, California, as Bill Belichick is saying a farewell to the gathered media in New England. That is happening. As I am talking, he is stepping up and reading a statement or giving a statement to the media after he and Robert Kraft met over the last 48 hours and decided that parting ways is the way to go after one of the most incredible coaching runs in the history of coaching, in the history of the National Football League, in the history, I guess I should have just left it at coaching. After 24 seasons together, that's a lifetime in terms of coaching, in terms of coaching in the NFL. That's multiple lifetimes. And it happens less than 24 hours after his former defensive coordinator and acolyte, Nick Saban, says he's retiring in Alabama. And that's one of those, what?
Can't believe that.
So 6 Super Bowls is walking out the door in New England, and 7 national championships is walking out the door in Alabama. And that happened just a few hours after Pete Carroll gave his farewell address after 14 years on the job in Seattle. And that happened one day after Mike Vrabel gets fired after 6 seasons in Tennessee, including a Coach of the Year campaign just 2 years ago. And that happens just after my team wins the national championship for the first time in forever, outright, for the first time in literally forever. And Jim Harbaugh has his pick of whatever job he wants, it seems, including Michigan. And Carolina already needed a coach. And Atlanta fired their coach at 12:01 on Monday morning. And the Raiders already fired their coach. And the Chargers are saying, who wants to coach Justin Herbert? That's happening right now. I cannot recall a more drunk coaching carousel in my entire life. Overserved. And Belichick still talking. Not expected to take questions, I'm told. So we'll let you know what he's saying. And then Robert Kraft will speak. And then apparently Kraft won't take questions and then is going to return a couple hours from now, top of hour 3. He's going to have a press conference answering questions as both men just shook hands. Belichick just left the podium, and now Kraft is speaking. This is happening in New England. And in terms of Belichick's tenure in New England, I cannot say enough. And there are no words. There's not enough words to describe it. There's not enough words to describe it. No one will ever do this again. No one will ever do this again. And in terms of the numbers we're showing on the screen on the Roku channel, I mean, playoff wins, career wins, and AFC championship games, he could add to them. Now, we don't know where he's going, but he won the AFC East 17 times. That's not a misprint on our screen.
That's insane.
He won the AFC East 11 straight times. And he had 19 straight winning seasons. Don't tell that to Pittsburgh. But he did win championships in those times, which I guess is Pittsburgh's point. The all-decade team of the aughts and 2010s, of course he's the coach of them. I mean, there's no other choice. But that 6-time Super Bowl champion, good luck to anybody else. Good luck to anyone else. And I will never forget the first Super Bowl we covered on NFL Network. It was just his second win with the New England Patriots. And then half of the Super Bowls we covered prior to the time Tom Brady departed were the New England Patriots. They were in it every single year, figuratively, and in it every other year, literally. That happened. That happened. And I'm looking at Kraft and Belichick on the same podium, and I just remember Robert Kraft after he, threatened to move to Connecticut. Remember that? And everyone's wondering what the direction of the franchise was with young Pete Carroll. How about that? Didn't go from Parcells to Belichick. It went from Parcells to Pete Carroll, by the way.
By the way, Belichick opened by saying, haven't seen this many cameras since we signed Tebow.
I mean,
the guy's killing it.
And again, that is the guy that I got to know and meet at the NFL Network all time.
That's amazing.
The NFL 100 all-time team show. But I just remember the question was the state of the franchise. What is Bob Kraft doing? He had Parcells and scared him off because he wouldn't hand things off to him. There was a certain way of doing things. And then you're wondering, like, is he really into New England or not? And then Pete Carroll happens, and they're like, well, we're going to go back to what we had and similar to Parcells and bring Belichick in here. And as a matter of fact, we're going to poach him from the Jets. We're going to take him. We're going to acquire him. And Belichick's tenure with the Jets was 2 days, and his tenure with the Patriots was 23 years and 363 days longer in terms of seasons. Unbelievable that these two men now part ways and have all those trophies in the case and the most magical run ever. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. I don't think he's done. When I saw Belichick last on December 23rd, 2023, night before his Patriots took on the Broncos in Denver on Christmas Eve on NFL Network, I saw a guy who was as engaged as ever. I saw a guy who may have known, the end is coming, or he may have been thinking, you know what, this ain't it anymore. I mean, he's a sharp man, Bill Belichick. This just in. But I saw a guy who loved to coach, loved the challenge, loved the X's and O's, and I know we all make fun of the moving on to fill in the blank. I know we make fun of the, mumbling, and I won't give you anything. I'm not going to give anybody any insight into what we're doing. I'm not going to let anyone know what I'm thinking. I'm definitely not telling you who's hurt. He's the king of listing half his team as questionable, leaving you guessing. But this guy loves the challenge of coaching, and that's literally the way he approached everything, day by day, week by week, snap by snap, quarter by quarter. I've never met any other coach who could boil down a game literally to snap by snap, which is really what it is. You go to the line of scrimmage as your quarterback, you see the defense, you read it, try and read it pre-snap, you react to what is happening post-snap. You try to win the matchups that the defense provides you. You try to win the matchups that your offensive scheme provides you. And then you move on to the next one. And then you try to get the first down. And that's the way it is. You matriculate the ball down the field. But it's so difficult to actually live that way. It's so difficult to coach that way. He cracked that code more than any other coach that I've ever come across. With no disrespect to any other coach. Because nobody has the institutional knowledge of somebody who's been an assistant or a head coach in the NFL for 49 straight years, another record Belichick has. Nobody's able to ever say, you know what, that one time Jerry Rice kind of fooled us. That one time that there was a fumble on a snap in a 2-minute drill and the clock's running when Steve Young fumbled a snap and then our defense wasn't ready. And then because our defense wasn't set, because there was a fumble on a snap, he then went to Jerry Rice next for a touchdown. And I'll now use that in every single pre-game meeting with my defense to go over the 2-minute drill. I mean, nobody, when I was sitting with him and he and Kurt Warner going back about X's and O's, I just, screw it. Because he wasn't really going to give us anything on the Broncos. No. I said to myself, screw it. I even said this to Belichick. This one's for me. This question's for me. That's how I started it. And I said, what was your pregame scout of Kurt Warner going into your Super Bowl? And he starts talking about that Super Bowl and what Mike Martz was able to do and what Kurt was able to do and what Marshall Faulk was able to affect and what Isaac Bruce was doing. And then he just remembered how Kurt scored on a quarter. Do you remember Kurt scored on a quarterback sneak in that Super Bowl? Does that even ring a bell?
This is not. I know he hit a deep pass to Ricky Prohl, right? And then their other touchdown was
he ran it in.
Interesting.
And he talked about how what really screwed him up were the two guards popped up and went out in the opposite directions to make it seem like that they might be running in either of those directions. They pulled and went in opposite directions, and Kurt just walked straight through. He also remembered how there was a hold on McGinnis that really wasn't a hold because he was holding, I guess, Marshall Faulk. And Kurt and him started arguing with each other that it really was a hold. And it was just like one of those, I wish I could have just recorded it. And that was Belichick just remembering everything down. And, Sean McVay can remember everything from, 15 years ago, minute by minute. I'm not saying he's the only one with this capability, but he's the only one with all of these capability in one. Which is why it's so mind-blowing that he and an owner would look at each other and say, yeah, this is just better if it doesn't happen anymore. But you look at the way that the Patriots have been constructed, and he's been in charge of that construction, and if there is somebody like Mike Vrabel sitting out there with the Patriot way, part of his DNA, and he's coming to the market, I totally understand that you look at that 48-year-old and say, let's go there. Or Gerard Mayo has been your guy in waiting, and you go, let's go there. And I wouldn't blame Kraft for saying to Belichick, then we need to go here in terms of the shopping of the groceries. And Belichick saying, yeah, at this point in my career, that's just not the way it works. And then they look at each other, and Bill goes, I could still have a place in Nantucket and coach anywhere else in the world. And those 6 banners, I'll come back in a red jacket one day when I feel like it. And we'll talk about it. And so that's the way I'm looking at it right now. And, I'm keen to know, obviously, what you have to say, Chris. And I'm keen to know what everyone else has to say at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. And I'm keen to know what Bill and Robert Kraft just said. And let's take a break so I can kind of get that settled in my head. But, I mean, we have 3 hours of real estate that I thought when I woke up today we would be talking considerably about the modern-day Bear Bryant, if not the greatest college coach of all time, from the Belichick coaching tree. So everyone's like, Belichick's coaches, who are they? What have they done? And I understand that so many of them, from Patricia and McDaniels now twice, and also Charlie Weiss in Notre Dame, and Romeo Crennel had a nice hot minute every now and then. And you're looking at it, and the idea was always, hey, in the same way that Peyton Manning was the only one able to operate his offense, only Belichick, with the championships in his back pocket, is able to have the Patriot way with the modern day athlete to buy into the program that these other guys just couldn't get their players to do. But everybody keeps forgetting about Nick Saban, you know, kind of from the Belichick tree. And I know he didn't do anything in Miami and all that stuff, but what he did at the collegiate level is the greatest of all time. You know, the greatest of all time. I thought we'd be coming on the air and talking about him, but instead we're talking about Bill for obvious reasons. Moving on from New England, the greatest combination of coach, quarterback, and organization ever. And I know I'm talking about the 49ers in their days with Walsh and Montana and DeBartolo. But for what the Patriots set up and what Belichick was able to effect with Tom Brady and what Tom Brady was able to effect with Belichick and Kraft. Greatest run of all time, 24 years. 6 trophies in the case. 6. Good luck to the Dodgers, by the way, matching that with Ohtani and Yamamoto and the rest of that team. And spending a gajillion dollars on trying for it. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free. I don't want to speculate, but if Dan Quinn is the guy, because again, Amy Adams-Strunk, the controlling owner of the Titans, said that there were conversations to trade Vrabel somewhere, but they didn't want to go through that process because it would have taken so long they might miss out on the guy that they wanted to replace Vrabel with, and so made the move and just let Vrabel go. And then on the heels of that, Pete Carroll meets with Jody Allen, the controlling owner of the Seattle Seahawks, and she comes out and says, after all this time, we decided to move on from Pete. He's going to be having an advisory role. And as you'll hear in a second, it seemed like Pete had trouble when he spoke to the media yesterday, wrapping his arms around that concept still. And maybe, just maybe, it's like, okay, Dan Quinn's in play. We better have the opening. Even though he's getting ready to try and tell Jordan Love, not this year, sir.
Yeah, you can't talk to him for at least another month.
So, well, I mean, a couple of weeks.
Till the end of February.
A couple of weeks. No. You can talk to him during playoff runs now. You can do that. And so you've got to set the stage. You got to set the stage. You may not get him until, as you want to say, middle of February, TJ. But I'm just wondering if that's what's at play. Because obviously, if you're Seattle, Quinn's the guy who knows your id and psyche. Because he was there when Pete was starting to build it with John Schneider. And if Tennessee's interested in Quinn, and they want him, and the only opening currently in the NFL where you know Quinn's not going is Atlanta. Right?
Yeah.
That's the only one you can make sure the only owner
Guaranteed.
who's not calling Jerry Jones to say, is Dan Quinn available, is Arthur Blank.
Guaranteed.
Okay, that's the,
I mean, nothing in life is guaranteed.
Everybody else.
I mean, 99.9%.
Everybody else is going to be, let's talk to Dan Quinn. Yep. So you better, I'm wondering if that's what's at play with Dan Quinn.
Sleep Dan on. All
No,
right.
no, dude, just get used to it. It's coming.
He's busy.
Oh, he is.
For at least
Pete Carroll had this to say, because again, I mean, this is the crazy part of the carousel, is coaches are, there's mutual partings or kicking upstairsing and then press conferencing. That's what Pete said.
I'm so grateful to the coaches that have been with us for so many years. Also, all of the coaches that have been here for the years before that put up with my stuff and found way, to bring it to life daily. And I have great gratitude for that. Really, it was really, and I go to it's not just the dedication and the loyalty, it's the freaking juice. It's bringing it. And I asked a lot of them, and they were good at it, and I appreciate that a lot. To Johnny Snyder, you know, way back in the day when I first got the job here, they wanted to know if I wanted to be the general manager. And I said no, but I'd like to hire him. And Paul said okay, and we got John on board. And from the first moment that we really, okay, now we're going to do this, we stepped off to the side, and I gave John a big hug. I said, we're getting married, dude, and I'm going to help you be the greatest general manager in the history of the league, if I could. And you took 14 years to get to it, and I'm so proud. I'm so excited for you to have this opportunity. It's going to be cool, and it's always been a great marriage, and it's just unforgettable, and I'm just so grateful for that.
It's just, I love that guy, man. I love it. It's the freaking juice. The freaking juice. That's a coach right there. He said he competed for the job still. I don't think he wanted to step away at this time, but got the tap on the shoulder anyway.
Yep.
Because again, if the Titans are going for Quinn and you want Quinn, you gotta do it now. And I just love Pete's energy, his always compete mantra. He was all about it. Seriously, Russ, we're going to draft you, even though we've got, you know, free agents that we paid money to here, but you can compete for the job. Oh yeah, you can get the job. Oh, you can get the job and take us to Super Bowls, plural. And apparently Russ went out with the guys in Seattle yesterday to celebrate Pete Carroll. There was some photos on social I saw. Yeah. What a run, man, for him too. I can't believe they're all out. And I just love Pete's being about it and always being about it. But again, at this point in time, if Dan Quinn's up there, and that's the guy you want, you go get him. Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, Bill Belichick. One promoted upstairs, one retiring, and one mutually parting ways. All in a span of about 20 hours, 15 hours? Nuts. I cannot believe it. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
I'm exhausted, and we're just getting started. And we only have 3 hours to fit everything in today. It's like you're on a roller coaster that doesn't allow you to get off. 24 hours ago, Mike Vrabel being fired by the Titans was a big deal. Then all of a sudden, Seahawks politely move on from Pete Carroll. And then Nick Saban abruptly retires at Alabama. And then Bill Belichick and the Patriots decide to part ways earlier this morning. They have a press conference. It will be Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick at the podium together at noon Eastern. Whew. Welcome to the show. That was generational yesterday. When you think about it, I remember the first time I met Bill Belichick. He was a defensive coordinator with the Giants. Now, Bill Parcells didn't allow his assistant coaches to do interviews, but I did introduce myself to him. I was new to New York. I met him. I just introduced myself. I don't even know if he responded. And then here we are today. Bill Belichick is out as the Patriots head coach. I think he'll coach again. Nick Saban I've known for a long, long time. And yesterday didn't surprise me, but there's still that element of shock that Nick Saban is not going to coach any longer. Pete Carroll, one of the great college coaches of all time, and a couple of yards away from joining a pretty elite group of head coaches to win 2 Super Bowls, decides that he is going to part ways with Seattle, at least as a head coach, maybe staying on as a coordinator. And I gave you a heads up from last week when I was talking to somebody in Seattle, and they said, hey, keep an eye on the Pete Carroll situation here in Seattle. And I said, wait, Seattle could move on from Pete Carroll? And I was told yes. Now, Pete came out earlier this week and said, no, I got the energy, I'm going to keep coaching. And then all of a sudden yesterday happened. Mike Vrabel, there was a little bit of surprise there because he's a coach that's going to be in demand. Pete Carroll, I think, wants to coach again. Bill Belichick's going to coach again. I don't think Nick Saban is going to coach again. Man, I got a lot of energy today. I'm like Pete Carroll's gum. I mean, I'm I'm fired up, ready to go. I'm going to be exhausted at the end of the day. You know, when we get up in that age group that Belichick and Saban and Pete Carroll are, you know, at the end of the day, I'm tired, going to have to take a nap. Yeah, Paul.
Pete Carroll doesn't speak at press conferences anything like Nick Saban or Bill Belichick. Pete's like, it's like there's a race going on, and he's trying to hit as many things as he can in 90 seconds.
Yeah, he does. When he talks, he's going to be better. Like he's got a time limit that he's got to get it out right, you know. Whereas Belichick and Saban are a little slower, more deliberate. Pete's always. Do we have a little bit of Pete Carroll from yesterday press conference?
I competed pretty hard to be the coach, just so you know, because I just wanted to make sure that I stood up for all of our coaches and the players and the things that we'd accomplished, not so that we could be the coach still, but so that we could continue to have a chance to be successful and keep the organization going. That's what I was fighting for. So I in that regard, that was what I was representing in our discussions, and we got to a good part, good clean spot where it made sense, and along with their intentions.
He was fighting to coach, to stay as the coach. And that's one of those where, and I have no information, but ownership probably said, no, we're moving on, Pete. You can stay in an advisory role, stay with the franchise as long as you want, but we're going to move on. We're going to go in a younger direction. Probably what happened with Bill Belichick. Belichick was fighting to stay as the head coach. So much so, he was going to relinquish power. So he was open to that. That's why when, you know, they say it's a mutual parting. Well, it's not a mutual parting. It's, okay, Bill, you need to be on board because we're going to move in a different direction. All right, I guess there's a mutual parting. Saban surprised. I spoke to a source yesterday, and I guess Nick was interviewing coaches, wide receiver coaches, assistant coaches, somebody who he was going to hire. And then all of a sudden goes into a meeting and says that he's retiring. And then the speculation started that Dan Lanning at Oregon, would they bring in Dabo? What about Lane Kiffin? I mean, there was just, it exploded. And I'm going to play an interview that I did with Nick Saban. I think this is a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. And we talked about retirement. And he gave me about 2 minutes, a 2-minute answer about retirement. So it was sort of there. You just didn't know when it was going to happen. And, you know, same with Belichick. It wasn't a question of if or when. It was going to be when, not if. And Mike Reese did a wonderful job breaking that story with Belichick and the Patriots parting ways. But I figured that Bill was not going to be back. The question is, I thought it might be Friday. Thought it'd be, it'd be tomorrow that they would have that announcement. But here it is this morning, and Bill Belichick, the Patriots, will hold a press conference coming up at the top of noon Eastern, I believe. So we'll have a poll question, play of the day, stat of the day, all of that forthcoming, and we'll try to get in all of this and phone calls as well. Operator Tyler standing by. All right, Seton, what's the poll question today?
How about we start here? Who will have a better season next year? Alabama, the Patriots, or the Seahawks?
Okay. It's a sliding scale.
Are we looking too far ahead already?
No. But what is a good season in Alabama? What's a good season in New England? And what's a good season in Seattle? Because I think those are 3 different answers. Certainly 2 different answers. Alabama, if they lose 2 games, probably didn't have a great season. If New England makes the playoffs, they had a great season. Seattle didn't make the playoffs this year. If they make the playoffs next year, that would be a good year. So I would say sliding scale, Alabama's expectations just a little more heightened than the other ones. But
okay. It's a slimmer margin.
Yes,
for
it
them.
is. Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right.
Who would you most want to have beers with? Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, Nick Saban. They're all good beer guys in their own way. You walk into a bar, Dan. There's 3 guys sitting at one corner. One guy's at one corner. One guy's at the other corner. The other guy's in the middle. Who are you sitting next to, Dan?
Okay, so Vrabel is not in this. It's just those 3.
I mean, with all due respect to Mike Vrabel, he's not any of those 3.
He's not.
No.
But I might want to have a beer with Vrabel over everybody else.
Like, I don't know if the Titans are going to have a better season than all three of those teams, but I don't really care either. Not today.
I would probably want to have a beer with Saban. I think I have a good relationship with him. I think he's got a sneaky sense of humor, and I think he would allow me a little latitude on questions that I would ask him. Because the first thing I would say after maybe 2 beers is, what role did name, image, and likeness play in you deciding you didn't want to coach it?
Sure feels like it's really tipped the scale.
I think you're going to see this. It's already happened. You know, Coach K talked about it. Jay Wright talked about it, the great Villanova coach who decided to retire. The landscape has changed because college football was about control. These coaches had you for at least 3 years. You weren't going anywhere. Now all of a sudden, where you go, how long you stay, how much you make, are you playing, I'm not happy, I'm transferring. That is going to probably limit the coaching careers. You know, guys staying at one place or even staying in the business for a long time, because they do talk about how you get on the practice field or get on the football field in a game, that's where, you know, that's what you love. But the other stuff, that'll drive you out of the business. And I think that's what happened with Nick Saban.
Because now, we can't just bring in kids, promise them everything, and replace them as we wish.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we got a 5-star now and a 4-star. We promised them that they were going to play, and then now they're able to do what they want and have more control over their lives, and I just can't coach that way.
Yeah. I mean, those aren't the exact words of Nick Saban, but they could be. Maybe his feelings. Maybe his feelings. Yeah, name, image, and likeness, and the transfer portal, and what it's going to do to these coaches and how long you stay. Because now going to the NFL with the uncertainty of the NFL, at least there's structure there. You know, you're not recruiting, you know. You don't have to worry about name, image, and likeness.
Somebody decided to give these kids some control over their lives, and now I just can't do this anymore.
Once again,
that's good. That's good saving, by the way.
That is.
You got to time it. It's a rhythm.
Yeah, right around here, that Coke bottle. You know, slide off.
Get the Little Debbie's cakes. You get the Diet Coke.
Yeah,
you're right there.
I feel like I'm trapped in a 30 for 30 episode here.
Yeah.
I do. It's like, do you remember that day when all of this happened? And, you know, all of a sudden you're going, wow, it's like a pinball machine here. Wait, what just happened? Wait, what just happened? Wait, what just happened?
You know, we live with hyperbole. The newest thing is always the best thing or the latest thing. But it's really clear that you could say 2 of the 5 greatest football coaches of all time are done in the past 24 hours. If I said top 5 of all time football, I didn't say college or pro. Well, it's clear that those 2 are in there. I really don't even think there's much of a debate. You could say, oh, there's Lombardi or Shula, Bear Bryant, blah, blah, blah. You couldn't take these guys out of it. It's almost that clear. That's how big it feels. One more question for you.
Okay.
Talk to a source. Do you think Nick Saban made his decision in his head or maybe thought about it and then went to his wife and said, I'm doing this, and purposely went in yesterday, told no one, so no one could talk him out of it?
I don't know, because when I spoke to as soon as I heard the news, I called a source of mine, and I said, what, no heads up? And he said, we didn't get a heads up. And I go, really? He goes, no. He was interviewing candidates for wide receiver coach position. But, you know, and I first thing I asked was health. That's what I want to know. I said, is this health related? And I was told, as far as my source, the information he had, he said no. He said, I just think that he got tired and that his last victory was against Georgia. They won the SEC title. They were a couple of plays away from maybe playing for the national championship. So going out on a high note, but also, my source was trying to just sort all of this out of how it happened, when, who knew, because he said probably the athletic director, they knew for a little while to get to this point, but that's where nobody else knew anything about it. And the reporter for ESPN who broke the story?
Mike Reese.
No.
Oh,
Saban.
Chris Lowe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Chris Lowe. Yeah, congratulations to him breaking that story. And then Mike Reese breaking the story with Bill Belichick. But yeah, just trying to sort this out and understand. I get the Belichick thing, but Saban, I think the ancillary things about college football and being a coach probably drove him out of the game. Now, I don't know how much longer he would have stayed, and also they had, it was like a factory. You were getting these players. You didn't worry about anybody outbidding you. Then all of a sudden, Georgia came out of nowhere. It's like, Kirby Smart knows what you do, Nick, and he's going to do it and do it better than you. When Saban spoke to the boosters in Birmingham, and he was talking about, we need to spend more because A&M is buying all their players. Now, he didn't mean to have it be translated the way it came out, that he's accusing A&M of cheating or whatever. It was more of, hey, in our house here, we got to spend more. And that was the first inkling that I had of, wow, all right, now all of a sudden, you can't just coach football. Because if he coaches football, he has no problems, just like Belichick. But, Belichick wasn't getting players. Who wanted to go to New England to play? Nobody did. When Brady was there, because Brady's there, we can win a championship. So you had a golden ticket. Bill doesn't have that anymore. And Saban has Georgia right there. They're not leaving. And they're out Alabama. But he did beat them. His last win was against Georgia for the SEC title. And you beat Auburn. Previous game.
Makes it easier.
Not bad.
I mean, the one stat I think that jumped out at me that I saw that kind of puts in perspective Nick Saban's greatness, if a stat can, more first-round selections sent to the National Football League than losses as a head coach at Alabama.
What?
Wow. I thought you were going to go 16 straight 10-win seasons.
No. He sent more first-round draft choices to the National Football League at Alabama than he did losing games at Alabama. In 17 years.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
How about that?
Great stat.
Yeah. 71 losses at all, period. His entire coaching career in college. You all know the Michigan State years as well. I'm glad that he lost. 292 wins all time. He was the MAC champion of 1990.
Also, it's kind of like Belichick. Like, he only won Coach of the Year twice.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things, too. I mean, Phil Jackson could have won it every year, too, in the NBA, right? It's just like, after a while, it's like, yeah, we know you're the greatest coach there is. Let's give somebody else a little bit of run, I
get it.
Coach of the Year, Barry Bryant.
And, he is the greatest college coach ever. There's no other way to put it. With all due respect to those who have more wins all time, and Bobby Bowden and Bo, and I mean, seriously, it's just there's just the day and age in which it's done, and you have to wonder too when Nick talks, is it just like, okay, that came out of the blue? Is it just like this whole NIL, this whole portal thing? That's for the young kids to figure out as coaches. Deion's putting on his, he's putting on his shades and other. It's just the way that coaches might relate to kids these days. I have no idea. He's just like, I'm done with it. I don't know what his plan is, but there's just nothing else to say other than he's the greatest. There's no argument. Is there an argument?
No, I don't think so.
In this day and age, winning at LSU and Alabama, no, I don't care that he didn't do it with Miami. So what?
I mean, the other argument is the guy who coached at that college.
Yeah, Bear Bryant, sure. Yeah, I get it. Sure. And I know there's recency bias and things of that nature. And the question is, like, who's next there? In the day, and you want to talk about 21st century in the day of NIL and transfer portals and how things are different. Certainly when it comes to college coaching, the one place that you normally say, okay, I'm going to keep my eye on however you get your sports news on your phone, right? Whatever app you choose. The app you could probably choose the best to figure stuff out is FlightAware. You know, you put somebody's tail number in and you see, oh, that plane's going to Tuscaloosa, huh? And that was the whole conversation that Dan Lanning, the coach at Oregon, was in Tuscaloosa. And he's going to take the job, right? I mean, who wouldn't take the Alabama job, right?
Right.
Well, I don't know if Phil Knight stepped in. Because if anybody's got the money to tell Dan Lanning, stay. And obviously that, I shouldn't assume it's just money, right? But he's staying. And you want to talk about 21st century in this world of transfer portal? You know how we found out about it? He tweeted out a video.
And it's a pretty badass video.
Of him walking into the first team meeting of 2024 with his kids and basically went Wolf of Wall Street. He's not leaving. It's a minute-long video. We'll try and turn that around for you and show it here on our show, on our Roku channel-only segments. That's what he did. He's not leaving. Who wants the Alabama football job? Who wants that gig? I know you do.
I'll take
you
it.
got facilities. You got
everything.
Everything you want.
Everything.
Although somebody already decommitted, right?
5-star wide receiver. Yeah, decommitted.
I'd say come to Michigan, but I don't know if our coach is going to be there much longer either. Can we never have that parade so Jim's got to stick around? So, yeah. Dan Lanning's not going. Staying in Oregon. Wants to stay to be a Big Ten coach. This world, man. Nuts. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern, for free.
Eli Gold has been there for every one of those seasons. Longtime Alabama football play-by-play voice, the voice of the Crimson Tide since 1988. Eli, your reaction when you heard that Nick was going to call it a career?
Well, I was disappointed. I was surprised. I mean, we all knew eventually that was going to happen sometime, but we didn't know when. But, selfishly, I was disappointed. I've loved working with him. The fans, I'm sure, were disappointed. But at the same time, Dan, I am happy for the coach and for Miss Terry and for the kids and for the grandchildren. Let's face it, he has earned some time now to kick back with the family. And so for him, I'm very happy.
I wonder the role that transfer portal, name, image, and likeness played for maybe speeding up this process.
I'm sure, I can't speak for him, but I'm sure it had some impact. The game has changed. It has changed, and the transfer portal has usually worked in Alabama's favor. It's worked in Alabama's favor. I don't know how much this whole thing impacted him, but certainly with the game changing as it has, and teams bidding $1 million, $300,000, $500,000. That's not the college game that Nick Saban knew and loved growing up.
The importance of Saban to the SEC is what?
And to all of college football, Dan. I mean, teams and coaches have changed their approach. I mean, the SEC was a CBS and Nick Saban joint effort, if you will. That's point number one. But yeah, he has revolutionized the game. He has taught everybody how to coach and how to do different things. Excuse me. He is an outstanding coach, an outstanding person. He truly has a good sense of humor, although a lot of the fans don't get to see that in that 40-second soundbite from behind the podium. But he is a genuinely nice guy and wants what is best for his players and what's best for the game. And, I wish there was a position of commissioner of college football, because he'd be magnificent to fill that position. But obviously such a position does not exist. But but you know, the man's great. He has meant so much to college ball and to the SEC, and of course, to building the Alabama brand to where it is today.
What's next for Nick Saban?
I honestly don't know. He's going to do something, I'm sure. I can't imagine him just disappearing. You know, whether he becomes a broadcaster, whether he works for the SEC, I don't know. I have no idea. But he has too much to offer for him to just drift off to his new home in Florida and disappear. That's not going to happen. I can't imagine.
Your favorite play that you called during Nick Saban's tenure was what?
It would have to be the Tua Tagovailoa completion to Devontae Smith to win the national title against Georgia, because A, it was a spectacular play, B, it came right after that devastating sack, and it was because Nick Saban was Nick Saban. How many coaches would have had the guts, shall I say, to have changed quarterbacks at halftime and brought in somebody with virtually no experience? That's one thing that's what made Nick Saban one of the greats. He wasn't afraid to change. He wasn't afraid to learn from others. He wasn't going to force feed his offense to a group of players that couldn't execute that offense. He was not afraid of change, but that play, and in the aftermath of bringing Tua in at halftime, that was one of many. I mean, there's so many, but if you hold my feet to the fire for one, that would be it.
Oh, it's great to have you on, and glad you're feeling better. You're not retiring, right?
No, not at all. Unless you know something.
No. I didn't think you and Saban were a package deal.
No, we're not. We're separate. But yeah, I'm feeling well after my cancer deal last year, and it was kind of you to have me on last year to check on me, and I appreciate it. And you know, it's I'm looking forward to another season.
Thank you, Eli.
Thank you, Dan. Good to see you.
That's Eli Gold, longtime Alabama football host, radio play-by-play, the voice of the Crimson Tide. Gary Danielson on the golf course, and we appreciate him taking time out from his great golf game, I'm sure. What hole are you on, Gary?
Yes, Dan. In fact, I'm not, to be accurate, I'm not taking time out. I'm actually playing, but we are on 13. We usually start about 7:30, and we play really fast.
Okay. How surprised were you with the Nick Saban news?
Well, college football is different. You know, you cannot give anybody any heads up about what's going on. If you even hint that, you know, you might have 1-2 years left and you're thinking about it, you'll get killed in recruiting. So I knew whenever Nick decided to do it, it would be a surprise, or very few people would know about it. I don't even think his staff knew about it. So it was going to be one of those days that 2 or 3 o'clock, there was just going to be an announcement, and it was going to happen. Did I think it was going to happen now? No, didn't realize that. There is a bit of a transition, I think, for his football team. I think he was really proud of the way this last team played and the job he did. So, you know, I guess it kind of makes sense. I think Pete and Bill and Nick are all the same age. They're 72 years old.
Yeah, but it feels like Pete Carroll still wants to coach. Belichick still wants to coach. I think college football, today's college football, probably sped up the retirement for Nick Saban. I think NIL and transfer portal, now all of a sudden college football, you have less control than you do as an NFL head coach.
I think that's a good observation. I think, you know, the way that Nick has always built his program is obviously recruiting great players. I think he was one of the, you know, the people that really saw the future. Even when he was at Michigan State, when he took the job at LSU, he realized he had to be at a place where he recruit the best to win. So I think as he's looked now at his age, is it a little more frustrating for these coaches? I can see that. You know, it sure is different. I've heard stories now from coaches And when you walk into a recruit's room, before you say anything about what type of offense you're playing, they want to know, let's get right down to it, how much am I going to get? And I think NIL really doesn't explain the process. I don't think it's NIL. I actually think it's pay to play.
The importance of Saban to the success of the SEC, how do you quantify that?
I think it's immeasurable. The fact that he left Michigan State and went to LSU, I think he saw kind of the future. I think the demographics of the Midwest changed. I think Nick was a bit frustrated and he realized to be at the right school in a state where he could control recruiting, the way Ohio State, and coached at Ohio State. He was at Michigan State. It's an interesting job, Michigan State. You're right there in the middle of the state, and the players are south of you, and three of the most famous schools in college football are just south of you, Notre Dame, Michigan, and Ohio State. So everybody was shocked, but I think Nick Saban's, he saw the future. He went to Michigan State. I think he got a couple breaks in his career, though. One, his staff did not go to Michigan State. And I think he used that very wisely to hire, the Will Muschamps and the Jimbo Fishers, real hungry, good young coaches that recruited well. And the other break, I think, was, I don't know how his NFL career would have gone, but I don't know if he goes to Alabama if Drew Brees goes to Miami Dolphins. So, these things work out, but Nick is very driven. I mean, I've done 500 televised games, and I think 100 of them have been with Nick Saban. And I personally, I prepare for the meetings. I go to practice. I think if he does not respect that you're prepared and understand, at least he doesn't expect you to know everything, but he expects you to work hard for the game, just like he expects his entire organization to work hard. And I think he understands athletes too. They want a coach that can help them win, and they want a coach that can help them get to the next level. Whether it's a high school coach, a college coach, or obviously in the pros, they want to get the next level is to make more money.
Yeah, and I saw sort of a parallel with what John Calipari has tried to do at Kentucky, that he's preparing you for that next job going into the NBA. He just hasn't been as successful as Nick Saban, but Saban could keep a lot of those players for 3 years, maybe 4 years. Then NIL transfer portal kind of happened upon us. When you're in the production meeting with Saban, how much would he share with you?
I never asked him to share any strategy. I just don't feel that is a fair question to ask a coach. I really never wanted to know, what your trick plays or anything like that. I would let him know that I watched the tape, not by telling him, but on my question, I would ask him pointed questions about things that happened last game, things that I've seen the other team do, what changes or what players he feels need to play better. Nick was very good to us. He liked Vern a lot. I did 90 SEC games with Nick Saban. And, most of those, obviously the last 5 years with Brad Nessler, a lot of them with Vern. He likes both of them. So he likes to talk, but you never really got, at least I didn't. Maybe he was different with Todd or Kirk. But with me, I just didn't feel that was me to go, what's your trick plays this week? That's just not how I approached it. I think you had to read between the lines of what he was saying and how excited he was about his team. That worked best for me.
Who would you recommend to replace Nick Saban?
Well, I think the names that are out there are all good names. Dan Lanning would be a really good, Norville would be a really good choice. Obviously, there's the connections with Lane. Those all make sense to me. The person that has to have a really strong personality to go in there because obviously they're following, the greatest ever. It's not an easy job for anybody because the measurements at Ohio State are, when we're talking about it's win them all, or it's not a great year.
Yeah.
So, that's one of the things I really talked about a lot when I did Alabama games. for all those years. Not only did they have really good players, not only, obviously they were well coached, but they were clutch. They played clutch football with the pressure on. They won a lot of games when there were a lot of things going against them. Big LSU games. You know, he only really lost, I think, one SEC championship game, and that was to Florida. And I always gave him a lot of credit. You know, he'd always talk to his players. You know, he's an ex-quarterback. He always talked to his players that, you know, we got to be disciplined, but you got to let it go. You got to, you know, and I think they bought into that. And I was always, when I watched him play, I really thought, as demanding as Nick was at practice, I think he was, of course he was fiery on the sidelines, but I think he was understanding that in the game, you got to play a little bit loose. Disciplined, yes, but a little bit loose, if that makes any sense.
Always great to talk to you. Back to your golf game. Thanks for joining us, Gary.
Appreciate it, Dan. I'm 13th hole. I've already hit 2 while I've been talking to you. So. Nice and smooth. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling.
Thanks, buddy. That's Gary Danielson, longtime voice analyst, SEC on CBS.
And I'm already ready for it. It being this, can he do in his new spot what Brady did in Tampa? I mean, you're already seeing it, already on the bottom lines of so many of the shows we compete with or come on after in our conversation world. Let me just put it to bed, okay? I just want to put it to bed. The conversation about can he do what Brady did, and he's not the same coach without Brady. Look at his numbers in Cleveland. Look at his numbers since Brady left. Look what Brady did in Tampa. Will he be able to do that? That'll be the question. Wherever he goes, fill in the blank, wherever he goes. Will he be able to win there? And if he doesn't, well, we finally get the answer. Who's more important, Brady or Belichick? You referred to it earlier, Chris. We always have to sit here and wonder who's the best, who's better, who's more important, who's more this, who's more that. The Patriots would not have had 6 championships without Tom Brady. The Patriots would not have had 6 championships without Bill Belichick. They were absolutely perfect for each other. They were the perfect coach-quarterback organism. And the organization helped the organism grow and become dominant and then destroy you. Week after week, year after year. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth. When I saw Mac Jones in Germany this year, and he was talking about how all his coaches, I asked him about how is Belichick just like Saban? He played for both of them. And it's only fitting we mention this on this day when Saban retires on a Wednesday and Belichick mutually parts ways on a Thursday. And I asked him, like, what are these guys? They're the same, right? And he basically said that Belichick was a little bit more fun or easygoing in a way. Kind of intimated that. Then also mentioned how his high school coach was kind of a hard ass too. And how he's had hard asses. And then he said at one point that, you know, does he sometimes think about what it would be like to have a coach who sat down next to him and talked offense during the game, went into the quarterback meeting room and went into the offensive meeting room and sat there and just attached himself hip to hip with the quarterback. Invite him over for dinner, kind of like Tua. He mentioned Tua, not us. And we had just seen McDaniel and Tua the week before in Germany, and it just hit me in my head right there. Mac needs a hug. This guy needs a hug. You know who's not going to give him that hug? But we'll give him all the information as to how to get better. And we'll coach him hard. Belichick. And do you know who never needed the hug? Tom Brady. He just needed the information. We all need hugs. Of course Tom needs hugs. And I think Tom needed the hug towards the end of his career, where he's just like, I'm sick and tired of this kind of dynamic here. I don't need it. I can maybe find it somewhere else. Certainly if you're not paying me what I want. That's where the organization started grinding gears, and that's what happens over time in relationships. The Beatles broke up, for crying out loud, you know? Yep. So Brady didn't need the hug. Belichick doesn't give him out very often. But what he does is he coaches the hell out of you, and he gives you every piece of information you need to go kill the opponent, and he gives you every piece of motivation you need to do your job. And the quarterback was the perfect do your job, Patriot way, Belichick embodiment.
Do your job.
That's what is the truth. They were perfect for each other. And Brady maybe getting benched for Drew Henson. Overlooked. His Michigan path might have gotten him ready for Bill Belichick. And Belichick's path of trying to figure out in Cleveland, getting run out on a rail for many because of the way he treated Bernie Kosar to get Vinny in there, right? Got him ready of saying, you know what? We're sticking with this number 12 kid. When Bledsoe was healthy enough to come back in that first major Super Bowl season. Yeah, because Bill was the guy, right? He could have easily said, oh, we paid him $100 million.
Right.
And Kraft may have been like, we paid him $100 million. What are you doing sticking with this kid from Michigan, 199th overall? You know, he's played well, but really? And if Belichick didn't have that fortitude, what if he took and he started Bledsoe, with all due respect to Drew? Don't know.
Who knows? Who knows?
That's what I'm saying. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. Oh, Brady. Without Brady, Belichick's nothing. Without Belichick, Brady might have been a backup for a couple more years.
Yep, and been out of the league.
Who?
That's the thing that I kind of loved most about Bill, was he was able to really suck every last ounce of talent that you had in your body. If you look at the Patriots, it wasn't a team full of first-round draft picks and guys at the top of the draft and 5 stars and all this and that. Brady was a 6th-round pick. Like, all the players, Edelman was a 7th-round pick. Look at all these great players that he was able to coach up and make them get every last ounce of their athletic talent and get it out there for one common goal, and that was to win and win big games, and he was able to do it. How many times did he take other players from other teams and turn them into superstars?
Corey Dillon.
Wes Welker, Corey Dillon. Randy Moss's career was over.
Yeah, from the Raiders. Yeah.
Oh, it was over.
Yeah. And one last thing on that. Not just get all out of them, but put enough into them so they knew in the moment what their job was. And to
Malcolm
boil
Butler,
it down
like,
so
all of it.
simply, to do your job. How many times did the Patriots get on a loose ball that everybody else thought, that's incomplete? Oh, no, it's a fumble. Oh, you have the ball now. Situationally brilliant teams consistently. And who's the guy who then became that neck-up quarterback who would kill you with a quick trigger and a mind that's even faster? Tom Brady. They were perfect for each other. I don't want to hear this argument anymore. We're going to see it everywhere, but go elsewhere with it. Not here.
For sure.
On our show.
And then that's why when you look at the last couple of years and where it kind of slowed down, the teams didn't do that.
I know that. You didn't put... Correct. So I'm just talking about the Brady-Belichick era, not the reason why he's gone today.
Yeah.
Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3 Eastern for free.
Alright, guys. We still got 4 people watching. That's what it says on the top left. For me, I don't know if y'all can see the view count. Sometimes you can, sometimes you cannot. But I'm gonna do some commentary for the rest of this trip. And yes, this stream is over 6 hours. That's crazy. 6-hour stream. Yep. I've been listening to these football videos for like, I don't know, over 4 or 5 hours. About over 4 hours. Or over 5 hours now, actually. It's crazy. And yes, I bought a new truck. This is my second truck that I got. It is a Mack. That's right, the brand Mack. And Mack is actually the oldest truck company. Yeah. Over 100 years ago. So yeah, I bought a Mack truck. It's a really big one. It costs like over $200,000. And so far, I really like it. Yeah, something different. My first truck was a Kenworth, and I don't know if that one's any good anymore because I damaged it so much. I think there is a way to repair the whole thing. Maybe I'll see if I can do that in the next stream. But I had that truck for more than a year, so I figured, well, it's time to buy a new one. And yes, I'll be using this truck a lot throughout this year. And during the 8th year anniversary of this game. The 8th anniversary of this game is coming up. February 2nd is when this game came out in 2016, so we are approaching 8 years later since this game first came out. And I'm thinking to do like the longest drive possible or the longest delivery possible with this truck that I just bought. So that'll be cool. And it's cool that my first truck was a Kenworth, and last year was the 100th anniversary of Kenworth trucks, and I did not know that until I saw the news on Steam. So that's crazy. Yep, these trucking companies are really old. But this is a very nice truck. I like it. I really do. Here's the second person view, I believe. Yeah, you can see how big and nice and look it is. And I kept the default color. I think it's like a dark gray. It looks pretty cool, actually. I was thinking about changing the paint color, but I decided let's leave it like this. Some other views. I like to use this view if the road is straight, which it is right now. Yep, no curves, not many curves, so I like to use this view a lot. Here's the horn. The horn is different than the Kenworth truck. Different horn sound. Here's this crazy loud horn. Yeah, you can actually hear it. Alright. Yeah, and earlier in the stream I was adjusting my seat quite a lot of times. I want to get the perfect one, and I think this is good right now. And look what I added on the dashboard. Look at this. It's like a dog and a cat. Bobblehead, I guess. Is that what you call it? I forget. And look, American Truck Simulator logo, because we are approaching its 8th anniversary. So that's perfect. And look, got a stack of burgers on my passenger seat. Some water bottles, my coffee, a pirate thing. Oh look, we got some big windmills. We are passing some giant windmills. Oh yes. I got the cruise control on right now. Let me change lanes. I'm gonna change lanes because I realize that the speed limit for the non-trucks are higher. Yeah, the truck speed limit's only 55. It's like that in some states. It's like that in some states. It's not like that. California it is. So yes, I am doing this pretty long drive. What city? What city? What I was at? Where I was at? I forget. Somewhere in Oregon. I don't know. It was somewhere in Oregon, but yeah. Going from Oregon, North Oregon, all the way to Southern California, Los Angeles. My garage is right here. And I believe my old truck, I guess I can call it my old truck now, it's actually there at that garage, so yeah. So far I really like this truck. And yeah. Episode 66, man. This is like one of the longest streams ever. Oh, road work ahead. Oh, the left lane is ending. That's what that sign means, so I need to, uh-oh. Good thing the brakes are really good in this game. Let's, oh, thank you. Yep. You go ahead, red car. There you go. I've never experienced this in real life on the highway where you have to change lanes because they had a little road work construction on one lane. The gas tank is like 280 gallons, I think. It's more than my old truck. My old truck was 220. This is like 280. Yeah, I bought the biggest truck, because why not? And, you know, you get a bigger sleeper, you know? A bigger sleeper. So I don't know when the next stream of this game will be. Maybe pretty soon. I don't know. It depends on what's going on, if I feel like it. But yeah, I did not... There's still more football videos that I have not played yet. Yeah, I made this giant playlist of a bunch of football news from the past week, because so much has happened. If you're an American football fan, you already know what's going on, so yeah. Look at their heads on the dashboard. It's like, shaking their head, nodding their head. Look at the American Truck Simulator logo, going crazy, oh boy. Yeah, my old truck had a cactus. This time it's the logo. And yes, you can change this stuff. If you go to the service station, you can change your truck, the paint job, all that stuff, so that's good. So, yep, about 3 hours left, game time. And yeah, I know I took like hours until I finally bought this truck, because, you know, I want to buy a truck that I'm gonna like, you know, and that's what I did with my old truck. I took so long to buy it. Same thing with this one, but that's okay. I'm not in no rush. Thanks to those football podcast videos that keep me entertained, you know? Mac. Yep. Change lanes here. Mac from Cars, the movie Cars, the Disney Pixar Cars. Yep. Maybe I should change the paint color to red. Make it like Mac from Cars. That'd be funny. So yeah, I'm driving all the way to Los Angeles because that's where my headquarters is. I know there's a way you can move your headquarters, but I've never done that yet. I mean, I've always liked my headquarters in Los Angeles, so yeah. But yeah, I do have a second profile, but that's really for my friends. So we'll probably, maybe in the spring or the summer, I'll let my friends decide what truck they want, and they can buy a used truck. As long as the condition is good. You don't want to buy a truck that has so many miles on it, you know? Like, I was looking at some of the used trucks before I looked at the brand new ones. Just to see, to get a kind of an idea on what truck I really want, so yeah, I was looking at everything. It came down to Western Star or Mac, and I chose Mac because I think Mac is the more popular one. So my third, if I buy a third truck, it might be a Western Star. We shall see. Oh wait, I stay on this lane. Okay. It's funny, it says trucks, passenger cars, but the map tells me to go to the passenger cars lane. Okay, so I guess I'm not breaking the law. Okay, this lane ends. There we go. The speed limit could have easily been higher than 55. It should be 65 in my opinion. I don't know. I know in the state of Mexico, or New Mexico, I believe, it's 80 miles per hour for all vehicles. Yes, including trucks. I kind of wish I could go faster. I mean, I can, but I don't want to get any fines. I did not get any fines. The only fine I got was like for not using my headlights, and that was during the morning. That makes no sense. That really makes no sense. Yeah, I'm speeding because we're going up a hill. See, look, truck lane. Okay, I think I'm good. Slow truck lane. That's what it's called. Oh man, I'm hungry. I gotta pee so bad, but we're almost there. Yeah, I did not take any breaks at all because I really wanted to keep listening to the football shows. I was really into it. Oh wow, I'm going 70 miles per hour. I didn't realize it. So far, I had no accidents. This is probably one of my perfect, or one of my most, if not the most cleanest drive I've ever done. Well, that's because I'm not delivering anything. But most likely in the next stream, I'll deliver something with this big Mac truck, you know? Alright, so we're about an hour away. And look, I still have a lot of gas left. I barely used a quarter of a tank. I barely used a quarter of a tank. So yeah, guys, February 2nd is when this game came out in 2016. I'll have to see what day of the week that falls on, February 2nd. And I know about a month from now, a little over a month from now, will be my 12th anniversary on YouTube, February 18th. That's on a Sunday. So let me try and guess what day of the week February 2nd is on. I believe that is on a Friday. Let me check right now on my phone. February 2nd's on a Friday. Yes, it is. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a big stream. I'm going to be doing the longest delivery possible. Oh, I thought I got that sound effect. I thought I got a fine, but no, it says loan installments in total of $362 were paid. Hope you guys can hear me well, because I don't want to talk too loud, because the room next to my room, someone's sleeping in there. So, yeah, my oldest brother is currently living with me, so I don't want him to hear me. I don't know, maybe he's awake somehow. Sometimes he's awake during the middle of the night. Yeah, it's the middle of the night for me right now. It's actually just past 3 a.m. I normally don't end the stream this late, or this early, I should say. But, yeah. See, the plan was for me to go live Friday night, but I was kind of tired because I didn't get much sleep. I didn't get much sleep the night before, so I took like a 2-hour nap, and then when I woke up, it was already like almost 11 p.m. So I'm like, yeah, there's no need to go live at this late at night. Then I was gonna go live yesterday, Saturday, and I was having issues with the software that I was using to live stream, GeForce Experience. And then, you know, it took me like a few hours to finally get it work, but then it just, after that, I'm like, you know, I don't feel like streaming at this point. Plus, I was watching the, that freezing cold NFL game last night in Kansas City. That was crazy. I got my first violation. Dang it. Speeding violation, to be exact. Oh, well, I think, wait. I think I took the wrong road. That's okay. That's okay. It's not much of a difference anyways. I could not tell. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes the map is a little confusing. Oh well. It doesn't matter. We're only 30 minutes away, so yeah, then I decided, alright, well, let's go live Sunday evening, and here I am. Even though I kind of started late, because before I was eating my dinner, so I didn't want to, you know, I don't want to go live while I'm eating, you know. But now I'm hungry now, because it's been like over 6 hours later. I gotta eat before I sleep. I can't sleep while I'm hungry. Oh gosh. Oh crap. Okay. Oh! What the hell? What the hell's happening? Is that a glitch? Are you effing kidding me? What the actual hell's happening? Are you kidding me? This is a glitch. Guys, this is a glitch in American Truck Simulator. How the hell is this happening? How the hell is this happening? I'm literally about to be there at my destination. 30 minutes left. 29 minutes left. What the heck? How? How is this happening? I have to rewind the stream. This is a glitch. I cannot believe it. You have got to be kidding me. After all that driving, I'm getting this right now. I'm experiencing this for the first time. There's actually glitches for the old version of this game, 18 Wheels of Steel American Long Haul. Yeah, what's happening right now, this has happened in American Long Haul. I'll have to do some videos and show you guys. But this, I have never experienced this before. Look at my Mack truck flying. Uh-oh. It says, if you can't get out of any difficult situation, you may use towing service. Yeah, I guess that's my only option. At least my truck isn't damaged. It's not damaged. That's the best part. Look at those numbers. Yeah, we're going like 400 miles an hour. Over 400. Look at this, guys. god, listen to that sound. What the heck? Oh my gosh. I have never seen this in American Truck Simulator. I didn't thought this would be possible. But this has happened in American Long Haul, 18 Wheels of Steel, American Long Haul, the old version of Truck Simulator. But oh my gosh, how and why is this happening? I'll have to rewind the stream once I end this. Listen to the horn. Yeah, the truck is crying for help. The truck is screaming for help. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's go to the... Whoa. Oh my freaking goodness gracious. Oh my gosh, it's like a freaking earthquake. Or shaking. The truck is shaking like crazy, guys. Whoa. Holy crap. This is one bumpy ride. This is like a freaking roller coaster. Oh my gosh. Look at my burgers. Got some burgers. And there's the back of it. Look at my shoes down there. My laptop, my pillow, my hat, the microwave. I got the good stuff. Oh, look at that. That sound. Yeah, turn your wheels. Oh my gosh. Is my engine even on? Wait. Up. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. The game stopped? The game stopped. Don't tell me I lost my truck. Are you kidding me? The game just stopped. What if the game says, oh no, you lost your truck and we can't get it back? I cannot believe that happened. You know, I'll have to like screen record that part of the stream and upload it. Somehow we have 4 people still watching, but they're not commenting on the chat. Oh boy. Ay, ay, ay. That is just unbelievable, guys. Hey, my truck didn't get damaged though. That's the best part. What if I'm gonna respawn in the middle of the sky? The same thing's happening. Pick up right where I left off with this glitch. Oh, okay, I still got my truck. That's great. Now where am I on the map? Oh, okay, I think I'm still where I was. What the heck? This is nuts. Alright. Let's see if I'm staying at the same place where the game just egged out on its own. Or maybe the game just crashed. I guess it just can't take it anymore. Yep. I am back to where I was. The engine's not on. I don't think it's on. Is it even on? No, it's not even on. The engine's not on. The engine is not on. But somehow it's picking up speed. Now my engine's on. This is crazy. Alright, let's tow to service now. F7. Sure. Okay, I shouldn't be very far away. I should not be very far away. This is crazy. Yeah, free as the wind. I think that was free as the wind, that glitch. That explains it. Okay, yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. Oh, airplane. Okay. We're gonna finish this and end the stream after a long... This is like one of the longest streams ever. I'm glad the stream went well the entire time. No issues whatsoever. It's funny that I was having issues yesterday, and the last time I live streamed this game was on New Year's, and I didn't have any issues at all, so I don't know what it is. It's not my internet connection, because my internet never got disconnected. If that was the case, then that would make sense, right? Because you need internet to live stream. I don't know. Well, pretty soon I have to rest. Well, that's like 5 hours, so... That glitch was crazy, guys. I can't believe it. I need to rewind that part and see how the hell did that happen. And I'll have to try and find that glitch on the map and warn people, hey, do not go on this road. This road is a freaking trap. Anyway, I assume my old truck is still at that garage. Oh, look at that lady. Yeah, look, I add some stickers on my, whatever that is down there. But yeah, this is a very nice looking truck. Very nice, very big. Look. Oh crap. I thought that was a green light. I didn't notice. Shoot. Oh great, my first damage. Yep, it's only 1%. My very... dang it. Yeah, I went because I thought that green arrow was a green light. I messed that up. Dang it. I could have had like a perfect run, almost. Oh well. It's still a really good run though. Yeah. I'm thinking later this year I need to do like a compilation video of all the failed moments and crashes in this game. That'll be entertaining, I'm sure. I'm sure it would be entertaining. See, the speed limit should be higher than 30. I feel like I'm only going 20 miles per hour. I'm really going 39 miles an hour. Should be higher than that. The speed limit. Oh well, we're about to be there. We are about to be there. Oh, thank you for turning green. I don't have to hit my brakes. Look at this this wheel is so big, the steering wheel. Oh yeah, look at that. My Mack truck. Oh yeah. Look at them. Look at their heads on the dashboard. Whoa. Oh, that is not the right stoplight. It's the next one. That's fine. Just change lanes. There we go. What do you mean red light violation? Oh, I guess because the game thought I was still on the left turn lane. Oh well. Oh look, there's a blimp. There's a blimp right there. Okay, this is it. This is it, folks. Right there is my garage. That big building, yep. It used to be a little small garage because it only can fit one truck, but I upgraded it to 2 slots, meaning you can have 3 trucks in there, so that's great. And you can actually upgrade it again to a 4th slot. That's $100,000. So anyway, I gotta pee so bad. I'm hungry. Huh. Hurry up! Come on, give me a green arrow, please. Why is the light red? There's no one waiting. There's no one on the other side. The light should stay green for us. There's no one on the other side of the intersection. Why is the light green? That once happened to me in real life where like the light just turned yellow for no reason and there was no one waiting on the other side. It's so dumb. Whatever. Here it is, folks. This is my headquarters. It's a big building now, big garage. We are turning right in. Which one has my old truck? There's 3 slots. Is it? I guess it's in one of those 2. Here it is. I'm in. I'm entering. Where's my other truck at? Did someone stole my truck? My old truck? Well, my old truck is damaged big time, so it doesn't matter, I guess. Alright. I made it. I made it. So yeah, this is my garage. Yeah, the daily profit's not going well because of my other damaged truck. Economy salary, yeah, look at that. Look at that negative numbers. Not good. Yep, because in the last episode I was driving like a crazy person because it was on New Year's. You know how people go wild on New Year's? That's what I did. I purposely drove like a maniac. Status idle. Driven distance over 40,000 miles already. Yeah. So I can switch to this truck if I want to? Okay, so this is my old truck. It's a Kenworth T680. And my new truck is a Mack Anthem. Mack Anthem. Oh wow, I've driven 1,000 miles already. So how do I use this truck? Can I even use this truck? Yeah, look, the condition, only 2 stars. Not good. Yep, I damaged it too much. I think there's a way where I can, like, get this thing totally fixed, hopefully. Oh, drive it. Okay, so that's how that works. Alright. Well, guys, that's it. That is it. This is my truck. My new truck now. My second truck that I'll be using throughout this year. Look how beautiful it looks. It's so big. I like it. You can see my cheeseburgers right there on the passenger seat. That's funny. Yep, Mack Anthem. Alright guys, I don't know when the next stream of this game will be, but it might be pretty soon. Yeah, definitely before February 2nd, because that is the 8th anniversary for this game, so it'll definitely be soon. Until then, guys, that is it. That is it. How long is the stream? I can't believe the stream went well this entire time. 6 hours and 45 minutes. It is time to go to sleep, guys. And if y'all saw that glitch, it's crazy. I'll have to upload a separate video of that glitch. Crazy. Alright guys, good night for real.